Good morning. Welcome to Direwolf Digital. I'm Andrew Baeckstrom, joined by my colleague Patrick Sullivan here. It's the Cold Hunt 5K Draft Open, an exciting conclusion to a weekend of high-level draft competition where we're going to be finding out who is the Draft Open champion and moving on to the upcoming World Championships. Patrick, it's been about a little less than 2 weeks, I guess, since Cold Hunt's come out. Really just a week and a half, and so these players have been hard at work preparing, and we're going to get to see what they've got today.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it, in part because I spent a lot of time drafting. I did a little bit of streaming and a lot of drafting on my own time. And I'll say this, y'all caught up. When I was in the queue, 24 hours after the set launch, obviously, I'm dealing with certain advantages, having played the set some, and I was rattling off 6, 7 wins like it was nothing. Within 2 days, getting to 3 wins was pushing a boulder uphill. So our best drafters caught up to speed very, very quickly. And by kind of looking at our queue times, by the number of players on our leaderboard, we know that our top drafters have been playing a lot leading up to this event. So I'm expecting to see some really high level play, some really high level drafting as well.
Yep, the draft open is just this weekend, but the draft queues are open 24/7. So, players have been going hard as we've seen in the numbers and getting ready for this event. And the draft opens are always a lot of fun for us. This is a chance for us to show off certainly our most skilled Eternal players, but it's a field where anybody can join, anybody can enter the event, and then because it's draft, you don't need to have any kind of collection, any kind of deck built ahead of time, and so just a very pure tournament experience.
Very cool. Yeah. I mean, this is in a lot of respects probably the lowest barrier to entry event we've ever run, between the fact that you could just log in and play with zero collection and sort of the amount of focus that draft has had in the last week. There's been a lot of resources out there for players to get caught up to speed very, very quickly and then start drafting a bunch. So might be an opportunity for some players with less of a resume in these tournaments to maybe shine through. I mean, the barrier to entry and constructed in terms of both proprietary knowledge and collection is a little bit challenging and occasionally can be hard or at least intimidating for players who are relatively new. But I think this is probably the most level playing field we've ever had in terms of what's the level of resources and experience you need to have prior to playing in the event. So I'm expecting to see kind of a blend of a lot of our tournament veterans with alongside some names we maybe not encountered before, and I'm really excited to see how the whole thing shakes out.
And to walk you through the event today, so on Friday and Saturday, the players completed 4 drafts and part of their event runs. They got promo copies of Assembly Line with the new alternate art as well for free, just for joining. The players with the 64 best records from those 4 7-game drafts are back here joining us this morning for a single elimination best of 3 bracket. And the way that's going to work is that we're going to start the day off with a draft. All of the players will draft a deck at the same time. We'll then take a little break to send out the draft pools to the players of showing everybody the cards list that everybody played. That'll take about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And then we'll come back. We'll show 3 straight single elimination rounds. That'll get the 64-person field down to a top 8. We'll then follow that up with another draft. And then we'll do that again for 3 more rounds until we have a champion. And we'll be starting off the day by watching a shared stream of one of the drafters in the field, zdch, aka Zach Hill, and we'll get to comment along to his picks. And part of that's why we share out the draft pools with all the players, is so that there's no disadvantage to be having your draft shown on stream like this.
Very excited to watch Zach play as well. For those of you not familiar with him personally, he's a close personal friend of mine, former Rhodes Scholar turned competitive card player turned game designer. Professionally now he works in a lot of sort of nonprofit and institutional work, but he is a longtime competitive Eternal player. He was up my DMs last night, just so excited about the format. He was like, if you want to cover me tomorrow, please do. I'm so excited to do it. So Zach is a player with a long card game resume, a very impressive professional background as well, and someone who's very passionate about Eternal. So very excited to watch him draft. I don't really know his perception of the format. We didn't really talk about that. So it'll be interesting to see sort of, largely there are kind of 2 camps when it comes to any sort of draft format. There is respond to the packs, and I'm sort of open to any faction or faction pairing or strategy. I just sort of want to get the goods. And there's some people who really default to, this is the faction combination I really like. This is my favorite common. this is a synergy or an archetype I think is undervalued, whatever, and they sort of brute force their way to trying to draft that deck. Historically, as a competitive drafter myself, I'm much more in the second camp. Not always, but usually I find a thing that I like and sort of go there. I think that most skilled players kind of err towards the first camp of sort of being responsive, but I'm interested to see if Zach sort of expresses a preference early on that we can pull out, or if it's more about just sort of responding to what comes.
Well, it sounds like Zach's ready and set up to get started drafting, so let's not delay the action any further, and we're going to head down and start checking out their draft here, following along with each pick. We'll be giving commentary along the way. There won't be any audio going to Zach, so we won't be able to help him, not that we would, with his picks. And, of course, there's also a 10-minute delay on our stream just to ensure integrity along the way. All right, so starting things off with the draft, we've got an exciting pack here. I love Learn to Bite, Patrick. Transform a unit into a 5/5 Carnosaur with Killer. That 5-cost spell, that's where my eyes are immediately going.
So, in terms of the most powerful card in the pack, I think it's got to be it's Learn to Bite or Searing Fist, depending if you have a preference for fire. I think you're right that Learn to Bite is just the strongest card in absolute terms. The most flexible card in the pack is Volunteer Corps. That can make your deck no matter what, and it is strong in 2 or multi-faction decks. So this is already, we're talking about a pretty complicated pick. If you have a faction preference for fire, I think Searing Fist is a great pick here. If you just want the strongest card on rate, I think Learn to Bite would be my pick, though it's not, in my opinion, that much stronger than Searing Fist. If you are optimizing for flexibility and you're willing to concede a little bit of power right now, then Volunteer Corps, I think, is the pick.
All right, so Zach's going around evaluating all the options. Yeah, Zach certainly seems to be zeroed in on the 3 cards that you mentioned. And let's just see, it's going to be leaning maybe towards Learn to Bite. I also love Inseparable, by the way, especially if you can get some heroes to go with it. It's a really strong sort of end game effect. But just going to stick with the very cheap removal effect. 2 costs deal 4 to an enemy unit, Searing Fist. And so this is really keeping him very open and very efficient to start off the draft.
Noteworthy about Learn to Bite is the second primal pip on there. Searing Fist, very likely to end up in your deck, even if you end up 3 factions. It's a much more flexible commitment. If you take Learn to Bite there, then you are really head down into primal. And I think Zach might have felt the difference in quality between those 2 cards is not vast enough to take a second pipped card over a single pip card.
So eyeing Aramon the Punishing, it's a 4-cost 4/3 at the end of the enemy turn. They take 1 damage for each card they drew this turn. So just a solid unit. It's going to, 4-cost 4/3's got a fine set of stats. And that ability in any sort of stalled game will just eventually win you the game.
I think Aramon the Punisher is one of the stronger uncommons in the set. As you mentioned, the text box and stats are very strong for cost. It's a single pip, and it also unlocks some hero synergies. And now Zach's looking at Inseparable, and certainly Aramon the Punishing makes it a lot more appealing to go down that road.
Yep, picking up the Inseparable. That spell is draw 2 units from your Void. Heroes that you draw this way get +2/+2. So already a nice combo with Aramon the Punishing. If they try to get that off the board, Inseparable will just bring it back, and it'll be a 6/5 the second time round. This pack, no really premium in my eyes, fire or shadow cards. So if you're Zach, are you going to take something as weak as maybe a Molten Feet, or are you going to go into a 3rd faction?
Molten Feet, in my opinion, is very replacement level. It makes your deck more often than not because Inscribe is such a low cost. It is weaker than the Primal and Time card in this pack, but in my opinion, not by enough to get away from Searing Fist. I would probably just sort of stay the course here and take a fire card, but I wouldn't begrudge taking Starkissed Wings or Frostpack Sprite or Lotus Instructor. I think that's all fine, but it looks like Zach agrees with me with just staying the course.
Picking up the Molten Feet and now getting rewarded, getting past, in my view, one of the better fire commons in the set in Calderon Captain, and a premium copy too. 5-cost 4/3 Revenge. Your other units have +1 strength, so they might not want to kill it, but it's certainly doing a bunch of work while it's out there.
Yeah, it's strong in general, and particularly in Stone Scar, where your deck sometimes will pivot into sort of a token sacrifice sort of thing, where that +1 strength to all of your units is a lot more pronounced.
So Zach doing a nice job of showing what he's thinking about. A premium removal spell and breach the defenses, and it's going to pick that up over a warning shot. So staying open early on in the draft, we've got 2 shadow cards, but if Justice were to flow, it'd be much better to have breach the defenses than maybe something like Warning Shot.
Right, you're sort of trying to balance the commitment to the two factions versus how much raw power do you have. Even if Breach of the Defenses is a low probability to bet to make the deck, Warning Shot almost certainly gets cut. And if you end up Rakano, if you end up Argenport, if you end up three factions, Breach of the Defenses is so much stronger.
Wow. Picking up Lava Blood Rager, 6-cost 5/5 that can deal 1 to an enemy unit and exhaust it. And now just getting past the Searing Fist. And, Zach's going to take a moment here, but I got no doubt about what's going. He seems very happy where Fire's going. And now seeing a late Oni Forge Smith, just lovely.
Yep, and again, that's a great pick to get late because the cost is so low. Right now, Zach has no architecture really to support the Forge Smith. Maybe it doesn't end up in the deck, but it's very easy for the draft to go a different way, particularly with Breach of the Defenses, maybe pivoting him towards a Rakano deck that would like to pick up some weapons.
Now getting an Ice Over and a Carnosaur Beta, last pick of pack 1. And so as we head into the Eternal Draft Pack, we're going to get 2 straight packs of the curated booster pack that we make for each draft format that complements the themes and strategies in the main set. And so for the next 2 packs, we'll be looking at some cards from throughout Eternal's history. Starting things off with a pack with very little fire, just core Scavenger. Fire seems to be the faction that Zach's definitely going to be with Shadow. If he opened a premium rare, I could easily imagine him moving into it. I would not describe Hatchery Hunter. 6-cost 4/4. It transforms all the cards in your hand into 3/3 Sky Serpents with flying. And he just takes Execute there, a very solid shadow removal spell.
Well, his deck is also really well set up for Execute. To the extent that card has a problem, it's if your deck is really aggressive, often if your opponent's on the back foot, they're not going to expose their units very often to being exhausted. They're going to be blocking and trading a lot. Look at Zach's curve. It's removal spells and then expensive units.
Wow.
So that's a place where Execute can be much stronger than it is in maybe the average Shadow deck.
Ashara the Deadsot, 6/3 Deadly Quick Draw, or just a 1-cost deal 3. Torch lines up really well against Ashara, no doubt about it.
I mean, I think the Torch is probably the stronger of the 2 cards in absolute terms, but Ashara the Deadshot is really well set up for Zach's game plan. And Zach might feel, he's lacking good units right now. He'll have other opportunities to pick up removal spells. Probably not as good as Torch.
I think a big consideration is how high Zach's curve is. Look at the units. 4, 4, 5, 6, 6. And then the spells are all trending in the higher 3, 5 direction too. Getting a great 1-cost spell seems incredibly good for Zach's curve right now.
Yeah, I know. This is a tough pick because it's 2 very strong cards, but they're both in spots where he's a little long right now and maybe would like to flatten it out. He has a lot of cheap removal and a lot of expensive units. So now he's looking at a premium cheap removal spell and a premium expensive unit.
Well, this is a tough pick. Zach's really agonizing over it, and it's going to go with that Torch. So super efficient, 1-cost, deal 3 to a unit or player. Great pickup for Zach. And now getting tempted, we've got that Breach of the Defenses. There's no amazing Justice or Shadow or Fire card here. Do we want to go in for maybe something like the Crown Watch Press Gang? We don't even have a 1-drop to find with it, but it's a 5-cost 3/3 Revenge, summon, draw a 1-cost unit of your choice from your deck.
I mean, at this point, I think the Foot Soldier is enough of a boon for Zach. He's certainly committed to Fire, and he could use a cheap unit. And to circle back to that Ashara versus Torch pick, the deciding factor there, because Zach took a while on that pick, was I think it might have been Zach's 100% sure he's going to be Fire and less than 100% sure he's going to be Shadow. So keep that flexibility open.
He did not take the Fire card out of that pack, picking up the Crown Watch Press Gang. So Zach seems to be drafting maybe a longer deck, now picking up 4-cost 3/3 Morningstar. That weapon is fantastic to pick up later in the game with Oni Forge Smith, which has Contract 2, draw a weapon from your void and give it double damage. And now we've got a pack with a couple of interesting options. I love Blitzstone. If you want to go full-on Rakano, Heirloom Blade can be great, but we don't have units to sacrifice it to make it cheaper right now.
Yeah, at a certain point, Zach is going to have to start taking some cheap cards. It's possible that Zach's game plan here is he just wants to play removal spells and then start playing large units, and he might not really be in the market for something like Foot Soldier, but he starts needing to get some cheap stuff here to fill out the curve, I think.
Well, really thinking about it, the Heirloom Blade seems to be tempting him. He's really pivoting his deck. I mean, I think what Zach's picking up on is he has 4 good cheap removal spells, and he's looking to get a powerful endgame. Zach, when I watch you draft this format, you draft a lot more Fire aggro. This is shaping up to be much more of a fire control deck.
Yeah, I mean, the removal spells do help out towards that end. I mean, you could really keep your head above water with Searing Fist, even against some expensive plays, and then pivot to to your big units.
I love Touch of Force. Give one of your units double damage, then give a unit, weapon, or spell into your hand double damage. And, you talk about putting it on a Torch or a Morning Star, a Hoof Stomp. These are all fantastic cards to give double damage to, and Zach certainly seems tempted by it right now.
I mean, it's tough too. I mean, if you've got are you looking at 3 factions and playing the press gang, like the Clockroach might actually be the pick here. It depends on at this point, Zach. I think we're almost through 2 packs, and I don't think Zach is 100% sure exactly what his faction pairings are going to be yet. Definitely going to be fire, and you can see trying to sort of remain flexible past that.
I mean, you want to talk about a deck loaded up with some expensive cards. I do love Civic Peacekeeper for a slower Rakano deck, but Zach's going to try to even out the curve a little bit, taking some cheaper things. All right, heading here now into Pack 3. This is another Eternal Draft pack. And opening things up with a bevy of Justice options, all facing off against Torch, but Shieldsmith, 4-cost 05 lifesteal whenever you lose armor. And wow, he just snapped up Arc Sentry. So just really loving, I would assume, the flexibility of a 3-cost unit that plays offense and defense so well.
Yeah, it's really perfect for a deck that would like to attack and block. The single Justice Pip is really nice there too, because it's still possible Zach ends up 3 factions.
Wow, taking another 5-drop in Inquisitive Alchemist. Zach's going to need to play more than 15 power in my deck is the guess. Now taking a Raging Jackal, a nice solid 1-cost 2/1. That's his first 1-drop, notably, for the Crown Watch Press Gang. It's been a long time since we've seen Zach pick up a Shadow card, so I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Zach's plan is to just be straight Rakano.
Yeah, I think that's probably right, barring a lot of fixing. I mean, Armand the Punishing and Execute is fine splash.
Man, these packs just keep having really nice looking 5 and 6-cost units for Zach. And Crown Watch Captain, 6-cost, 5/5 Aegis. Your other Justice units have +1/+1. Yeah, you can't turn it down.
Yeah, it's tough. This is one of those when it rains it pours sort of spots. You can't complain about the power level you're receiving, but Zach is going to have to be mindful of the curve and just getting enough cheap plays.
All right, now looking at a pack with a Renegade Valkyrie, 4-cost 1/2 flying double damage. Not really the kind of unit I'm thinking. I mean, Zach does have a lot of pump spells and weapons. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly how Zach builds this deck. All right, now we're back into a Cold Hunt pack to round out the draft. And starting things off with Scythe, the Desert Herder. As a triple pipped time unit, can't imagine we're going to be going that direction. That Defend the Treasury is just a very nice even costed removal spell. 2 costs, kill a unit with an even cost.
I like Hustle Envoy out of this pack. It's something to pair with the Press Gang. And again, your Rakano, there's still the upshot of being able to scoop up a relic weapon or 2, and then the Envoy has the opportunity to be very, very strong.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. I would say that is a pretty decent chance that Zach would be able to get a Coastal Envoy out of this pack if he doesn't take one right now, and that's the direction he's going to go. Oni Forgesmith, another fantastic addition. We don't really need more 6-drops, but with Inscribe, meaning you can play that card as a depleted Justice Sigil, or rather just depleted Fire Sigil, it's a solid pickup.
Absolutely. And to go back, I think you're right in terms of Defend the Treasury versus Envoy in absolute terms. Defend the Treasury is a much stronger card. But Zach has some specific needs here that I thought maybe would pivot him the other way. Still went with the strongest overall card, but in his spot, I think I would have taken the Envoy.
Wow. I wonder how many picks Zach would have done differently this draft if he knew he was going to maybe have the chance to have 3 Oni Forgesmiths. He has 3 weapons, and then Inua's Fury also plays a weapon on one of your units. So a 4th one, man, if we could ever use some cheap weapons, it would be for this deck. Now looking at a pack with Diminish as a potential 1-cost removal effect. Could take Granite and Rescue. If we want to take another 5-drop, that Last Light Refugee is, in my view, one of the better Justice Commons, but Zach's deck doesn't really need more expensive units.
And I think Diminish might be the pick here, too. It's not perfect for a deck that's looking to attack mostly on the ground. I think it's more of a Huru option, but Zach is really thirsting for some cheap plays here.
Well, here's another big decision. Svea's Decree, how could that ever be good in his deck given how expensive it is? Whereas Warning Shot, on the other hand, could really help him catch up in some games. I think I'm taking Warning Shot here over Svea's Decree. Ooh, all right.
I mean, they're both. My instinct was the same there. They're both inscribed cards, so the opportunity cost is pretty low.
Is it time to play the accordion, break it out, and then bring it back with the Oni Forgesmith?
His deck is just not set up for cheap unit weapons at all,
No.
though.
We have 1/1 drop and 1/2 drop. It really isn't. Steel Golem is pretty dope with Morningstar and any sort of pump effect like Daring Maneuver.
Frankly, I'm not even sure the Morningstar can make the deck. I understand you have a
Yeah.
lot of incentives for weapons, but
I
Zach's
think
deck
he
is
has
so
enough
low.
removal that he can use Morningstar as like a finisher on one of his like bigger units, but I hear you. His games are going to be very interesting, and his draws are going to be important. All right, so we're done with Zach's draft, and we're going to go back to the booth here in a moment. So a very interesting draft. Just to recap, we start things off. We're looking pretty solid in fire. We're getting some really good solid fire cards, and then we get some shadow along the way. Aramon Punishing, Execute, but then we end up leaving shadow. One of the most important picks I thought that Zach made in the entire draft was picking up that Breach the Defenses late in pack 1. At the time, he looked like he was heading for a Stone Scar deck, but then he sees this Rakana removal spell, and I think he could have had like a Warning Shot instead. But I think it worked out better for him that he went that direction.
Yeah, I think something that Zach did a really great job of is sort of balancing flexibility versus power. Early on in pack 1 was definitely leaning Stone Scar, but as you mentioned, the Breach of the Defenders did not come at the cost of a premium pick, something like Warning Shot. Even if at that moment you think it's low odds you end up Rakano, what are you really giving up by having that option? And then the packs break in such a way that he does end up Rakano. I would be surprised if he played the Shadow cards because he really didn't pick up any sort of fixing. But he is also leaving a lot of power on the table, and I think his deck is really strong for Execute too, so there's a chance. But yeah, I think really what stood out to me there was Zach sort of trying to walk the tightrope of not giving up too much power by trying to remain too committed to one particular path, while also making sure that he made sure he had enough sort of playables, so no matter how the draft went, he wouldn't be straining for playable cards at the end.
Yeah. The one of the interesting things was sort of the order of the packs that he got them, in that he got these Oni Forge Smiths very late on in the draft, and that's an interesting card to talk about for a moment. So it's a 6-cost fire unit. It's a 6-cost 6/4. It has Inscribed, so that means you could play it as a depleted fire sigil. And then it has Contract 2, which is sort of an amplify style ability where you can pay 2 from either now or next turn's power to draw a weapon from your void and give it double damage. And the place that I've really liked Oni Forge Smith is in a deck like with lots of aggressive fire units that I'm putting things on like Morning Stars, Heavy Axes, Smith's Hammers, and then bringing them back in the late game as really highly impactful weapons.
And I think Zach would have even, I think that his draft might have gone a lot differently, even if he had the chance to pick up something as modest as Magma Javelin. There was never really a great spot for him to take a relic weapon. Now, you can do all the stuff you're talking about with unit weapons, and that's all well and good. The problem is you're looking, where is Zach's power coming from? It's early removal spells, and then some very good expensive units later on in the game. So I think that Zach's game plan is very much, keep my head above water, try to kill your best stuff, and then outpower you once we get to 5, 6, 7 power. Most unit weapons don't play very well in that kind of strategy because you don't have anything to put it on cheap stuff. And then when you get to later in the game, how much help do your large units really need? So those cards put them in a weird bind where they are really powerful if you get the right skeleton around them, but that skeleton never really emerged, and I think it's very likely that Zach does not play them or the Morningstar. That's a lot of power to give up, and maybe he just doesn't have enough playables where he's kind of forced to do that, but it didn't break the right way for that card.
Yeah, and so what we're left with is an interesting deck, and I'm sure one of the things that Zach's going to be doing now over the next 10, 15 minutes is sort of trying to figure out how exactly is this deck going to play out. And the strikes of Zach's deck are that he does have a good amount of removal to survive the early game. The important thing is that he's going to need that removal because he can't really depend upon his units to trade with other aggressive starts very well. He just doesn't have those kinds of cheap units. And so he's going to really be leaning on those torches and searing fists, the breach the defenses, to keep him alive long enough for those more expensive plays to take over.
And to that point, I think we're going to see some really non-intuitive mulligans from Zach as well.
Mm.
There's a lot of times where, you draw up a hand with, let's say 4 power and a really strong 6. A lot of times it's, I just keep those sort of hands. Zach's deck is so long on good expensive plays that I think he really needs to optimize for, do I have enough early plays? Can I keep my head above water for the first few turns and then lean on having just stronger cards later in the game? So some of those mulligan decisions, a lot of those opening hands that look fine might actually go back because he really needs to focus on shoring up his early games with what his opening hands look like.
One thing that we'll be looking out for in Zach's games is, can he close games out? Because he does not have sweepers. He does not have as much removal for bigger units. Like, what do Torch, Searing Fist, Breach the Defenses all have in common? Well, they're not killing X5s and bigger. He does have one copy of Hoof Stomp, deal 5 damage to an enemy unit without Overwhelm, and so he's really going to be leaning on on the cheap removal to bridge him into his aggressive mid-range units, and then actually close out the game. Because if a big Guardian Angel or something like that shows up, it's going to be an issue.
Well, that's the thing that gives me the most nerves about Zach's deck. If I had to point to a weakness or potential vulnerability, it is a late game deck that has a lot of weaknesses in the late game. It's not like he's dealing with a bunch of, shadow removal spells that can kind of handle everything. He is leaning on fire removal, the deal 3s, deal 4s, deal 5s. And can he hang with someone who just has a random rare that's big on turn 6 or 7? Given that he can't really play an aggressive game, he doesn't have enough cheap units for that. He's really going to be leaning on overpowering his opponents later on in the game. And with his removal the way that it is, I don't think there's a guarantee he's going to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be, I would say that Zach's really going to need to be winning on like turn 6 and 7, because once we get to longer turns than that, it's not necessarily the case that he's going to have the ability to go over top some of the rares and legendaries that other people might have drafted. One of the better cards that Zach did pick up was that Crown Watch Captain. 6 cost 5/5 Aegis. Your other Justice units have +1/+1. It is a little awkward, though, that Zach's deck does seem to be slanted more towards fire.
Yeah, I mean, so the strength of Zach's deck is, if you looked at the bold ink, just like what are the best 5 or 10 cards in this deck, they're all individually really strong, and that counts for a lot. As I said, the vulnerability is there's some structural gaps. It's a late game deck that doesn't necessarily have a hammer lock on the late game. It's very easy to imagine it going bad against some pretty frequent cards. And, even something like a Carnosaur Beta is like not easy for his deck to handle. That's a very, a trivial card to get at any point in the draft, to say nothing of some of the uncommons and rares that can do quite a bit more than that.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see as we see Zach. We'll check out Zach's first round in a little bit here after we take our break, and then we'll also be watching other players' rounds. The way that it's going to work is we'll start off with a featured match for each of our first 3 rounds, and then as soon as that concludes, we'll jump into another one. It'll be best of 3 matches. With Zach's deck, we're anticipating just a straight 2-faction Rakano deck. It'll be interesting. The state of fixing in this format is a little bit different than maybe past Eternal Draft formats. Not in the sense that there's maybe less than that. There's the banners and Seek Power in the draft packs, but that it's a little bit unusual how you fix in this format. For instance, inscribed cards are a way you could potentially splash. If you have a premium primal card you're trying to splash into your Rakano deck, you could play a couple of Jotun Spellhammers and Scale Hides, and then that can help you get a little bit more both action in your deck, but also the fixing that you need.
Right. I think that a lot of it comes down to what is your tolerance for having a bunch of depleted sigils. You can glue it together in the way that you're describing, particularly if the card that you want to splash also has inscribed. Then it's close to free to try to cobble something together. But if you have a lot of inscribe in your other 2 factions, and a lot of the inscribe cards are not particularly strong, a lot of what you're paying for is the option to inscribe, you can end up with a deck that is playing way too many sigils depleted and just doesn't have enough powerful cards to win games. As you said, I think it's very likely that Zach is just a 2-faction Rakano deck. There are some powerful shadow cards there, and they aren't the hardest ones to splash, but with no fixing, with a lot of inscribe, with no shadow inscribe cards that I can recall that could glue it together. I think we're going to see just a 2-faction deck here.
Yep, and we'll see how many of those we see, how many players go for something a little bit more adventurous. And so what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna show we got a little break here for you while the players finish building their decks as we get started with round one. Over the weekend, I asked some players to submit some Pack 1 screenshots to me on the Discord, and we put those together into a little segment here. So now's a good time to just chill out as we'll be checking out those screenshots, and we'll be back in about 20-25 minutes. We'll see how things go with getting round one of the draft started, depending upon how fast people can submit their decks.
Awesome. Great start to really interesting draft from a very skilled player. Deck's got a lot of strengths, a lot of weaknesses. Very excited to see how it plays out.
All right, we'll be back. Stay tuned for round one of the Eternal Cold Hunt 5K Draft Open. Welcome back. We're getting started here with the first round of action in the Draft Open. We watched Zach Hill, aka ZDCH, go through their draft earlier, and now all of the players have completed their drafts, gotten the draft pools, and we're going to be getting going here in just a minute with action, and we'll be watching 3 rounds of action with these draft decks before we cut down the top 8 and do another draft. But it's going to start off with Zach Hill up against Tydreigon.
Yeah, and I mean, we're sort of looking at another, I would say fairly big, maybe a little bit on the clunky side strategy here. So I think this matchup should be pretty close, pretty mirror-ish.
So Tydreigon, looking through the pool, looked to me like maybe a Combray start. They've got cards like Resolute Monk, Arachnodon Egg. So going with some power strategies and synergies, and we'll be seeing how that can match up. It's always fun to see who gets to be on the play and who's going to be on the back foot. These players will be starting their match in just a moment. We'll be going down and we'll be watching all 3 of their games in their entirety in their best-of-3 set, assuming there is a third game, of course. And then when that's done, we'll check in with other players who will be competing their rounds in this round of 64 until they're all done, and then we'll come back to the booth and do it again with the top 32.
Yeah, very exciting too. I love single elimination draft tournaments. The draft again is just like it's the most fun. It's the most fun tournament.
And you get cards.
And you get the cards. Yeah, sick.
So this will be a fun next couple of hours. If you want to slide me over Tydreigon's pool just to one more time. So as a reminder, Zach's deck is going to be, we're probably anticipating a Rakano strategy topped off with 4 copies of Oni Forgesmith. We'll see how many of those he actually decides to play. But, a lot of just solid time and justice units here. We're talking about things like Battlewise Elite, Saddled Sarasaur. That's that new 2-cost 2/2 that can give one of your units killer. A Brigade Hall, a Premium Justice Uncommon, Bright Mace Paladin, a couple of Concealed Veterans. 2 Coastal Battle Mages. Those will be pretty hard to block. One of the big rares for Tydreigon, Manacles. So 3-cost Relic, can lock down 2 units unless one of them is removed. And, it is a cursed relic, so that Breach the Defenses could come up pretty big there with that second mode of destroy an enemy curse, but otherwise could be an absolute house against Zach's deck, which, I don't think it's going to do a very good job of recovering from a tempo hit of a Manacles landing.
No, I mean, he's got a lot of, the backbone of his deck is a lot of expensive units without much in the way of protection against that sort of effect. Besides the 1 copy of Breach the Defenses, I don't think Zach has a way to blow it up. And so that is one of the worst cards that Zach's deck can play against. That card is really strong. There are a fair bit of countermeasures that people can have bake in, like sideways ways to answer it. Zach doesn't have a lot of that. So if Manacles shows up, it could be really rough for Zach.
All right, so both of these players, they both have Justice in their decks. One player we're anticipating Fire, the other is Time. We'll never know for sure that maybe one of them isn't doing any kind of unusual splash, but don't really see that as being obvious. A couple of other cards to watch out for from Tydreigon's deck. Curfew Patrol, Star-Kissed Wings. They both have a copy of Svetya's Decree, so we'll see if either one gets an advantage there. All right, time to get the action started here. Tydreigon at the top of your screen, kicking things off with just a Time Sigil. Exactly what we expected to see. Rakano versus Combray. Steel Golem, the first play of the game for ZDCH, and a really nice just start. Anytime Zach has a turn 2 play, that's a pretty good draw for them. And then a card which is rather Manacles proof, Auric Sentry, 3-cost 1/5 Endurance Warcry, so it won't be able to be locked down by Manacles. For Zach, that Warcry could do a nice job of buffing up some weapons maybe that the Oni Forgemaster could get back later on in the game. Bright Mace Paladin does a nice job though here. That combined with the Sarasaur threatens to block down the Sentry, so we see no attack.
Yeah, it was an interesting spot there. Zach ostensibly has a pretty good bluff attack there of sending in both, but the block of Paladin in front of Golem and then 2/2 in front of 1/5, it's really hard for Zach to have something that completely blows Tydreigon out of the water there. So since it's likely to see a block there, Zach's going to hold off.
All right, so Tydreigon now sizing up the options. If they want to, they could go for Lotus Instructor and put that +1/+1 bonus on the Bright Mace Paladin. Bright Mace Paladin does have Lifesteal and has 4 strength or more, and it's an alluring combination, and it's exactly where Tydreigon's going to go. Now, they could attack in all this open power, but as it stands, Zach can't block and kill this unit.
Right. I think this is a good read here of the situation from Tydreigon, which is you would have seen if there was a pump spell in Zach's hand, you probably would have seen it the last turn. So that attack is on the safe side.
All right, so now ZDCH, aka Zach Hill, makes the attack with both units, picking up a copy of Inua's Fury. It's a 2-cost fast spell. You play a +2 strength weapon on one of your units, and it gets quick draw until end of turn. So now any blocks that Tydreigon were to make could get sort of blown up by this Inua's Fury.
And a really great draw, too, because we've now had 2 turns in a row where it would have looked very different had Zach had some sort of pump spell or combat trick. So Tydreigon's pretty likely, I think, to play as though there's nothing there.
All right, so Tydreigon is going to make the block of Saddled Cerasor on the 1/5 and the Lotus Instructor on the 1/1 double damage. And we're going to see the Inua's Fury go on to the Steel Golem. Quick draw will take down the Lotus Instructor. And so some solid plays from ZDCH to start making some progress on this board.
Yep. And he, now has power number 6 rolled up along with his 6s, so really nice spot.
Tydreigon's power is mostly going to be tied up this turn with that contract, and we're going to see a Scorpion plus Killer, so 2 for wanting themselves to take out the Auric Sentry, opening up an attack for 6.
Yep, interesting play there, but I do like it from Tydreigon there with Manacles as a leftover. Pretty strong spot to just turn this into a race.
All right, so now ZDCH could play out the Lava Blood Rager. No point in contracting it, given that there's nothing to eat with that deal 1 ability. And now Manacles is going to lock down both of these units. An absolutely devastating swing here for Zach Hill. Bright Mace Paladin continues to just truck on in. Wow, there's the blowout play. Breach the defenses. 2-cost, kill an enemy curse or deal 3 damage. And this could be an enormous swing in the game if Zach's able to blow up the Manacles and get off some juicy blocks in the middle of Tydreigon's next attack.
Oh, what a draw.
Phenomenal stuff. Kill an enemy curse. They're all back in action now. And we're going to see a fantastic job of trading and taking down the Bright Mace Paladin. And then eating the Saddled Cerasor. Even better, the +2 strength weapon from the Inua's Fury is now in the void for the Oni Forgesmith. I anticipate we'll see that weapon come back with the 6/4 coming down this turn, but we'll see. It's going to take a little bit of contracting in the next turn's power to make this Forgesmith play, but for Zach Hill, it's more than welcome. So now that's a 1-cost, +2/+0, and double damage weapon. You put that on the Oni Forgesmith, Tydreigon gained a lot of health with that Bright Mace Paladin, but it's going to go down real fast.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty classic Eternal setup where someone has gained a lot of health through, certain units or tricks. The gulf there is huge, but Zach's way ahead on what's going on the table.
So Zach deciding if it might be better to spread out the love, maybe. You throw it on to the 0/5, then you have a 2/5 double damage and a 6/4, both solid attackers. But, man, given they're at 39, I kind of want to try to close this out fast. And that's the direction that Zach Hill's going to go. 16-point attack. And now with Oni Battle Driver next turn, that could give an additional +3 to the Oni Forgesmith. And I think we could actually see Zach win the game this turn.
Yep. I mean, and very little incentive not to go for it here.
No, you figure if Tydreigon had anything to disrupt it, we would have seen it last turn. The Oni Battle Driver's activated ability gives a unit plus strength and overwhelm equal to the amount of units that you have. I'm going to put it on there, and look at that. 26, 27 damage coming, 30 damage.
Close it out from 39 in 2 turns.
Two turns?
What a comeback.
That was an incredible, just no way to say it.
Yeah, breach of the defenses there. I mean, there was multiple spots in that game where Zach drew like the perfect trick, and the shape of the game was such that the opponent really has no reason to play around it, and both tricks were just devastating.
Yeah, one notable play there was that Scorpion plus Killer play. It was a pretty interesting one, and it was very respectful of the fact that Tydreigon knows that Zach and the format has Lava Blood Rager, which if you just leave out that 1/1 deadly to try to block and get the job done that way, it would have gotten picked off this game by the Lava Blood Rager.
Well, additionally, the Auric Sentry was the most problematic card that Zach had in that moment by far. One, because if the game gets a little bit sticky, the Warcry triggers can add up. But more importantly, if you're set up for the next turn as a Manacles, you want to get rid of the Endurance unit and just go from there. So it made a lot of sense. It's not the most desirable trade, but given the shape of the game, positioning yourself for a damage race, wanting that Manacles to create as much leverage as possible, it made a lot of sense. But with Breach of the Defenses off the top there, Zach undid all of that work and then some, and then his large units were just able to carry the day.
Yeah, really impressive by Zach, but that's just game one here of this best-of-3 match. We'll see if Tydreigon can get their revenge. Sometimes people like to take pot shots at draft and saying that you don't get those big plays like you do in Constructed, and Oni Fortsmith there really showed off what it can do.
You get a lot more big plays when people are playing with a wider array of cards. Stuff just happens, and that game had a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah. So what did it was an 8 attack double damage on the first turn, so that was 16, and then it dealt another, and then it was a 13 the next turn.
So 26 on top of the 4 from the attack.
26, and then and then plus 16. So the Oni Fortsmith by itself did 42 damage over those 2 turns.
And that Fortsmith is not the easiest card for Zach to piece together there.
No.
And his deck is not exactly like the ideal setup for Ionis Fury, because he's not really racing. He's got a lot of expensive units. It wouldn't surprise me if the inflection point of playing that card was like, can we just try to get one more weapon in the deck to try to recur there? And it came up in that spot. So those like last little playables that you decided, like what are the cuts? Zach there really optimized, in my opinion, for a corner case of something with a really high ceiling that came up in that game.
All right, here we are now in game number 2. We're going to have Tydreigon on the play once again with another fantastic curve out. Resolute Monk, Bright Mace Paladin, Nomura the Pure. So Zach sort of drew the other half, or drafted the other half in Amaran the Punishing. And now for zdch, a solid curve, Searing Fist, Molten Feet. I mean, this is solid as far as Zach's deck goes. It's going to struggle to make a play on turn 3, which is always unfortunate. Yep, the Resolute Monk gets Searing Fist, and now Bright Mace Paladin shows up. Could be a potent combo with that Star-Kissed Wings in hand in a few turns.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they're willing to incur that sort of risk against someone with Searing Fist, or try to set it up on the 3/4, which is outside a wider range of removal.
Yeah, I love not playing the weapon until Zach shows that you can stop the attack, but that decision will come till next turn. Now we're going to be able to play a Molten Feet, a 3/2 charge with Inscribe, but we're just going to leave it back, not attacking into that 3/4. Svea's Decree could certainly come up here for Tydreigon, especially if they start playing out their cards. That is one reason to play out the Wings, is it increases the chance of the Decree being good.
Yeah, and I like this play a lot because it just puts Zach in a position to not be able to block at all. And as you mentioned with the Decree, there's an incentive to just sort of cast your cards as best as you can, try to get your hand low, and then gas back up if the game stalls out.
Svea's Decree is a 5-cost Inscribe spell with draw cards until you have as many as the enemy player does. So right now, Zach is going to be able to play out a Blood Spear Foot Soldier. They're going to be on 4 cards. Tydreigon could play the Svea's Decree right now as a draw 2, or we could see maybe Curfew Patrol show up first.
A little surprised by Zach's attack there. I think I would have been happy to offer up a double block.
I think so too. I don't think you can afford to be taking this. It's ugly, but you can't.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, you've got some 6s in hand. You're drawing to a removal spell. If you are actually able to make that block, I know it's a 2-for-1, but
the one thing to note for Zach is that the 3 damage that Nomura the Pure got in, dropping Zach from sort of 9 to 6, does not make a difference in the amount of turns it'll take for the Bright Mace Paladin to kill.
Right, but we're still we're kind of in this spot of, Zach needs to draw a removal spell for the Paladin anyway to sort of continue playing. And at that point, like, what's the damage?
Well, you have units. The Crown Watch Captain is definitely, almost certainly going to be able to block the Nomura the Pure in the following turn. So you're not throwing away those 2 units.
Yeah, but there could be just another follow-up play on the ground or
Oh,
whatever,
definitely.
you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, regardless, this is looking very bad for Zach. And this is one of the things we mentioned is, Zach has some removal spells that he can draw right here, like Torch and Breach the Defenses, that will not kill that Bright Mace Paladin. And, well, Zach just has to. Otherwise, it's game over. And technically, we're going to pass back the turn one more time if we want to. Renegade Valkyrie is a 1/2 flying double damage. Can block the Bright Mace Paladin for a turn. But if Tydreigon just goes for the manacles, it will end on the spot.
Well, on the face, it's actually a trade, right? Because he's getting a 2/3 Renegade Valkyrie.
True, of course.
Yeah.
The Crown Watch Captain gives all Justice units, including Fire Justice units, +1/+1.
And there's actually some risk here to go for it, because if Zach has Breach of the Defenses, you trade
true.
off, and now,
That's true.
it's 37-1. Maybe you can find the last point somewhere, but.
All right, well, Manacles is going to show up here. And one thing, though, to note is that even if it did, it would just be a trade. We'd be able to keep out playing some more cards. And
Oh, yeah, it's not dire straits by any stretch, but,
yeah.
it's a
wouldn't be
thing
as
to
bad
think
as
about.
the Breach the Defenses from game one.
No, nothing could be worse than that. That's the worst one I've ever seen. But, you got to at least make, you have to at least make your opponent go through the motions there.
All right, so back here in the booth now as we're going to get ready for these players to cap off this match. So in game one, really we saw a similar story where Tydreigon pulled ahead with a Bright Mace Paladin in both games. One game pumping it up with Lotus Instructor, one game with those Star-Kissed Wings. And then in game number one, Zach Hill pulled off the incredible comeback and then closed it out very quickly. Game two, a different story. But now, game three, for the first time, we're going to get Zach on the play.
So that game was also interesting in part because, you can go back to turn number 2, Resolute Monk, and we answer it with a Searing Fist. So Zach's deck has the Rager in hand. I know that's a far way away, but there's something in hand. And he's got a lot of stuff in his deck that he could draw that potentially trade off with that card. And there's a chance that there's no power in the opposing hand to make that thing hum. I know that's low odds, but not impossible. And there in that Combre deck, there's so many good mid-range sort of 3s and 4s. I had this thought in my head of like, are you supposed to eat it and save the Searing Fist for the next play, hoping that either the Rager lines up the right way somewhere down the line, or that you just top deck a random doofus that can trade off?
Well, the Molten Feet can block it in a few turns. It's painful, but yeah. Wow, so Tydreigon, I didn't really see that. It looked to me they threw it back a hand with Manacles. Looks like they're deciding now between a 7-card hand with no Justice power and a couple of Justice cards, good ones, or going to 6, a critical decision. Meanwhile, Zach's hand looks a little slow, doesn't have any cheap units to play, but neither of these decks is going to come out of the gates fast. Of course, Tydreigon draws the one copy of Manacles again. The question is, will they get Justice Influence to play at this game?
Yeah, and Zach's hand's, fairly choked too.
So they find it, and now are we going to see Saddled Sarasaur come down without contract? We are. And Zach is missing power drops here. It's going to be very important we get to that Crown Watch Press Gang and that Crown Watch Captain. Meanwhile, the Sarasaur is coming in for 2. Tydreigon also, well, they have an Inscribe card in Phase Decree, but for now they're going to play out Brigade Hall. This is an awesome relic. So it's a 3-cost relic. It gives you a 3/3 bear, and then it has pay 5 to give one of your units +3/+3 in endurance this turn. Searing Fist is going to take out the bear, and now Zach's sort of like one more power drop away from really being in this game. Once we get that Crown Watch Press Gang down, the game gets a lot more exciting for him. Meanwhile, Tydreigon doing a great job of continuing to develop. I think we'll see either maybe the Coastal Battle Mage come down this turn. 3-cost 3/3 Aegis. That gets +1/+1 this turn every time you play a spell. This is an interesting moment here. Tydreigon doesn't really have... Oh, well, they've got the Brigade Hall's going to be nasty this game.
Yeah, I mean, if Zach's not really doing very much, an Aegis unit getting hit with that thing is going to be really burdensome for him to answer. And if the game ever kind of mucks up, then you can pivot to just playing the cards out of your hand.
Ugh. We drew Overthrow. Kill an enemy unit or site that costs 4 or more. So this turn, does Tydreigon just keep on pumping on the Brigade Hall, or do we throw out the Concealed Veteran?
I think at this spot I would probably play the veteran.
Oh no. I think we had an accidental no attack.
Okay, well, that's worse than the other options.
Yeah, it's
But
not great.
it's not great.
All right, so drawing now a Warrior Monk, 6 cost, 6/5, contract 5, gain 5 health. I think we're going to see that come down, but no contract, as we don't need the health. We want the power for the Brigade Hall. Yeah, an awesome contract ability, but I love the play from Tydreigon to not take it in this spot.
Well, I mean, that draw is actually a boon for Zach, because I think either activating the Brigade Hall or playing the stealth unit would be worse. But now Zach has an opportunity to cash in some of that removal and use his power and draw power number 5.
Wow, we got there. So now the Crown Watch Press Gang can show up. 5 cost, 3/3 Revenge. And it can search up a 1 cost unit of Zach's choice from their deck, and it picks up a Raging Jackal.
This is really good news here for Zach. It's starting to claw back into it a little bit. And now having found a Raging Jackal, having a Revenge unit, he's got some flexibility to sort of chump block a little bit, or just at least generally make things awkward, and maybe start to deploy some of the stuff that's been clogged in his hand.
So no attacks from Tydreigon last turn, just going to throw out 2 more units for Zach, missing on power, but could play out both the Blood Fury Warrior and the Raging Jackal with 2 Aegis units and a Stealth unit. It's hard to use that Hoof Stomp right now. You could just use it on the Stealth unit and hope it's good.
I think that it's really important from Zach's perspective to just deploy some units. That's the best way to increase the opportunity cost of activating the Brigade Hall, is the threat of still being able to trade. Now, this plays right into the jaws of Manacles, but there's not a whole lot Zach can do about that card at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Manacles plus an activation of the Brigade Hall looks nasty here. I mean, we're going to put Zach in a spot where they're going to need to chump with the Raging Jackal just to survive. Just a gross card to have to play against 3 games in a row for Zach. You have to sympathize with that, but, you know, you draft these cards so you can play them.
Well, also, I mean, Zach's hand is like all dressed up and nowhere to go. Like, these are all pieces for different styles of decks.
Right.
He's trying to make hay out of disparate parts, and just playing against a much more streamlined deck here.
Dropping down to 6 now. Zach does pick up a power for the turn. Is there anything fancy that Zach can do with Defend the Treasury? Oh, we're playing Morningstar. That's not a great sign.
No, that's the best bluff that he has for suggesting that he has Defend the Treasury. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if it's there, then this is really, really bad. It's possible now with Marison's Legacy as the draw, maybe you take a turn off.
All right, that's legit. That's legit. Meanwhile, for Tydreigon, they picked up Marison's Legacy as if they had any more trouble closing out this game. Tydreigon doing a little bit of fanciness here, playing out the Diminish, seeing there is a fast spell of some kind that ZDCH can play, but it's Inua's Fury and Defend the Treasury, neither of which is going to get the job done here. Tydreigon attacks with everything. ZDCH is going to have to give it up, but Zach drops their first match, and, well, it's a single elimination tournament, so it's going to be their only match of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the issues that we sort of saw, the structural issues with Zach's deck really manifested in the games that he lost. The curve was a little unwieldy. It was a late game deck without that much to ensure more power in the late game. And then additionally, he had to try to make hay with some weapons and some pump spells that were really not appropriate for his deck given the size and strategy. So goes that way sometimes, and sometimes you can kind of cobble together like we saw in the first game where everything kind of broke the right way. But that game, you know, it's not really fair to call it power screwed when you make your first 4 or 5. And,
No.
you know, the removal spells didn't line up the right way. There were some inefficiencies with how he had to use his power, and just kind of fell to a more streamlined deck over the course of 3 games.
Yep. All right, so we're going to be checking out Male versus Phoenix here in just a moment to check out another match going on in our top 64 round. So Male is up a game against Phoenix, and we got quite a board coming in here. Pyro Elemental, District Infantry, and Raging Jackal. Eastwind Herald is just going to chump and Male was really hoping to rip power number 5 there to throw out one of these last late refugees. Instead, they'll just have to settle maybe for playing out the Copper Hall Marshal. Power is a good draw for Phoenix as it's going to power up that district infantry once again. Now, the question for Phoenix is how much are we going to attack with?
A spacebar. There it is.
Right.
Yep.
So we block the 4-3. We drop down to 3. Now, if Mail can draw power and play out the Last Light Refugee, as long as it's not power, we can survive. It is! And Phoenix is going to tie up this match here. We're going to see him power up the district infantry. That one would get blocked down. The other two would get across for exactly lethal. But if it had been just a unit, we block the Raging Jackal. We take 2 from the other units. We drop down to 1. Maybe there's a sequence that gets us back in.
Well, I mean, as bad as that, I mean, the spot looked really bad, and a lot of non-power cards are going to win you the game in that spot too. But you're right. I mean, we're really close to maybe being able to turn that game around, because once you start having those 3-5 endurances, you get to play a little bit of pressure plus defense. You have a disarm, so there's a very good chance that it completely blows up your opponent's attacks when they finally decide to A spacebar. But power there off the top, got it right over the finish line before those powerful cards could be deployed.
All right, so for Phoenix and Mail, they're going to be heading to a game 3 here with these two decks. It's interesting to see. We got looks like a Rakano versus a Huru deck going up here. So, seems like Justice. We'll have to see how the trend holds up, but a bunch of Justice decks so far to start off the deck.
And a very aggressive Rakano deck there. I mean,
yeah.
all the pieces there of a lot of 1-drops. Very, very low to the ground. So quite a bit different than we saw the deck that we saw Zach draft, even though it's the same faction pairing.
Yeah, I was playing a draft last night and just ran into Isomorphic just hit me with the old warning shot plus Pyro Elemental on turn 3.
Ooh.
0 cost spell.
At least they warned you first.
Yes, they did. That's true. It's a good point. It's a well-named card.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. No problem.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, it's weird we don't just write on all the cards who came up with the names for them. Or
I didn't say that
important?
directly. I just was an unrelated thank you.
Oh, okay.
Anyhow, let's get back to it.
All right, we're going to be heading down to game 3 as both these players join. We give the players a couple minutes in between games if they need to take any time to themselves. As soon as both players have hit join game or that timer runs out, the game will get started.
I'm interested to watch Phoenix's deck here too, because I've heard a lot of conversation that you're really not supposed to play aggressive decks. You're not supposed to play the cheap units, and you're just supposed to kind of make your power drops with Inscribe and then eventually win the game with just kind of the big stuff. If you take that sort of philosophy too far, you are going to get run out by someone who just goes 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop. So drafts have these interesting metagames that can be sort of self-correcting, where if everyone sort of buys into the conceit of this is the thing you're supposed to do, often zagging when people are zigging is just kind of powerful in general, and you're picking up cards that other people don't value. So Phoenix is definitely putting that theory to the test. This looks like a very aggressive deck that a lot of our top drafters have sort of said, it's not really what the format's about. You're not really supposed to construct decks like this. You're not supposed to draft with this in mind, but perhaps a game away from advancing to the top 32 and potentially beyond.
I have a theory on this, which is that these do-nothing control players, they engage in a disinformation campaign to claim that aggro's not good, to try to get the aggro players to not show up in the queues.
I've been there.
Yeah.
I believe. I don't like the word. I don't like the term conspiracy theory.
Oh yeah.
It's just a theory.
All right, so here we are. Mail is going to keep their opener, a solid-looking draw, and then Phoenix. I love me a Firemane Cub. Don't see any X1s, though, quite yet on the other side.
Really great hand here for Mail, too. Some stuff to keep their head above water early on, and then some big plays later to muck up the ground.
Well, if Mail polymorphs one of their own units into a frog, the Firemane Cub can kill it, but they're going to start off with a Tower Lookout here. 2-cost 3/2 with a nifty little contract ability of contract 3 ready or exhausted units, so it's a nice pickup later on in the game when you're looking for a little bit of a tempo play. Meanwhile, Mail picking up now a Mithril Guardian, that 05 with Inscribe. A mod-ready drone shows up. This 3-cost 2/2, you can either give it a flying weapon or a +1/+1 weapon when you play it. And looks like Mail's thinking about it. I would just, anytime on an empty board, I'm just going for a 3/3.
Well, I think the logic might be, as a 2/2 flyer with a hand with a 3/5 and a 2/5, maybe you can lock up the ground.
Mm.
But I agree with you generally as a heuristic. When it's empty, you're better served making the 3/3.
It hits for one more.
Yeah.
All right, Searing Fist, deal 4. Mod Ready Drone has been unmodded. Back to the void. And now for Mail, interesting decision here. They've got the 4th power. They could inscribe the Mithril Guardian, and they will, so they can start playing those 5 drops next turn.
Yeah, I understand maybe wanting to keep the 05 because it's so good at blocking, but against an empty board with these 5 drops, I think you just kind of want to get the ball rolling here a little bit.
So we could see a combo turn here from Phoenix. Do you see the combo?
Is it 4+1?
Yeah.
That is a combo. That's how the numbers work.
Not this turn. We're going to see the Calderon Captain. It was a 4/3 revenge that gave all of Phoenix's units +1 strength, but it's now a 1/1 frog, which is, just sort of how life goes. Mail's done a nice job of drawing X1s for Searing for a Warning Shot and Fireman Cub.
But all that still could get crowded out just by Mail being able to gum up the works here with that first Frost Shaman.
Absolutely.
But the 2/1 flyers, yeah, not great in this matchup. A lot of ways for Phoenix to deal 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Phoenix can really pop off this turn. You just go Searing Fist, Fireman Cub, Tower Lookout, and just clear out the entire board and get in with the frog.
And 1 from the frog.
Yeah.
Frog has a way of getting its vengeance.
It really does. It's not to be trifled with.
No.
Is it going to be Warning Shot or Fireman Cub on what each of these?
I would have opened with Warning Shot because
Yeah.
that's thematically appropriate.
Genius. Like, so smart. You got to just Warning
gotta
Shot
roll-
the Asri, right? What do
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Now, you could contract 3 to ready that frog. Are you going to do that?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to live.
Right.
It would impede your ability to play Magma Javelin next turn.
Yes, that might come up,
It could indeed. All right, so now Mail could throw down the 2/5. It does the best job of blocking this board, but First Frost Shaman has an ability, summon, give one of your other units +3 health while you have Frost Fist. First Frost Shaman.
What's going on?
Tongue Twister card name. Can we change this name? I can't handle it.
First Frost Shaman.
Yeah. You'd think living in Denver, I would be familiar with the idea of winter weather.
Yep.
Oh, big Brigade Hall is a big pickup for Phoenix. It's going to turn all these Fireman Cubs and Frogs into real threats in the next couple of turns. Ooh, Mail picking up a Serpent Trainer. 4 costs 2/2 flyer and infiltrate. The first time it hits the enemy player, it pays you off with a 2/2 Serpent.
Yeah, I was interested there by Phoenix's play last turn. I think I might have sent in the 1/1s into the 2/5 and Javelin to finish off if there's a block. But the discipline here really paying off because being able to snipe that 2/2 flyer so much stronger than using it to finish off the 2/5.
Magma Javelin takes care of the Serpent Trainer, and then Phoenix could inscribe the Molten Feet. It's interesting too because you maybe want to have more power to work with the Brigade Hall, but it doesn't seem like there's any urgency on that.
You would have to have a 1-cost card in your deck that was really important to be able to play the next turn if you drew it, which just seems unlikely you could have that level of confidence.
So if Phoenix wants, they could pay 5. They could maybe pump up the Tower Lookout and then attack in for 6 with that. Wouldn't be able to be blocked down. Or we could throw down that Sensari Firebrand. That's a 3-cost 3/1 Valor with Contract 2. Each player takes 3, and sometimes it's good to have you both 3 lower, and sometimes it's not. We could ask our aggro expert here what he would do, but for this turn, it's going to be Brigade Hall.
I would inscribe here.
Yeah.
Just doesn't feel likely the Molten Feed is going to be better than... if you draw a running power, it's just so much better to have played it there.
Now we're picking up a Snow Peak Eagle. 4 cost, 2/3 Flying Aegis. There you go. Civic Peacekeeper will be very nice at some point where it'll get to, with an Empower ability, stun down the first Frost Shaman. I did it, 1 try. But for now, we could just be another turn of Brigade Hauling to pump something large enough to attack.
I kind of like just playing the Peacekeeper this turn. It just opens you up to so much more in the following turns.
Okay.
I mean, even having another 3/3 next turn is
Yeah.
nice with the way that Mail's blocks are set up currently.
That's fair. It's so rough to not get the first one. Like, if Mail were to have a silence effect or something, that would be pretty rough. The first stun on the first Frost Shaman's going to be huge.
I think that you just got to you're sort of priced into committing the power at some point anyway. I guess that there is an argument for what you're saying of just like if you get your money once, you're so far ahead.
Yeah, and as we see an attack with both the flyers, if we can draw power, no, it's going to be a Sentinel Sifter, which has an ultimate ability of pay 5 to give something double damage. And really, Phoenix just sort of has too much to do. They keep kind of drawing cards which aren't as good to play as just firing up their Brigade Hall.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point where you need to a space bar here. But the 1/1s are not getting any better.
That's an interesting idea. Because, yeah, if you block a 1/1, it means 4 damage gets through. And this Scale Hide, yeah, it does feel like you had an opportunity to sneak some extra damage through.
Which is really important to do with the Centaur in hand. You know, you can maybe,
It's true.
with Centauri, you may be able to, the points can all matter here. It's not like a binary of dead or not.
And Phoenix has got to be a little nervous right now. They're only at, Mail's got to be a little nervous. They're only at 6. They drew another power for the turn. So how much do they want to attack with? As it stands, they might need to do something like double block the 2/3 and the 2/5 on a tower lookout if it gets pumped up again. Well, that's not even enough. That would only be 4 damage.
Well, the problem, I mean, if you hold back everything, that makes the attacking so much more prohibitive. But the problem is that if you set up good blocks, Phoenix can just pivot and play cards out of their hand. They're not compelled to use the Brigade Hall. And so to some extent, you have to kind of race here a little bit because how else are you winning this game? I don't see being able to hold up in the long term. Even if this is low odds, I don't know a better route.
All right, the turn we've been waiting for. It's not quite lethal, though, because we didn't attack with those 1/1s. But if we want, we can go for Civic Peacekeeper plus Justice Sigil to lock down the first Frost Shaman. I suppose one thing you have to be a little nervous about right now, Patrick, is 4 in the air plus a Find the Moment for +5/+5 would be lethal.
Yeah.
So is it possible you lock down the Wild Azuri?
No.
So a Find the Moment off the top for Mail would win, but it's another Justice Sigil, and at 1, facing down this whole board, the Brigade Hall, the Sensari Firebrand in hand. I think this is going to be it for Mail. Just attacking with everything, and I imagine we're going to see either a concession or lethal damage go through. A concession for Mail. So, Mail did a nice job of sort of slowing down the assault, but we saw the power of Brigade Hall once again. That uncommon is incredible. And then we just saw over time just how much the Rakano deck, just long game power, Civic Peacekeeper, Sensari Firebrand, even Sentinel Sifter, even if they had drawn fewer spells and more power like Mail, getting to take advantage of those cards would have been pretty good.
I think Brigade Hall is one of just the key. I mean, it's super powerful, but it's one of the keys for the aggressive decks in particular. Having essentially an on-curve play of turn 3, you get your 3/3 with stuff to do as the game progresses, especially things that can, making blocking more prohibitive, mean it so you're not locked out by a single large unit. So important there, and Brigade Hall did a ton of heavy lifting. And as you mentioned, it really flattened out Phoenix's draws there because all the power was still useful for being able to activate Brigade Hall plus 2 other things. And then obviously the non-power is useful too. So that Brigade Hall there is just huge.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see if we ever see one maybe get dismantled or something like that today. Certainly the impact that Brigade Hall has. I mean, most of what you're paying for is you getting a 3/3 up front. But then once you game stretch on, it's like, oh my gosh.
And there's a lot to be said about a button that you have available that you don't have to hit. Your opponent is always priced into playing around it when they're setting up their blocks and attacks. And if they really play around it, you can just do other stuff. And you often have other stuff to do because if you've been activating your Brigade Hall, usually that's at the expense of playing cards out of your hand. So Phoenix just had so much control sort of over the tempo of that game because they could pivot from activating Brigade Hall when that was profitable to doing other stuff when maybe there were more defenses back.
All right, so we're going to be checking out game number 3 between Gunner116 and Pixel Sorted. They're in getting started here as we see Pixel Sorted on what looks to be a 6-card hand, but with an Arachnodon Egg to kick it off on turn 1. That's a nice opener. Meanwhile, Gunner116 got an Argenport strategy with Tensky Saboteur, Lens Sapper, and Amethyst Acolyte at the ready. Got a lot of rogue action going on.
Very interesting, sort of more of an attrition style Argenport deck here, squaring off against like what appears to be kind of a similar in shape Zenin deck.
So we'll see Tensky Saboteur. 3 costs 2/1. When it attacks, the enemy player discards the top 2 cards of their deck, and now we'll see Rune Binder. This 3 cost 1/1 deadly lifesteal is going to get Amethyst Acolyted in a hurry.
I can't imagine it's getting much better than this.
No. 1/1 deadly is like a pretty great thing to take down, but Gunner116 is giving it a moment's thought if they want to maybe go in a different direction here.
Because one could argue trading off with a revenge unit and then maybe leaving the Acolyte back to try to work down something larger could be a play, but I think this is just keep it simple sometimes.
Pixel Sorted did pick up a pretty nice card for their turn in Midnight Disappearance, and then again this turn with Horned Vorlunk. 4 cost 3/4 Overwhelm, and the Arachnodon Egg is sort of fired up here, and so Gunner116 was ahead on board with 2 units a moment ago, but now things are all sort of tied up with both of the bigger units on Pixel Sorted side of the board.
Yeah, and Midnight Disappearance is going to be just a haymaker here, I think.
Wow, Gunner116 might be playing around an eavesdrop here because they could have played out power number 5, but chose not to. Eavesdrop, 4 cost discard 2 spells, so. Is this gonna get a double block for you if you're Gunner116? I think I could buy it.
I don't know. It's attack. It depends what you're drawing to. It's a very soft attack. You got some time.
True. Well, no, they're playing time. You're Justice Shadow.
Oh, okay. It's a joke. Okay. Well, I get it.
Last Light Refugee is the draw. A big stealth unit in that Muck Devourer. Midnight Disappearance going to throw the Last Light Refugee back into its owner's hand. It gets -2/-1, and they get to invoke Time Shadow. First time today we're getting to see one of these invoke spells. So right now they're seeing a random spell, attachment, and unit. One is Time, one is Shadow, and then one is either. Oh, Corrupt is nasty. This 2 cost fast spell says whenever the enemy plays a spell on one of your units, you get to steal that unit and play it on one of theirs instead. So, good against Slay.
Yes.
Soul Feast is the pickup for Gunner116. That's pretty awesome against the 4/2 quick draw in the Muck Devourer. But it's going to be Last Light Refugee this turn as a 1/4. I guess that blocks down the 3/4 Horned Vorlunk. Okay.
Well, I mean, that was the... not that Gunner is aware of this, but that was the last turn to not have their doors blown off by this Corrupt. But we'll check back on that in a minute.
Well, one thing that'll be interesting to see is, does the Corrupt get used on the Slay or the Soul Feast when the moment arises? Which one gets played first?
I mean, yeah. I mean, from Pixel Sorter's perspective, you just play it on whichever spell appears first.
Probably. It's going to be really good because whatever they're killing, you want to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so another Last Light Refugee off the top is going to really help continue to stabilize this board, as now I would say really only the 1/1 Deadly Lifesteal can attack, but we're not even going to see that. Gunner116 instead picks up Midnight Hunter. This 3/2 flyer has summoned Sacrifice a unit to kill an enemy unit. And yeah, if we want to open things up a little bit, we could just throw away that 1/4 to kill the 1/1 Deadly maybe.
I mean, that's I would just kind of hold for now, right? If you know, Pixel wasn't willing to make the attack last turn, you can just sort of wait here and use a removal spell in a turn if nothing emerges.
True. All right, so we're going to see another Arachnodon Egg for Pixel Sorted plus a power to get that started. Well, is this the moment for Slay or Soul Feast? I would think so. All right, so we're going to see Soul Feast get used on the Muck Devourer. Pixel Sorted can now corrupt this spell and fire it back somewhere else. Unfortunately, both of their units can't be killed by the Soul Feast. So this is just going to go face. And now Gunner 116 has dropped down to 6, thanks to all the attacks earlier, the Rune Binder.
Yeah, but that could have been a lot worse. If that Corrupt tags the Slay, then, this game might be over. So for as much as that Corrupt seemed like sort of the check mark on this game, it was fairly modest in practice. Gunner's still playing.
So Gunner 116's got a Glen Sapper, got a Midnight Hunter to think about.
I mean, even wingsing up to 3-5 and just starting to get busy here, I like.
Sure.
Don't want to wait all day. You have the tools in hand to play a pretty powerful tempo game.
I think you have to play the Glen Sapper. Even if you're not going to block with it, if they were to just draw a removal spell, you would need to have a Chumper.
Right. Yeah, it's not going to ton better than this, I don't think. Also, could set up the Midnight Hunter for next turn, depending on how it goes.
All right, the Lurking Feeder, 3 cost, 2/2 deadly, and it has stealth if you have a unit in your void. Now Gunner 116 picks up their own Midnight Disappearance. Didn't know they were playing with time in their deck, and neither does their power base as of right now. Meanwhile, the Last Light Refugee with Endurance and those Star-Kissed Wings is just going to keep on knocking in. This 5/6 Flying Endurance Valor is really going to be a house on Pixel Sorted's health total. I'm not sure what. I mean, maybe the Glen Sapper could come in if you wanted, but no, just the Last Light Refugee. And is it now time to drop down Midnight Hunter, sacking maybe the Tensky Saboteur, and taking out the 4/2 Quick Draw? Certainly quite threatening. A power off the top for Pixel Sorted isn't the worst, though I do wonder if they wanted to play it because of that Arachnidon egg in hand. If they draw another power next turn, it's just not going to pop where it could have.
Yeah, I guess the other side of that is just the Arachnidon has no immediate value. So maybe if you draw back-to-back power, it's still not able to attack. So maybe you just wait.
And the Air Force is coming in. We got Slay up for Gunner 116. The Bannerman gave us access to Midnight Disappearance next turn, and now Pixel Sorted. Yeah, they're not going to get the Arachnidon this turn, and these Flyers have just taken this game over.
Yeah, I mean you can throw an attack here, but the blocks are pretty easy from Gunner's side.
Well, that 2/2, yeah, the Deadlies can definitely come through. Now, is this going to be enough to prompt the Slay?
Wow. No, these cards just don't matter.
Great set of blocks by Gunner 116, exactly perfect. All these units are going to trade off. That's perfectly fine by Gunner 116. You could even now just slay the Horned Vorlunk at end of turn if you wanted to use the Glen Sapper, but that's not going to happen. Meanwhile, we have 9 coming across, so 1 short of lethal if we want it. And Gunner 116 not wanting to expose the Glen Sapper. And we're just going to play Lethrai Ranger and pass. And oh my gosh, if it wasn't for the Slay, Pixel Sorted probably thinks they just top decked the lethal Cabal Embezzler, but Slay is going to take down the Horned Vorlunk, and it's going to put Gunner 116 into our top 32. A heartbreaking finish for Pixel Sorted. They thought they had top decked the absolute perfect card. It was going to give them exactly lethal with a 6 attack unblockable. Wasn't meant to be.
I know. It's so painful to have like the top deck to keep your tournament going, and your opponent's like, no, that was not close. That was not even close.
Never didn't have it.
Never not have it.
Did you say that was the last match of the round, Tom? All right, so we're going to take just a brief couple-minute break here, and we'll be back with the top 32 action here at the Draft Open.
Cool. Hello and welcome to our winner's interview. I am joined by Adam Schulman, aka Law Warrior, the champion of the recent Cold Hunt Expedition 5K Open. First of all, Adam, congratulations on your win. I got to cover it myself. Was really impressed by your deck and your play. Your deck was something that was kind of, I think, off the radar a little bit. So congratulations on a very powerful and unorthodox win last weekend.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm glad to be with you.
So, before we dive into all the tournament, let's talk a little bit about yourself. Where you're from, your life outside of Eternal, just a little bit of sort of your life and personality outside of this game.
Sure. So I'm originally from near Philadelphia, but I've been down in the DC area for about 20 years since undergrad. And I live in Alexandria, Northern Virginia, and I work as an attorney for a nonprofit organization and called the Hamilton Lincoln Law Institute. And we do First Amendment. We, sue the government if they violate First Amendment rights, or that's one of the main things we do. And the other main thing we do is we object on behalf of consumers to unfair class action settlements where the lawyers are taking all the money and leaving class members with coupons or nothing. That's
Interesting. So, in regards to your First Amendment work, how similar or different would you describe your work to kind of like what someone imagines the ACLU kind of profile looking like?
yeah, we do we would, some of our cases would be similar. They if a state passes a law that, for example, yesterday we filed a complaint against a California law that was just passed, which basically establishes a bubble zone outside of vaccination sites, so that people are not allowed to approach within 30 feet of somebody seeking to enter a vaccination site. If they want to pass out a pamphlet in support of vaccines, they can't do that, and that's in fact what our client wants to do. So yeah, we do cases like that. ACLU would do similar cases.
Cool. So backing up a little bit, when you say outside of Philly, this is something very close to the design team because Andrew Baeckstrom, my colleague, identifies as having grown up outside of Philadelphia, but he's actually from New Jersey. So so I guess the question is, what side of the bridge did you grow up on?
No, I grew up in Pennsylvania. Yeah,
Mm.
I was western suburbs. Now I think it's technically legit if he's from Cherry Hill or close to the bridge to call himself from the suburbs of Philly. But yeah, we
I
try
think
to
that's yeah.
dissociate to New Jersey as much as possible.
Yeah, Cherry Hill's exactly right. So that's like the
Okay.
line where you're allowed to do it, but it's still, as someone from Central Jersey, it still raises my ire a little bit. So I was curious if you were on the Jersey side IDing as Philly or actually from PA. So
No.
good answer. So setting aside kind of the personal life stuff, how long have you been playing Eternal? How'd you get started in the game? What really jumped out at you at first?
So I've been playing for several years. I think I started in 2017 is what I'm thinking. It might have been 2016 even. I don't know. It's a while ago at this point. And before that, I played Hearthstone, and then I was looking for a different game. I don't know why, but maybe I was on the Reddit and somebody recommended Eternal, so I jumped right into Eternal. And I haven't been disappointed. I don't play Hearthstone anymore, but I still play Eternal.
So how much of it was sort of um, just the game itself was really appealing to you versus the organized play system maybe being a bit more accessible, or was it a combination of stuff?
I would say mostly it's the amazing free-to-play experience that Eternal provides. I liked the complexity. So it's a little more of a complex game in my view than Hearthstone, which I enjoyed. I never, Magic the Gathering is something I had always wished that I had done a little bit more seriously. I played like very casually when I was younger, but never really got into it. And I was like, well, this is a good way to jump into a similar game where I don't have to, commit a lot of investment beforehand.
Cool. So you said you went back to all the way back to 2017. Is there like a particular format or card that stands out to you as being really influential for your experience, or something that uh, really got you hooked on the game?
Well, my favorite format's League for sure. No doubt about that. Especially, and actually, to be more precise, week one of League is what I really enjoy most. When you have to dig deep. Um, do you want to play 3-4 faction and get screwed on power occasionally, or do you really want to play some garbage cards? And so I really enjoy that. That's what sort of keeps things new for me, and keeps me wanting to play.
So, do you find yourself enjoying formats, whether it be constructed or draft, where there's like, let's say, volatility and power level? It's not just about identifying the and best cards and slapping them all together, but actually trying to cobble something functional out of the scraps. Is that something that you enjoy?
Yes, yeah, I do enjoy that. I enjoy that quite a bit.
Pivoting a little bit, we have a question here that's now very interesting for me, given that your responses here is, what's the bad card that you can't quit playing? I assume that you have a wider net for this sort of answer than maybe the
Oh
average
man.
constructed tournament winner that we interview.
Oh man. Um, this is a tough one because I do have, I've got experience playing with a lot of bad cards. Um,
Me and you both.
I don't know. You're stumping me on this one, actually. I'm there's no card when I'm trying to build a deck. I don't shoot. I don't like. I'm not trying to put bad. Yeah, my deck was obviously very cobbled together and not fine tuned or anything like that. But I'm not trying to put bad cards in it.
Sure. So I'll give you my answer to this question, and
Yeah.
then maybe this will provide some inspiration.
Sure.
Mine is recombobulate. I can't
Okay.
quit that one. And I think part of it is like there's a moral hazard involved because the times where it's good, it's so absurd. But it's often just the game's not about that, or it's too much power to play or whatever. But when I'm playing live at the office, which I do, during lunch breaks and stuff like that, anytime it's going to be good, especially if it's on the top of my deck, I like call over my coworkers. I'm like, check this out, check out what's about to happen over
Right.
here. So the fact that the ceiling is really high on that one, I think is part of the reason that I can't quit it.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, my favorite, I don't know if it can't quit it because I think it's still a reasonable deck, but World Pyre isn't probably my favorite card. And part of that is that when that was back in Expedition, I built that deck with my five. He's now 6, but my 5-year-old son at the time, because he's attracted to obviously large power cost cards, which you can't do in an ordinary deck. So, I mean, I still have fun playing that on Throne regularly. It's probably not top tier, but it's enjoyable.
So my son also watches me play. He's 4 now, and so a lot of the mechanics are he can't necessarily follow that, can't read yet, but he has identified. He is aware that even-handed golden is a really powerful card. So anytime I play it, he gets really excited, and anytime my opponent plays it, he gets really upset. So I'm optimistic by the time that my son is your son's age that he'll be into it. But right now, all
Well,
he
that's
knows is that
advanced
even-hand golden.
because, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're just looking, it looks like, what is this puny 1/1? He must be nothing. But then, he knows enough to know that hand advantage matters, card advantage matters. So.
Yeah, he keeps telling me he keeps telling me you got to kill that robot. Anytime my opponent's got one, I try to explain to him. It's like, dude, the damage is already done here. I mean, I could kill it or whatever, but that's not really what the thing's about.
So in that World Pyre deck, I do play a weird card that I've never seen anybody else play, which is the oh shoot, I don't even remember the name of it. The 8 cost red, where you need like 4 or 5 red power, and it does 5 damage to 2 targets. It's a 10
Oh
5.
yeah, right. Yep. The name is also escaping me,
Yeah.
but I do know the card you're talking about. Yeah.
And I mean, I don't play red in my deck, so that's only coming out when I hit World Pyre. But I sort of enjoy that one. I guess I can't quit that one. So I guess that's my answer for that question.
All right, we're back, and it's top 32 action here at the Cold Hunt 5K Draft Open. These players who are left have successfully won their first match of the day with their draft decks, but they're going to need to win this round and one more in order to make it to our top 8 draft. So it'll be exciting to see who can advance and survive, and then we get to the most exciting part, which is watching the draft. For me, my draft decks, I don't know about you, they never really managed to exactly live up to the wild hopes and dreams I have when I draft them.
No, it's it always seems better when you're looking at the screen
Yeah,
than it does in practice. Because the problem is that once it's in practice, your opponent has cards too.
it's
And
so
then
rude.
It's really incredible that they just have stuff to play, and
I
then
know.
it just gets ambiguous.
Every time.
Every time they always have it,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
So, but that's why we're just doing commentary, because you and I, we can't handle those kind of swings of our opponents like trying to win and stuff
Yeah,
like
it's just
that.
having cards they
Yeah.
drafted. Yeah.
But we got 32 fantastic players, and we'll be joining one of their matches here in just a couple of moments. The round has begun, and we're getting our feature match set up. The first round we saw, we saw some back and forth affairs. It was interesting seeing. We only got to see one of the invoke spells. It's an interesting cycle of cards. There's in the uncommons for this set, there's a 2-faction invoke spell for each of the 2-faction pairings, and I mean the swings that they can present on games can be enormous because they all do something on the board right away, and then you might get something really fantastic off the invoke.
Or unexpected, because it does bias towards high rarity cards. And we saw last round a corrupt gets drawn. It's like, how often are you playing around corrupt in your draft games, right? So there's the surprise element as well that comes up.
True. You don't anticipate seeing some of these cards, and that's one of the nice things about Invoke is it lets some more cards get into the action, both limited and constructed. Whereas, maybe it's hard to find the moment for it when you're deck building. It's not going to occur in most of your games, but when you see it presented to you when you're making that Invoke decision, it's like, this is the spot for Vicious Rejuvenation. I mean, that's the classic one, and we've had that one show up in tournaments past. The 8-cost Shadow Legendary spell that swaps both players' health totals.
Yeah, I mean, you've been watching over my shoulder with me playing Throne and just Veteran Mercenaries. Like, let's just make do with whatever, The worst of it goes into the market, maybe, but a lot of it, you just play, you just play through. A lot of Thieves picks lately. I've been just having Thieves pick a lot lately. It's been really fun.
Yeah. Renaya never caught the promo card from last month, and then
Veteran Mercenary.
That one too. I was gonna say we haven't seen a November promo yet. I wonder if we're doing one this month.
Probably. It's on. I mean, they keep asking for it. So
okay. I remember making one. Maybe it'll come out on Tuesday or something like that. It'll be fun.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see.
I have something.
This promo's funny.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
treat.
Focusing back on the draft action, we got, we're going to get down to our feature round in just a moment here. We're going to be checking out TheBoxer versus Knife, and we haven't seen their draft pool, so we'll be just in the same spot as you and sort of figuring it out on the fly, what exactly their draft decks might be about, or what kind of wackiness might come off the top of the deck. I mean, that's one of my favorite parts when we do these events and we drop into people's games mid-game, and it's like, okay, we got a solid Justice Shadow deck, and then all of a sudden they draw a Zenin card, and it's like, oh, okay, you don't have time influence. I guess I wonder how deep you are on this.
Yeah, and this is also just a classic battle from real life too. Someone good with their hands versus someone with a knife. It's in my experience, it has been a pick'em. It is really close to a coin flip. So I'm excited.
We're gonna find out what happens when you bring a boxer to a knife fight.
Yeah, it's about time.
All right, these players are getting set up, and we'll be joining them in just a moment. Obviously, two fantastic players we've seen. I think that's the fun thing to see is, sometimes people like to act like drafts is just all about what you open, and then we do these draft opens, and it's like, oh, I remember them from the Throne Open a couple months ago, or I remember them from the Expedition Open. And it's like, skill is skill.
You only open 4 packs, and then you have to play your rounds. How much can what you open matter? Like in the aggregate. Also, everyone opens the same stuff over time. So I don't know what all it is all you open. This is the cards in every pack. I don't really know what to say to that sort of critique. If you're making it out there, hypothetical person we've made up and are now arguing against.
It's a straw man, but it's not a straw man.
I know people say that kind of thing. It's
yes.
absurd. It's outrageous.
I don't. When we're talking about the internet,
all opinions are held. That is a truism of the internet.
Things get said on there.
Yeah, all sorts of things.
And sometimes people are wrong, and then you still have to go to bed.
Right, exactly.
And it's tough because you would like to.
Yeah, never log off, never surrender. Yeah, I know.
Undefeated Patrick Sullivan.
Undefeated lifetime. Never been dunked on. Never been owned.
Yeah.
Never. A pristine lifetime internet record. Let's head on down.
All right, we're done vamping. Let's watch some Eternal. All right, Knife up on the top of your screen. All right, that was a lot of factions. This hand is only Combre, but there's Shadow in Knife's deck. Meanwhile, at the bottom of your screen, we got, it looks like a Feln deck here. One of my personal favorites, the Yeti Intellectual, the current champion for card that I play the most compared to my co-caster. Tower Lookout for the Boxer, and the Boxer could use some inscribed cards or some power cards.
Oh, I mean, that's a rough hand. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, they don't even have the second primal for the Stormblast. They do now, thanks to drawing that. They're going to be able to throw down this Thorn Crawler. 4-1 Lifesteal can't block stealth unit. It's a tricky one. A lot of times people are like, I'm going to let the first stealth card come through, and then it's a 4-1 Lifesteal. It's like, ugh, I wish I had just blocked.
Yeah, annoying. Very annoying.
So the Knife probably doing a check. You know, one of the quirks about doing a draft open tournament is players do have to share their draft pools, since this is a broadcasted event, not their final deck submissions. What that does mean is Knife is probably doing a little scan through. It's like, oh, which stealth cards you playing with today?
Yeah, the big one in this spot to be checking for is the 2-1 Reckless. Because it's so bad to send a 3-2 into that.
It is
especially
bad.
if you're going to follow up with a 3-4 here that can just eat it.
Yep, that's a good squeeze, those two. We're going to see Horn Vorlunk, 3-4 Overwhelm come down. And a couple of Thudrock's ruses. We'll get to that card in a moment. First, we're going to see this attack. And does Knife just throw in the... If you throw in the 3-4, you don't have to worry about Cyber Hyena. The card you mentioned, 2-1 Reckless, Entomb, draw a card. But you're going to trade a better unit with this Thorncrawler. Instead, it's just going to be a take. Wow. So that's an interesting swing there. Meanwhile, for Knife, picking up a pull from duty, that's the Combre Invoke spell. Return one of your units to your hand, give it +1/+1, and you get to invoke Time Justice.
Did you and the Boxer test together for this event?
No.
So it looks like a lot of your cards.
All right, well, do you want to see a Thudrock's Ruse in action? Play a 5/5 Snowman for 3. That's kind of ridiculous. But it's going to die as soon as it deals damage, takes damage, or the end of your next turn.
Really burying the lead when you're like, it's a 5/5.
It's a 5/5. Wow, clever play by Knife. Picking up the Horned Vorlunk, invoking Time Justice without pull from duty. That Snowman's not going to get to eat a unit, and now, you know, maybe it might get to attack now.
And now you got Storm Blast against nothing but 5 health.
True.
Ugly all around.
So, yeah, that Snowman will come in. Thumpity thump thump. Once it deals damage, it's going to poof and melt away. Yep, there it goes. And the Tower Lookout trades, and now we got an Intellectual. For the Boxer is a man of taste and refinement.
Really nice draw there because now you have 2 blockers set up against the Intellectual. Way less risky of, you know, that removal spell, attack, draw a card, sort of cascading advantage.
Love this play by the Boxer. So they're just going to pass with another Thudrock's Ruse up and a Stormblast. It's weird you just laughed right there. Might have been because I mentioned Thudrock's Ruse.
The second Thudrock's Ruse.
Well, yeah.
They don't play around the second one very often.
Like, how brazen would Thudrock have to be to pull that gambit a second time?
Especially since the first one went so poorly.
Yeah.
I guess they're less likely to play around it, right? There's, again, the notion of self-correcting enters the chat again.
Well, you got to be careful, too, about how much you attack with. You expose yourself to the Intellectual coming through.
Yeah, I mean, you actually do have an incentive here to be a little bit on the conservative side.
Meanwhile, a Loyal Watchwing. Poke, poke, poke. 1/1 Flying Warcry. It's going to do nice work here. It's going to take a lot of, I mean, with the Boxer's current hand, if they want to deal with it, they have to full-on use a Cut Ties on it. Meanwhile, Spire Chaplain draws up a Justice Sigil, Thudrock's Ruse, whoever thought it coming. 5/5 Snowman. It's going to block the larger Apprentice Mage, not the Spire Chaplain, interestingly enough.
Well, the leftovers here, the Embezzler answers the Chaplain pretty well on the face of it, so...
Now we'll see a 4/5 Horned Vorlunk. You can't. Well, you can Storm Blast it, but how much do you like dealing 4 damage to 5 health units?
Not a lot.
Now, the Boxer, if they want, could just cut ties the Vorlunk, or we could see a Cabal Embezzler.
I like the cut ties.
Yeah.
Because the Embezzler is effectively a 9. If you draw a power next, it's 9 total power. If you draw a power next turn, it's a little bit more efficient to do it this way. And there's a possibility that, Knife will leave something up hoping to block or what have you.
Surprise Raid is the draw from the unit with Taste and Refinement. And now we'll see Spire Chaplain continue to draw up Justice Sigil. So, Knife's not going to have any trouble paying off contracts this game. Woof, 5-7. Now we're going to Cabal Embezzler to sneak the Intellectual through. Hitting 5, drawing another card. Getting a power to pay off a little bit of that contract to the Embezzler. And this is kind of an interesting race here. So this Warrior Monk is going to really swing it in a big way in a moment. Yep. 6 cost, 6-5. Contract 5, gain 5 health. Lovely.
Oh, another way to just keep that Intellectual going.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to die soon, but,
Right.
In the meantime.
Who's not? In the meantime, you get to draw some cards. The problem now is that the race has been set off. Assuming that you were to give flying to the Intellectual, the race is now a 3-turn thing instead of a 2-turn thing. It's going to be hard to hold off for that long.
So if you get through for 6 this turn, then 6 next turn, with the Surprise Raid, that would get you there.
Yeah.
Problem is, if the Loyal Watchwing stays back to block, that's going to really disrupt your plans. But we'll see. So the Boxer deciding if they want to just Surprise Raid now or hold up like Stormblast. This is tricky.
Right.
I don't have a good answer for you here. It's going to get really ugly if the Loyal Watchwing stays back to block. I think your best bet is that you survive the attack and then Surprise Raid gets you over the finish.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Now, if you use Surprise Raid now, here's one thing to consider. You don't have to chump with the Teriax mount. Yeah, a lot of ways to play it. Meanwhile, the Ensnare, on the other hand, for Knife is going to be a huge issue. Kill an attacking unit with flying.
Yeah.
And now a Settled Sarasaur can also do work. That can give one of Knife's units Killer. Oh, everything's coming in. Wow.
Yeah, I like this. Just clarify the game state here a little bit.
That's everything you can do. The problem is I think Knife just lost the game because the Stormblast is gonna. Oh no,
You can just play like
doesn't work that way.
you don't have to play everything out of your hand here. You could just say Sarasaur nudge,
True.
and then
I think Knife hasn't played a power. If they want to play the mature Avarax, I think they can.
But that's so much more exposure than just having a removal spell up.
Oh, I think so too. Let's see though.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying, like, how does it go wrong the next turn if you have Sarasaur plus a unit and all your attackers and everything's lethal? Like, it's a pretty...
I would have loved the Sarasaur giving the Warrior Monk Killer. With the Overwhelm.
Right.
You get almost the amount of damage through, and you get to kill the Embezzler. Now, if you're the Boxer, you just have to go for it.
Yeah, I mean...
I can't imagine not. Reflector, that's hilarious. And now we see the Ensnare. And the Stormblast, yeah, it negates it.
Covers it, and then
the Surprise Raid.
Yep.
Wow. Boxer stole this one.
definitely. I mean,
There was a couple of ways Knife could have gotten out of that. That's
Right.
unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways. Leaving back the 1/1, sequencing a little bit differently. The play you mentioned with the Sarasaur.
Yeah.
There's just a million different ways to cover against that.
Sometimes these games come down to just one little turn, and it's just like the way the Knife played it was certainly reasonable. It's oftentimes in these tight games, it's like you find a line that allows you to maybe beat one thing or beat what's on the board.
Yeah.
Because honestly, they weren't dead to the board.
No.
They were taking 6, and then there would still be a 2. So what it was going to take was them losing to a burst of 2 damage and a way to stop the ensnare.
Yeah.
And they only had a line that allowed them to beat 1 thing, not 2 things. And there were other lines which could have allowed them to maybe beat 2 things.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Tricky.
very tricky, but they're going to get a chance to pull it back, as that was only game number 1 here in this best of 3 match.
Yeah, but I mean, devil's in the details. There's that position looked very, very strong, and if you pour over the deck list, maybe you can cobble together exactly what the sequence is that allows them to get out of that. But maybe there's some other card that they might have that you have to play around. It's not easy. That's the short of it.
And a big turn early was those Thorncrawler hits. We can't forget about those. They happened very early on in the game, but the Boxer was able to successfully attack with the Thorncrawler multiple times that game.
Right. I mean, the first one, you're playing around the Cyber Hyena, that's fine. And then the second one trades with the thing it would have traded with anyway. So you have, +4 instead of you have +8 instead of +4 to show for it. You win the game at 3. That was huge too.
Yeah. Yeah. Thorncrawler's a very tricky stealth unit to play around because Cyber Hyena, like you mentioned, but there's also other ones. There's Leatherhide, there's Deep Cover Operative. Those are just like the common and uncommon stealth units, and it's been fun seeing stealth in a new context in this format. Obviously, it was the sort of the primary new mechanic in the set Revelations, and now we're getting to see it in the draft pack as part of the Cold Hunt draft format.
And even that attack's really complicated, right? Because if you're trying to play around the combination of the 2 stealth units about, maybe the Vorlunk is actually the thing to block with, because if you trade off with the 4-1, okay, not as good as trading with the 3-2, but whatever. If it happens to be the Hyena, that's super sick. And then the way that the game played out, that extra 4 really mattered a lot. So you can go back to that play too as a possible line of demarcation for the way the game can go.
Yep. Well, great job by Yeti Intellectual.
As always.
And Thudrock's Ruse, just the absolute banger of commons that they are.
Yeah, a killer. Straight killer. Yeah.
All right. So when Knife and Boxer have joined up game number 2, we'll be heading down to that. Yeah, the anti-intellectual is an interesting one. We've talked about, people like to make a lot of big pronouncements about the format and what it's about and all of these sorts of things. And it's like, some games it's about, you race and you've got Sensari Firebrands and a lot of ways in fire to finish off those extra points of damage. But then other games, people are playing a bunch of removal, and you're combining things like late game Cabal Embezzlers with Yeti Intellectuals or Teriax Mount, like we saw this game, to build up into like this sort of really high impact unit for a common. We're talking, it got up to a point where we've got a 3/3 flyer that whenever it attacks draws a card. And that's something you would definitely play with in Constructed.
For sure. I think part of the power of the Intellectual also comes from, again, your opponent's compelled to play around it. You don't have to play into it. So if they had to leave back an extra thing, you can just sort of develop your board. And if they ever do something risky, you just, like we saw that game, cut ties, send it in, get my card. Next turn, Halloween decorations.
All right.
Next turn, all right, there's another thing back. Embezzler it, hit again. You know what I mean? You have something back on the ground. All right, give it flying, hit again. So there's a lot of ways to where Knife had to give up a little bit of equity in some spots playing around it, and there were just workarounds anyway.
All right, here we are with game number 2. Looks like Knife's TJS control deck is off to a very nice looking start with Apprentice Mage, Pill of Amar, and Rune Sword. Meanwhile, the Boxer going for that aggro start. Turn 1 Teriax Mount, they got a 2/3 flyer. That's the fun thing about Contract, that some of these Contract 1-drops. It's just like, when do you ever get to have a 2/3 flyer on turn 1?
Right. It's not common. Not common.
No, it's an uncommon. All right, next up, the pickup for Knife is a Borderlands Lookout, a 1-cost 0/3 that gets +1 strength for each faction of influence the enemy has, and probably just going to be standing around a 2/3 range this game, unless the Boxer's deck is more ambitious than we realized. Meanwhile, Saddled Sarasaur and Borderlands Lookout, and look at that, giving the Borderlands Lookout killer. That's an interesting play.
Well, I mean, you got nothing else to do with your power for the next couple of turns, so it's if it jams up a play as we saw it did, then great.
Wow, this eavesdrop's going to be nasty. Is it time to go for it?
Probably with Knife under a little bit of debt here. think it's a good time to go for it because you could get something pretty juicy.
All right, discard 2 and steal the enemy void. A knife is going to hold on to the rune sword. It's the most flexible of the options. Does pick up a call to hit, kill an enemy unit with 2 strength or less. That kills the Teriax mount, and now we're back off and attacking again. The Boxer is probably trying to get up to 6 power here. When they get up to 6 power, they can play Serpent Trainer and Cleric Mix at the same time, though we could see it pop off here if we do see an attack. A little surprised that Knife is attacking, but against Thudrock's Ruse, the bane of their existence. But you know what? What are you going to do? The Snowman's going to trade. It's what he does.
Yeah, you can't, at this point, the Boxer's got enough power that you're not going to like play around it for the whole game.
So this game's gotten a little bit racy, especially now with that finest hour for Knife. Their deck's gotten way aggressive as we've got another 7 points coming across. I anticipate the Boxer will do something like attack and then devour the Serpent Trainer here to try to find some more action.
Sounds right to me. I mean,
Oh, no, we're going to hold on to it. All right.
I mean, you're hoping to get some sort of trick for your trouble here, I think.
Yep. And now we're going to have a question here. Is Knife going to try to go for the win? So we're going to see the block from the Serpent Trainee on the Apprentice Mage. So students getting into the action. Meanwhile, Vorlunk and Saddled Ceratosaur, a pair of dinosaurs, are threatening. Now Scalehide. Really interesting moment here for the Boxer. If they just go for a Finest Hour in one of the other 2 units, it will be lethal.
Yeah, even a Devour on the Trainer is not enough to survive that.
True. So we will see Finest Hour on the Saddled Ceratosaur. We're going to need to see a Desperation Devour here that's going to also need to hit some more action, like a Cleric Mix, something like that. Top 2 cards, Cyber Hyena and Primal Sigil. And yep, we'll pull from duty the Apprentice Mage just for good measure. Though I usually just pass when I've got lethal coming in.
I would wait. You know.
What do you care? Well, here's one thing to consider. You don't get to see the invoke options if you win the game before you play pull from duty.
That is something to consider.
But this game looks like it's, well, we know it's heading to a game 3. If both players were to timeout, Knife would win. They will need to make a decision at some point, but yeah, an Argentport Noble, who cares? You won. All right. Knife wins. Game number 2 here, heading us to another dramatic game 3.
And a very different tenor to that game than the first one. A lot of the first game was sort of like a card advantage, jockeying for position on the table sort of a thing, and that one was just a straight race.
Yeah. Yeah, the Serpent Train, the play that was really cool that Knife made that game was that Saddled Ceratosaur giving the Borderlands look at a 2/3 killer, and then the Boxer just like could not play Serpent Trainer for a number of turns because it's like, what are you going to do? Play a 4-cost 2/2 into an onboard 2/3 killer?
Yep, and if you look at a game where someone has to devour inside of combat, and then they lose the game inside of the combat, you can also look at the cards drawn and like the next one's down as if they had more space to play the Devourer at some other time, the game can look really different because maybe it's a more opportune time, and maybe the cards you draw also can materially impact the game. So that 2/3 killer just jamming up the Boxer for a few turns there was huge.
I don't think the Boxer would have won anyway, but if they had devoured on their turn, they would have probably played out Cyber Hyena and just blocked up the 2/2s.
Yeah, I still think they are somewhat better served there. I think just forcing the play there. There's a chance that you're still alive. There's a chance that the Serpent Trainer could be valuable in combat the following turn. There's a chance that if they do go for it, you draw something and blow them out of the game. I don't know how much just drawing a random unit that you draw off the Devourer materially changes that, but I think the ambiguity that you put on your opponent by passing is probably better over time, but it's complicated. I mean, you as you mentioned there, they draw the Cyber Hyena that could not block because it was in the hand instead of on the table, and maybe that makes a difference against the range of their hands. It's really complicated.
Yeah. All right, so these players are going to be getting ready for Game 3 in just a moment here. We will have the Boxer on the play. And, with some of the cards that we've seen, it's interesting. When we talk about being on the play, traditionally, it's always about the 1s, the 2s. But when you're playing with cards like Serpent Trader, Yeti Intellectual, these are 4-cost units without much sort of stats, but they make up for it with powerful hits and attack triggers. And you really like to get to those before your opponent's played their 4-drops.
Yeah, if you have the breathing space to play it, one, it's just a lot of advantage over time. And then two, your opponent has to really pump the brakes because they can't afford those hits. So they have to play ultra conservative. And then if you have ways to break through the stall, then they're not attacking you and not blocking and you're drawing cards. That's the dream right there. So being going first, or at least being kind of ahead on the table when you play that card, or being at neutral, is a really important part of the recipe.
All right, so getting ready for game number 3 here between these two fantastic players. It'll be fun to see which of them can get it down. Of course, whoever wins this game will need to win one more match with this draft deck in order to get to that exciting top 8, that final draft. And I mean, is your draft open weekend really complete unless you've drafted 6 times? Well, yes, but
for most people, yes. But if you're trying to get to Worlds, then no.
Yeah. So we're going to get to see them do one more draft if they can make it past the round of 16. But for now, it's some stiff competition. I mean, I think as we've seen these games, there's a lot of different decisions you can make. And I think in particular with the Primal decks in this format, they have a bevy of fast interactive cards that really can only be played against attacking units generally when we're talking about things like Chloric Mix, Thudrock's Ruse. And so you've really got to pick your spot because, as you like to do sometimes, when you play against Primal decks, I see you. If they just pass with a bunch of power up on turn 3 or 4, you just don't attack into it.
Yeah, it's not always. I probably overdo it. It's not always right, but I mean, certainly if you're playing against the Ruse too, I think there's a lot of argument for Knife to be judicious and try to pick some spots where if it looks suspicious, don't let the Boxer off the hook. Make them leave up that power.
Well, we got to see one of the rares that the Boxer drafted their deck around for sure, and now picking up a second one. But Feral Serpent, 3 cost 4/3 flyer, and it has a contract ability to give it +1 health and Aegis. Unfortunately, it does require 2 primal influence, and they don't have it. So we're just going to see a Teriax creature instead. So
yes,
the Boxer was desperately hoping to draw a Primal Sigil the last couple of turns, and they haven't gotten there, but they did. Well, they got there. They got the Yeti Intellectual.
Right. I mean, that's an implied Primal Sigil and then some over the turns.
So meanwhile, for the Boxer, it's going to be probably an attack with the Teriax creature, pass with the Yeti Intellectual, and now Knife's got an opportunity to take their turn a few directions. We could see a Mature Avarax, that 4-cost 2/2 flyer with +1 max power, or we could see a little fanciness with Bold Adventure and Saddled Ceresaur.
That's my play here. I mean, your hand is so good going late. The biggest risk, if I'm in Knife seat, the biggest risk that I sense here is the Intellectual just starts rolling downhill. And I'm happy to take next turn off or mostly off to shore up against that possibility.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to play the Avarax next turn either. It's so much more convenient for you to make that play next turn, I think, but I totally get it.
Especially when you're playing against a deck with, you know, the Chloric Mixes and whatnot. There's no guarantee your killer attack is just good for the whole game. Like, your opponent, their shields are down right now. This is a really good spot to cash in, and that situation may not materialize down the road, especially if your opponent starts drawing extra cards.
All right. The Mature Avarax is the play. Opening things up for the Intellectual to attack and trade with the Avarax, and I'm fine with that. Picking up another Thudrock's Ruse, of course. Now we're going to see a little Primal Sigil. A Feral Serpent. Look at this. 4/4 Flying Aegis. They're going to have to pay off 1 more power next turn, but really nice turn for the Boxer.
And
Now we see a Warrior Monk come down. I think with Knife, I think you could contract this, and then next turn you'll have 2 power left to maybe make a killer attack. But as you mentioned before, the Chloric Mix could really bust this all up.
Right.
So we'll see an attack from the Flyers, dropping Knife down to 15. We could also see a Rune Sword. That 7-cost 4/4 relic weapon has Inscribe. Knife's been holding on to it all game, and it is usually good at taking down a 4/4 flyer, but none of this stuff is going to work against Chloric Mix. And that's going to be the thing for Knife, is they're looking right now at the fast spells at hand. They know the Boxer has 5 cards in hand, 4 power, and hasn't played anything. Yep, the Avarax is going to get in, and now Knife's got to decide where are they going to take their chances. I can't believe the Warrior Monk. I guess you're kind of committing now to doing the killer play on the Warrior Monk once you don't attack with it, right?
No, I mean I think holding back with the warrior there is fine, just in the face of Bloodrock's Brews. Like you can kind of pick a better spot for that.
If that happens, you get to Rune Sword the 4/4 flyer, though. When is it going to get better?
Well, it's one thing or the other, right? They're either paying their power or you're just saying like you
I'm
trade
saying
off and
if
then
they Bloodrock's Brews your Warrior Monk, then you get to play Rune Sword and it won't get Chloric Mix.
sure.
But I get to see all the cards in hand. I see all the angles. So we're going to see this killer attack get blown out here by a contracted Chloric Mix. Normally deals 3 to an attacking enemy, but if you contract it for 2, you get to deal 6 instead. So a ton of resources of Knife's turn got sunk into that play, and it did not work. Here's Shalouk Captain powering up all the primal units into +1/+1. I even think we could have attacked with the Intellectual and would have traded, but maybe you could do better in the future. I don't know. The point is that things have gotten very bad very fast for Knife. We might need to do something with Pull from Duty right now in case we could hit a harsh rule, something of that nature.
Yeah,
because it's going to take a huge play to get back into this one.
Yeah, I basically I think one, you can just pick up the Sarasaur at low cost anyway, because maybe there's some place down the line where that comes up.
Sure.
And then secondly, yeah, I think we just need a massive spike here to be able to play through this. The Rune Sword is a dead end. I mean, you're just dead
well,
on.
if you Rune Sword, you could kill the 3/3, and then you could chump one of the other 2, but then you're just, it's almost even worse next turn.
You're back in the same spot, pretty much.
Yeah. This is tough because this will allow for like you to block and bounce the Avarax, but now you have to hit a fast spell to help you here. Otherwise, you die. Any slow spell or unit that could have helped you in this spot can no longer help you. Like even like a Vanquish or an Alessi's Choice, like the Luke Captain. I don't like sacrificing Yeti Intellectual ever, but it's a very good play in this spot.
Yeah.
It is going to get pulled from duty.
And I think that was a reason there that Boxer did not want to trade last turn. It's just the Midnight Hunter and not losing any flyer is more valuable than trying to draw an extra card to trade off.
Wow. And Boxer's going to take this one down. Feral Serpent, just an absolute house. And then that Chloric Mix had it up. You had to basically take care of the Feral Serpent when the shields were down. Otherwise, the Relic Weapon play, the Killer line, none of those were going to work. Knife didn't have those at the time, and unfortunately, that whole turn sequence of saddled Sarasaur plus the Warrior Monk, just having that all fall apart at once they were never going to come back from that.
Yeah, I think a big thing in evaluating these because draft has matchups too. We think about matchups in terms of constructed is if you're on Knife's side of it, your cards are a lot more powerful, your units are a lot bigger. Where is the Boxer's advantage? The Boxer's advantage is when we meet head-to-head in some sort of exchange, my cards are cheaper and more effective. And that, to me, is the tenor of the whole match, is can Knife just get to a point where they're deploying their bigger, stronger, less fidgety stuff, or can the Boxer sculpt the game in such a way where you've got to play into me when I have open power, and then all hell can break loose with the cards that I have in my deck and how I can manage that. So from my perspective, it is so important, like all other things being equal, it is so important to get the killer shot in when the Boxer has no power up. Because it is so likely, the way the game goes, they've got a flyer, they're doing some stuff, and they just leave up 2 the whole game. And there's no window that comes up for you to be able to do the killer attack or use your Rune Sword somewhere down the line. So for me, after seeing the cards in the Boxer's deck, I think in that spot, I know you can have high hopes for the Sarasaur being better down the line. I know taking off the next turn is potentially painful, but with them having 0 power up, that's the one spot in the game you can be confident that your killer attack is going to work, left it off the table, and then somewhere down the line, that Chloric Mix blew the whole thing up.
Yeah, they would have been able to take care of the Intellectual at that time. That would have been great. And then I think if you attack, and then again, it's complicated. Players do know their opponent's pools. They don't know exactly which cards got registered. The Warrior Monk turn, if you make the attack there, maybe you have a chance to both race and win. You could maybe win both ways because, a 6/5 Warrior Monk do it, and you did know that your opponent was leaving up a lot of power.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough play. and it depends exactly what you're playing around. But I just, in those kind of matchups, I have alarm bells of trying to do anything when my opponent has open power up. And if it's like their shields are down, and this is a pretty good spot, might not be the best one, but it looks pretty close compared to all the other plays that you're weighing. The fact that you for sure are getting your money in the bank there, to me, just tilts it over to just cash it in right now, make sure it happens, and then play from there.
Five cards with 4 power is an absurd amount of cards to have in hand and not have made a play.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's like,
you just got to do something.
I mean, for some people more than others.
Right. Yeah.
For you, it definitely means you have a fast spell. For me, it means maybe I drafted a little too greedy.
Wisdom of the Elders and no Primal Sigils yet.
We're going to be checking out another match here in just a moment. We're going to be seeing Popotito and Portich here as soon as they join their next game. Oh, okay. We're actually jumping in here. Looks like in the middle of game number 3. Popotito at 17 got us some units. Meanwhile, Portich at 23 also got some units. You know, this game doesn't look like it's going to end in just a moment here, so we're going to be excited to see who can pull out on top. Could be somebody who can get a flyer going or some kind of bigger unit than this board. Kind of mucked up right now. Wizard of Alchemist shrinking down thanks to Diminish. Keep an eye out for Breach the Defenses. Can be used to kill that curse in the future. Scale Hide, all right. All right, so Portich. Just some Justice Sigils. I mean, we can buckle in. These players need some help off the top. All right, Valkyrie Bodyguard. Well, it's a 3/4 that can't attack unless you have armor.
What are they chanting at the link right now? Defense.
So wait, if we're on a 10-minute delay, that means that we're seeing the football games before they are. Could we use this to like pull off some sort of gambling scheme?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Yeah. Eagles are up 20.
Okay.
There we go. So, you know, you didn't think you were going to get NFL updates while we're watching the draft.
And but here we are.
Here we are. We're not going to be providing any updates on the Jets-Dolphins game. I'm sorry.
That's a barn burner.
No, it's not. The animals have been locked inside the barn and are being forced to watch the Jets-Dolphins game. All right.
Oh, here we go.
Action. Star. Kissed. Wings. 5 costs. +2/+1. Flying weapon. Right now, Popotito's deciding where it's going to go, and it's going to go on the Oran Brute. We got a 4/4 flyer, and that is broken this game wide open.
Yeah, I like putting it on the Brute. One, because the Brute's, you know, kind of hard to do anything with otherwise. And also, if you put it on anything else, it really reduces the chance that the topple could be cashed in down the line on something significant.
True. All right, a Molten Feet is the pickup for Portich. The question is, do they want to play it out now where it won't be able to attack, or sandbag it for some sort of big turn where maybe Popotito won't see it all coming? I don't know. Popotito's a pretty talented player.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite strategies. We don't see a lot of, but it has a place. So, Huru Butts. It's just all.
The first Frost Shaman will do that.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's a lot of that.
Second copy of Star-Kissed Wings is the pickup for Popotito. Love that inscribed flying weapon. I mean, this is a card which just absolutely is backbreaking whenever a game gets to the spot, and it's one of my favorite Justice commons in the set because, you know, sometimes you just don't need a flying weapon. Maybe you're just attacking fine on the ground. Maybe you're playing behind. But when you need a way to punch through damage, this card, when it shows up, just so phenomenal.
Yeah, that's the thing with a thing that some of the inscribed designs have is, you know, is this good all the time? No, not really. But when it's good, wow, is that the thing you want?
Argentport Noble, pretty nice pickup here for Portich. 2 cost, 3/2 lifesteal, and contract 3 can silence a 3 or less unit. And I imagine we're just going to see that knock down the mod ready drone. Oh, interesting. I guess technically an attack has opened up here, thanks to both those units getting in. Scalehide could swing it back, but how much is Warcry 1 even worth? Yeah.
Yeah, here it's just kind of No real burden to do anything. The war cry is of ambiguous value.
Alright, now we'll see the Argent Core Noble is going to silence the moderating drone, dropping it back down to Earth. 5/7 weapon or unit, though, I still could attack, especially with Scale Hide and Topple.
I think you're better served just sort of, the pressure's on Portich to do something.
Alright.
If they decide to throw some wild haymaker, it's so much better to have the thing back on defense than try to, Scale Hide through the 2/6, and then you still can't really do anything the next turn. Also, while they have the chumping with the 0/4 is also a line that maybe you don't want to open up.
True. Alright, Crown Watch Legionnaire number 2, both players picking up a copy of this
Wow.
Lifesteal Endurance unit. Now, Popotito just a turn or two away from advancing to our top 16. Just going to take 2 more hits from the Oran Brute. Scalehide, if they played it, would only drop him down to 1. Very close to finishing this off. Portich is going to need a good one off the top, and it's a warning shot, which is going to be good. It's going to do it, right?
We're going to play on, yeah? Well, no, I mean, we would play on in theory.
Hide.
Yeah.
Scale Hide. And you got to do this on your turn. Warning shot. All warning shots are slow. You can't play them as fast spells. You got to play them on your turn. And for Portich, there's just no real options here. I guess the only question is which order do you do these in? But gonna see warning shot. 1 damage on your 4/4. And we're gonna see deal 3 damage to an enemy. We're gonna see a Scale Hide. +1/+3. Protect that 4/4 flying Oran Brute, keeping it alive. And for Portich, their last card in hand, a Justice Sigil will not get him out of it.
Well,
We could do an attack with the
yeah.
Life Stealers.
We
Sorry,
could see
I
some-
apologize.
Some chump attacks incoming.
You have to attack with them both,
Yes.
or at least just the Noble.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a little premature in my call here, but I mean, that was a rough turn for Portich. They threw a lot at that Oran Brute, 2 cards, and didn't get there.
Portich now trying to figure out how to stagger the chump attacks. Because, if you draw a pump spell next turn, you want to keep one of the Life Stealers back, so...
Yeah, they're both get eaten. It doesn't help you to jump attack with them both right here.
Yeah.
Disarm, well, that would stop that.
Yeah, it does,
All right, Portich, can you draw it?
Oh, of course.
Gross.
Just another drew the perfect card and then just wasn't even close to enough. Love to see it.
Yeah. Assuming you're rooting for Portich. Or
I'm
for
just
Popotito.
I'm just rooting for things to happen. I don't really have any skin in the game that
Rooting
way.
for action is always good.
Yeah, I'm just, me,
I do know you.
patty action.
All right, find the moment, and the moment's been disarmed. I mean, it was close to being the moment.
And yet somehow so far away.
All right. Popotito advances, knocking out Portich, advancing to our top 16. That was the last match of the round. We are going to take another break, check out a little bit more of your interview with Law Warrior, one of our upcoming World Championship competitors. Haven't yet announced the date for the World Championships, but we'll have that. We're working on announcing that soon. So we know everyone's really excited for that. The next World Championship is going to be a lot of fun because they're always fun.
Yep.
And we'll be back in a few minutes with the top 16 here at the Cold Hunt Draft Open.
So, how did you prepare for this tournament? I have some very I'm very interested in your deck. We'll get into that in a minute, but leading up to the weekend, maybe the couple weeks in advance, whatever, once the format was kind of settled in, how did you know ahead of time that you were planning on playing in the Open, and then what was your preparation like, kind of leading up to it?
To be honest, it was sort of a lark that I entered it all. I was sort of free that Friday, and I was like, maybe I'll enter. This was only the second tournament I've played in, and the first one being the last Expedition Open before. So I didn't really prepare too much going in, other than I knew I liked Braxis because of auto tread against smaller decks, and Sandstorm Titan obviously, but Shoal Custodian mostly against what I was seeing in the meta.
It's interesting. I'm also playing a different build of Praxis on in Expedition on Live right now. And after watching your tournaments, I've come back to the game fairly recently. I got rehired in July, but I like playing on my free to play account to sort of keep in touch with that experience. And after watching your tournament, I was like, oh man, I gotta play with Shoal Custodian. This card's just too ripped. But it's in the it's in a micro campaign, so now I gotta like grind up to 25k gold to be able to get the Shoal Custodian set to the
Right,
deck. So,
right.
but my thoughts on your deck. It's interesting. At the beginning of the broadcast, it sort of talked about, well, Waxing Moon, Waning Moon is all over the place. A lot of these decks also play Black Sky Harbinger for obvious reasons. And so, are the beatdown decks going to just be focused on being as fast as possible? Because do you really want to play a 6, 7, 8 turn game in a field where a lot of people have Waxing Moon alongside Black Sky Harbinger? And your deck is very much the opposite approach. I mean, it is aggressive. It is low to the ground. It's got League Explorer and a lot of things you sort of associate with playing a more aggressive deck. But it is not just about running someone down as fast as possible. It is a little bit slower as far as the beatdown decks go, which was not my expectation coming into the tournament. And you ended up winning the whole thing. So can you I guess can you speak to, I guess, specifically the Waxing Moon Black Sky Harbinger? How much was that sort of accounted for in the deck that you decided to build, and sort of what your perception of the metagame was leading up to the weekend?
Yeah, no, I thought that was a definite consideration. That was one thing I was thinking about. I saw the article that you had written where you suggested Shatterglass Mage as a response to that, and really in a very moon have if I knew that it was going to be as large of a percentage as it was, I might have included that. But I felt like I could deal with it based on having what's the name of that? The 2 cost relic removal in the market.
Oh, yeah. Hold on one second here. The Disjunction.
Yes.
Yep.
So rather than go with the Shatterglass package, and so I really, you know, the deck was heavily focused on trying to get. I wasn't afraid of the late game as long as it had the right tools. Like, so Javon is an amazing tool in this deck because there's so many 4-drops we're running. It's almost better, if you feel like the game's going longer, taking just a draw of Javon and potentially getting the play if you hit a minion. And it's a very minion heavy deck, obviously, too.
Yeah, and Siobhan in particular is one where, well, even if you're playing against a control deck, then the attack trigger matters a lot potentially, and so that's a very powerful way of sort of splitting the difference between being all in and trying to play like a much deeper game. I'm also curious about some of the stuff that's going on in the fringes of the deck, let's call it.
Okay.
Can you speak to the one copy of Azrog Streetbreaker? I was a little surprised by the inclusion of this, again, just because the deck is so focused on being low to the ground, but it was also uh, totally busted for you several times on camera that I watched. So I'm interested what sort of caused you to go with one copy here. If you ran the event back, would you consider a second one, or were you happy with just the one?
Yeah, I might. So there's a lot of, with the ramp that the deck has, you got to be able to use the power in certain ways, and like obviously Javon triggers and using the runes in their form of their what is it? What is it? The not is it spellcast or their amplify version?
5. Yeah. Mhm.
Right, their amplify version, to use stuff like that. So I wanted to have something up there. I didn't want to have the full 4 set because this deck, if you don't get a good start, it's not gonna do well. So I felt like I couldn't justify that. You know, thinking back on it, I might put a second copy in instead of the speaking circle. Because I didn't know that OZL would be as prevalent as it was. And then sort of it's just, you know, you get one spell off it and then it gets hit by OZL. You know, you can make use of that one spell, but I think a second copy of Azrog might have been better there.
So I really like an element that I like about your deck is okay. So it's very low to the ground, right? You have a lot of cheap plays, and it's ostensibly a very aggressive deck. But you also have uh, logistics expert, open way supplier, power cell. A lot of those cards are very good for getting off to fast starts. But again, you're playing an aggressive deck, so how much can you really use the extra power? And then the fringes of the deck are filled out with like, okay, so there's these really powerful forwards in Sandstorm Titan and Shoal Custodian. So you have these very explosive openings if you accelerate. You have the sketches and runes. So if you happen to draw a little bit too much power, it's not ideal, but you at least have things to do with 5 or 6 power. That's a really interesting approach of you know, most of the aggressive decks that we've seen have competitive success in Eternal are just, you know, it's a lot of, you know, cheap Aegis units and charge units, you know, sort of speaking to your favorite cards being Initiative of the Sands and things like that. Do you think that this is sort of like objectively the best approach for the format right now, or is this something that just like very comfortably fits your play style, or is it kind of a mix of the two?
Ooh, that's a good, you know, that's a good question. In one sense, there would have been, I would have had some bad matchups. I managed to avoid, for example, Rakano, um, and what's the name of that 4-drop? Varric or something like that.
Uh,
The 2 red, 2 green.
oh, the summon kill a multi-faction.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that card would, you know, that card would destroy Shoal Custodian. You put it back in there, kill you. And there were things I really liked about this matchup in the meta. So auto tread I thought is extremely strong because you're seeing so many vine grafters, so many other units that are sticky that it can help you go through that. So I think it was sort of it was a mix, but it does
Sure.
suit my playstyle.
What I really like about this deck, the structure of it is it's really focused on getting out in front really early on, but also has ways of um, hedging against drawing a little bit too much power, which is going to happen kind of naturally when you're playing so many 1 and 2 cost cards, but also play with a lot of power acceleration as well.
So yeah, Amphitheater also is an example of a card that really suits my play style. I really enjoy playing with sites and extracting value from them too. So being able to potentially get Amphitheater on 2, and then playing a slow to slow them down even more.
Well, also, I mean, this deck's also kind of putting people in the squeeze too, right? As far as your sites go, like you have extraneous stuff to block with. Um, they're probably on the defense, so they're like, do they want to attack with their 1 unit and give up a blocker? And you
Mm,
could just
mm.
chump block with one of your accelerators that you don't need anymore, or do they sit back and let the amphitheater run? Like, again, that's a spot where I think the deck is really well structured, where the opponent doesn't have a lot of good options because they need to play defense, and you have things that can block pretty easily past a certain point.
Welcome back. It's top 16 time here. We're going to get that updated at the top of your screen in just a moment. Andrew Baeckstrom, Patrick Sullivan here. We got one more round to go with these draft decks, and so we're going to get to see probably some pretty good ones this round, as all of these players have won their first 2 rounds with this deck. They got to win one more in order to make it to the top 8 and draft again. And it's possible some of these players might just have some pretty medium decks, and that's always kind of fun when you're in the spot where it's like, I don't know how I got here with this deck, but all I got to do is win one more.
You wash your hands of it, you're in the top 8, it's a new draft, you're just good to go. So I would expect, based on the quality of competition and the fact that these players have 2-0'd in a strong field, that we're going to see some quality decks, but by no means a guarantee. Sometimes you're able to just make some lemonade out of lemons. But one more round to go. The slate's clear after that. You're in the top 8, and it's a fresh draft.
All right, so we're going to be checking out Roshi, one of our eternal content creators. They're in the top 16, and we're going to be checking out their draft deck here in just a moment. As soon as their match begins, we'll be heading down to check it out. And they're playing Moltavio. So, Moltavio the Mage. Oh, I saw you play against them the other day.
Yeah, I don't know how it went, but
Yeah,
I do reckon. How'd it go?
I don't remember.
I don't know. Do you know the format?
It was draft.
It's draft, and they probably got me because I've been giving it away in the last week.
Yeah. My leak is Draconic Looting. It's, in my view, free real estate, and that's also the view of my opponents, who beat me a lot when I managed to successfully play one card off of it most of the time.
Yeah, Andrew was recently talking to me about how good the second one is, sort of implying that the first, like, you sort of go infinite, as it were. I have not seen it work that way in practice. I have not.
All right, we're going to check out the start of this one. Looks like we got a little Feln mirror going on here. Maybe Roshi. Bottom of your screen, Yeti Intellectual, Snow Peak Eagle, and a Learn to Bite. I love that little dino popping out of the egg. Meanwhile, Moltavio the Mage looking to play a little bit of a slower one. They got some Ice Overs, Snow Peak Eagle of their own, a Rune Sword. And they managed to play an Argenport Banner already, so they're all set up with their power. Love the combination of Terry X Mount plus Yeti Intellectual. But we're going to see that just gets used on itself to start this thing off with a 2-3 unit. And was not expecting Blackguard Sidearm to show up, but that 2-1 quick draw weapon is here. I guess you could put that onto a Snow Peak Eagle, and you got a stew going.
Yeah, that's a lot of offense and defense.
All right, is it time for Ransack? It is. We're going to discard a Shadow Sigil and then play this 2-cost spell. Draw the top 2 cards of the deck except Ice Over, gain an Aegis. That's a nasty little turn there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're down the card regardless.
Yeah, that was cool.
Cool.
All right, we got a Yeti Intellectual or maybe a Snow Peak Eagle to match. Nope, it's going to be the Intellectual. And now for Moltavio the Mage, they didn't manage to hit the 5th power. They can't play that Isolate Refugee yet. It's going to be a Bannerman this turn. But it might be biting time. Time to learn to bite. Well, first up, we picked up a Relentless Gorehorn. It's a pretty solid unit. 4-cost, 3/3 summon. Your Minotaurs get +2 strength. And, well, the Relentless Gorehorn itself is a Minotaur, so we got a 5/3 revenge coming at you.
Yeah, and I like deciding not to do anything too risky with Moltavio having 2 power-up. I mean, the play is close regardless, but just play your units against open power and then play your tricks into not open power is a pretty good heuristic.
All right, the 5/3 revenge is going to crack in. Is it going to be met with a block? It is not. And now for Roshi, the question is it time to bite or is it time to fly?
I'm biting.
Yeah.
Good window to do
but
it.
What are we biting?
3/5.
Yeah, but what are we turning into? Terry X mount? Okay.
Fine. It's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, I think.
All right, well, we got a Carnosaur now. Meanwhile, for Moltavio the Mage, got a couple of ways this turn could go. I love. Ooh, they got a nice little deck going on over there. They got Collapse, which is 2-cost fast, discard a card to kill an enemy unit at cursor sight. You discard that D'Angelo Racketeers, and you can pay 2 when it goes to the void to play a Backguard Bouncer. And look at that, a 4/3. So a real nice sequence there.
As you mentioned, got a stew going, and really the whole thing here is setting up shop, trading off, keep things clear, and then allow your big 5-cost spell here to play catch up. Pull it all back, and then win with the leftovers.
Meanwhile, a Soul Feast is picked up for Moltavio the Mage, and they're going to use that to hit the Denny Intellectual. Doesn't open up any attacks, but it does stop it from ever picking up a card. Meanwhile, the Relentless Gorehorn is back. It's boosted itself up to a 7-3. The second Eavesdrop is going to get there, though. Well, I guess the first one was a, not an Eavesdrop, but it was blocked by Aegis. Meanwhile, give me that Void. Oh, combo.
That is a combo right there.
You ever seen that before?
I have not.
It's cool.
That's a first. Tap out. No more.
That was unbelievably savage.
Yeah. All right. Well, just gave it up there. That was quite the swing there. Got the last two. Got a 4-3 for your trouble. Head. More to come. Moltavio the Mage says no more.
So to break it down, what happened there? Eavesdrop, 4-cost spell. Enemy player discards 2 cards, then you steal their void. So when steal their void, the cards go from their void to your void. D'Angelo
Goes to your
Racketeers
void, yes.
says when D'Angelo Racketeers goes to your void, you may pay 2 to play a 4-3.
With 6 power, that's all of it. That's everything, and then some.
And yeah, it went to their void.
So there you have it.
There you have it. All right, so really nicely played game by Roshi, and I would say by Moltavio. I mean, that ice overplay, 3-cost, stun an enemy unit you get into Aegis, perfectly timed to disrupt that draw both the 2 cards from the top of their deck.
Yeah, no, that play was great too. Just, was really hanging on by a thread there in terms of the sort of card economy battle, and that turn of the revenge unit coming back, then losing everything, and a free 4-3 to show for it was, there was a game of all these like sort of piecemeal incremental exchanges, and that one was just massive.
Yeah, I love the patience by Roshi on with that learn to bite. Certainly had a turn earlier where they could have gone for it, but if the unit gets removed or disrupted in some way, the spell gets negated. Instead, finding a window when Moltavio was completely depleted of their power and making it work there, and that Carnosaur did get killed by the collapse, but it took a unit out along the way.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, fantastic looking draw there for Moltavio. They've got, I think we've seen them have more non-sigil power in their hands than everyone else we've seen combined so far.
Yeah, yep.
And making it work quite nicely. Their power has seemed fine. Interestingly, they did not play the Unseen Marksman on turn 2.
I think the argument for doing that, my intuition was to play it, but I think the argument there is with this arm in hand and the game maybe shaping up to go for a long time, it's better to sort of have Roshi play into you a little bit, and maybe at some point they produce something with 1 health you can pick off.
This is that's a lot of fancy talk for not playing your 2-cost 3/3 on turn 2 on the play.
I agree it's fancy, but I mean, look at the hand on the other side here. There's a Permafrost, the 3/3 Revenge unit. It wouldn't have amounted to much.
No, that's true. Can't argue with that. All right, meanwhile, Moltavio doesn't have the second primal to play that Snow Peak Eagle. It would line up super nicely against that Teriax Screecher. They're just going to pass for the moment. Are we going to actually disarm this Screecher when it comes in? Nope, we're going to take 2. And then it's going to be a Relentless Gorehorn.
Really good hedge here. If Moltavio has nothing, it's the most power. And if they do have a removal spell, it's on a unit with Revenge, so not the end of the world.
Not going for a removal spell on the Gorehorn. They could have played either the Collapse or the Slay at end of turn. Instead, we're going to see the Snow Peak Eagle come down. And for Roshi, what are we going to do next? It's going to be an attack with the Gorehorn. Ow. Big 5. Then another Snow Peak Eagle. The old safety bird, the Miner's Canary itself, 04 Flyer. And the Unseen Marksman, are we doing this to knock off the Aegis? We are. Okay. Now I suppose we could trade. But this might be time for some Spared Fate. What do you think?
It's not a bad spot.
All right. 4 costs, give one of your units flying, then deal 3 damage to each enemy, or to each unit without flying, rather. I mean, Moltavio's got a lot of removal, but they're going to need to start using it soon. I mean, you can't just ignore this Gorehorn forever.
Yeah, the Gorehorn's just one of the worst cards for Moltavio to play against here because, I mean, it's just going to require a ton of cards over the long term to manage.
All right, there we go. There's the Disarm. Gorehorn pops back into the deck. with Revenge and Destiny. Now Yeti Intellectual. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, hello. It's the Rat King. 4 costs, 3/2. Summon, play 2 1/1 Dirty Rats that can't block. Once per turn, you could pay 1, exhaust the Rat King, and sacrifice a unit to give another unit -1/-1. So a lot of value from the Rat King as always.
Yeah.
He's like Santa Claus, really. He's just
Right.
very generous.
Very generous, yes.
No attack from the Yeti Intellectual into that 2/3 Flying Aegis. Another Crown Watch Legionnaire. Holding up Collapse still. Now we got another sweeper, a Caustic Rain for Roshi. This one deals 2 to each unit. Right now they are not getting a good end of it, Patrick, as they've got 2 units it kills, and I'm counting a goose egg worth of units for Moltavio that it kills.
Yeah, I think, I like the attack here with everything, because there's a very good chance that the 1/3 just goes in front of Yeti Intellectual, and then you get to pick that off after the fact.
Yeah, this could be a really nice turn here.
And also, if you have a deal 2 to everything, you sort of need to, like,
Well, you could
trade off profitably as you can.
I mean, if you want to go deep, you can. Yeah, you could do it this way. It pops the Aegis off at least. And now you could permafrost that in future turns. Just solid.
Yeah.
All right, there's a Star-Kissed Wings. We saw that one do good work earlier, combined up with a Lifesteal unit, and could see that again on the the Crown Watch Legionnaire. We've now got a 3/4 Lion Aegis. These or not Flying Aegis, Flying Lifesteal, and a new one. Let me name some skills it actually has. Snow Peak Eagle, setting up to allow some combo blocks on the Crown Watch Legionnaire. Meanwhile, Grave Robbery, that's a fun card there, Patrick. 3 cost fast spell, sacrifice a unit to draw a card from the enemy void. You know what my favorite kind of card to draw from the enemy void is?
Yeti Intellectual.
I was gonna say one with Destiny, but you might have swayed me on
Right, yeah,
Intellectual.
yeah.
So if we manage, when that Gorehorn comes back, we could see something cool pop up where we kill the Gorehorn and then draw it from the enemy void. With Destiny, we'll play it for free and draw a card. For now, though, Moltavio is trying to figure out if they want to do any fancy blocks. Oh. Sweet Dreams. 5 cost. Play a unit from your void that costs 3 or less. Give it +2 health. And invoke Primal Shadow. So Roshi's got a pretty nice looking, just solid Feln deck, whereas Moltavio has... They're pretty firmly in all 3 factions, I would say. And pretty firmly in the sense of they're missing the second Shadow influence for the Rat King right now.
Yes.
But yeah, I think we've seen JJ, PP, and SS cards now at this point from Moltavio. Yeah, I think that's true. All right, Chloric Mix is picked up. I mean, just a bevy of removal. And now we're finally going to see an attack here. And if Moltavio does the right kind of blocks, we will see a Caustic Rain, I imagine. But, I mean, if these blocks happen, you just take it.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah.
Or you just let the 2 damage go in. Will we see a removal spell be played from Moltavio? I mean, it's almost like, why are you allowing yourself to take any damage when you have this much removal?
Yeah, at some point you got to kind of like force Roshi to take some game actions that allows you to use some power. And then you can start, leveraging all of your tricks and removal spells and such.
That was a nice play by Moltavio. They blocked with the Legionnaire and then went for the Chloric Mix, basically saying, well, I'm going to kill your guy with a removal spell, but I'd rather try to bait out a pump spell first.
Right.
And that block definitely did that by blocking a 3/4 on the 2/2. Now, the thing that Roshi actually had was a Caustic Rain they would have played after attacks if 2 damage had gotten onto the Legionnaire. All right, Last Light Refugee. So what does Roshi want to do with Moltavio completely depleted on power? They're going to bring back a Teriak Screecher. They will invoke Primal Shadow. Can they get something saucy?
I mean, anything to get the 3/4 out of the equation, and then the burden's on Moltavio to start doing something. Doesn't take much, just anything that can answer that.
Could be anything.
Could be anything.
Well, what is it? It's a Lethrite Kidnapper. That one was I was hoping for.
No, that's a pretty low roll here, all told.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to get to snag the Rat King, maybe, but, like, doesn't survive the Caustic Rain. So now, all right, looks like now we are going to be able to pull off the Caustic Rain, kill off both the other flyers, and now we get to play the Kidnapper.
And it's so much better to play the Kidnapper after you've played the Caustic Rain. Like, you'd really like to free that up, ideally.
So the Kidnapper is a 3-cost, 3/1 flyer. Summon the enemy player discards a card from their hand, and then it has Entomb. The enemy player draws a card. So yeah, nothing doing against that last late refugee coming in. But Moltavia is going to start using the removal here. I got a feeling. I mean, they used the Chloric Mix last turn. I would guess we're going to see the Kidnapper go away. It's a 3/1. You get to draw a card.
Yeah, it's the most pressure meets getting the card. If you have stuff in your deck that deals 1, maybe you want to do it in another order, but...
I mean, they have the Unseen Marksman. But we've already seen that one this game. Maybe they have a second copy. All right, Slay, just going to go at the Kidnapper. So 4 damage, probably going to come across. Card back for Moltavio. It was a topple. Not going to work as it only kills the biggest strength things. And that 3/5 is bigger. We are going to see the Grave Robbery, though. It's going to pick up the Sweet Dreams. Woo! Well, it's not going to be a very good, surprising card when it gets played at this point, but it's pretty nice.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much.
And Roshi has now really flooded out. I mean, we're up to power 12 going to be in the next few turns. Though they are holding on to it, maybe because of the eavesdrop or something like that. All right, here we go. Okay, Miner's Canary.
That might be a first.
Yeah, how many times could that have happened? Oh, my goodness. Crackling Bauble. So this draws you an extra card each turn, and then the cost of that card, you deal it in damage to the enemy player.
Very nice way to break open a game that's, you know, you're on the defensive, but you're ahead. Pretty trivial way to take things from there.
So killing the Last Light Guardian does open up the topple to kill something, but we're going to establish the Crackling Bauble. Then at the turn, they drew a 3, so take 3. This isn't going to take long for the Crackling Bauble to kill. The question is, can Moltavio survive? And, I mean, when you're talking about a hand with Ice over, Collapse, Topple.
Yeah.
Blackguard Sidearm.
Put that on the Canary to start cracking.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Just imagine we're shipping turn here.
Yeah, we might want to topple. It's enough removal left over.
No, I'm into toppling something.
Just
kill the Screecher.
Right.
The Crackling Bauble is going to win this game for Moltavio.
Yeah, and you're just... I think the bigger risk long term is just kind of getting punked out of the game. You know?
Oh, there's a Minotaur, and it's flying.
Oh!
Rule the skies! How much does that deal to a flyer, Patrick?
6!
How much health that Miner's Canary got?
Due to the Miner's Canary alongside Sweet Dreams, 6.
Yeah.
See, this is the risk that I thought you took with the topple there. Now, the topple will be good against the Minotaur the following turn, but it's like, all right, now you kind of got to just use stuff in your hand inefficiently. And
Yeah, this is not great. It was because of the Gorehorn. They knew the Gorehorn was coming back soon. That's probably why we get to collapse that. So we're only taking 2. Then you could topple the Gorehorn. I mean, you're only taking... It's going to still take a bunch more attacks here.
no, you're on... I mean, you're on 5. It's not that...
Well, you can ice over the... I'm saying it's going to take 3 more attacks, and the bubble might just kill him in the meantime. Oh, wow, we didn't... Wow. That is the best Direward Rampager has ever been.
Right there. That's a big hit.
Yeah. All right. So they're going to ice over again to survive. This is very close. That's 3. Yeah, I mean, might as well play this then.
Wow, this game got so close.
Yeah, the mod ready drone's gonna be a big deal.
Oh, man.
The Direwood Rampager just would not be stopped.
Nope.
Hit dealt 13 damage, 6 the bobbling way and 7 the flying way. Have you ever? So that's not the most common way that Direwood Rampager deals a bunch of damage.
I was hoping the sidearm would get on it too.
Yeah.
Just for good measure, you know?
I mean, it deserved it.
Absolutely. After that performance.
That's like one of those like ceremonial weapons you present to like a conquering like army officer when they come home and like in retirement. It's like, here, your soldiers bought you this glorious piece.
That was quite the game. I don't know how really else to put it. That was quite the game.
The games go in weird directions sometimes. You know, you like this, like come up with play patterns and scripts, and it's like, so I believe the sequence that led to the victory there was Sweet Dreams got played, then a grave robbery stole the Sweet Dreams, which brought back a miner's canary and invoked into a crackling bauble, and then the crackling bauble dealt a ton of damage because it hit a 6-cost 6/4 Direwood Rampager.
I'm a pretty big believer in if you just make some cards, some stuff's going to happen. And that game was a great demonstration.
Hard to refute after that game. All right, here we are now in game number 3. Roshi on the play. Got a Yeti Intellectual. Got to learn to bite. You got to love it.
4 power, Yeti Intellectual. What are you going to, you mulligan those hands. Why even show up?
Meanwhile, for Moltavio the Mage, yeah, they got 2 of the 3 factions of influence, and they only got 1 card they can't play because of it. Good enough for me. Meanwhile, Roshi off to a slow start, but, you know, that'll happen. Hey, picked up a Teriax creature. Not too shabby. Now Moltavio's got Back Alley Bouncer. They got a Topple they could play here. And then we're going to see something at Topple, but here's the rub. What is going to stop the Yeti Intellectual? He is on a quest for knowledge. He craves it, and instead it's going to be a Relentless Gorehorn played because it's a 5/3 revenge, and that's like really good. And
yeah,
like, it's not as classy as the Intellectual, but whatever, it's a really good play. So the Gorehorn's going to attack right in. For Moltavio, they're not going to trade. Gonna wait till maybe they can pay for that ability. There it is, the conquering hero, the Direwood Rampager.
So the entire hand's uncastable. Am I seeing that correctly?
Oh, you are. You are. But they can pay 2 if they block with the
Sick.
with the Racketeers this turn. Do we throw the Trickster's Cloak on the Yeti Intellectual? And why is that a great play?
Doesn't seem like it's going to get better.
Huh. So this is kind of good for both players, this trade. It's going to get the Gorehorn back into the deck, revenging. Meanwhile, Moltavio gets to sort of pay to get the Back Alley Bouncer here. I mean, this is slow going, Patrick, but if we use the Unseen Marksman here and we have nothing else to do, we can shrink down the Yeti Intellectual into a 4/3, and then the Soul Feast in a future turn could.
In a future turn, carrying a lot of weight in that sentence.
Well, yeah.
At a time to be determined somewhere down the line.
Well, it'll be interesting. I mean, Roshi could easily just be like, yeah, we're going to trade here. These things happen. I get a card out of it. Which I think is a good play to me. I don't think you should always be tunnel visioned on, like, how do I make my Yeti Intellectual into all that it can be and more. All right. I love the idea here. We could use Thudrock's Ruse plus Learn to Bite to get it to sort of work around that.
Yeah.
I imagine we are going to see that. Bannerman does unlock for us some influence here. No, we are not. Okay. So do you play out the Snow Peak Eagle? You do. Get 2/3. Yeah, that was tough. To get that Primal Influence, they gave up the second Shadow Influence that they needed for 3 cards in their hand.
Got to make some calls in this spot.
You do have to. They also have Snow Peak Eagle in their deck, Moltavio, so it's if they were to draw that, they'd be down.
There's no clean answer to the problems Moltavio has presented themselves with.
No. No, no, no. All right, the Alchemist is a draw for Moltavio. They can play that one. Meanwhile, Mod Ready Drone pecking in as a 2/2 flyer. There it is. There's the Gorehorn. Now, Moltavio is depleted this turn on power, so if you wanted to make something learn to bite, you would be able to do it successfully here. Question is, what would it even be? I guess a 2/4, and then you could kill a 2/2 flyer, maybe.
Go after the 4/4 if you're pretty positive that's the one that's down.
It's true. We don't know what it is. I guess Roshi
have
could check
lists
the
or
deck
whatever,
pools.
yeah.
Yeah. Could be something like a Gnashing Displacer, which is a 5/4 overwhelm. That would be a pretty rough one to run into. Also, it's not like killing the 4/4 fast is like good, right? You might fluff +2/+2 the card they're drawing next turn. So Inquisitive Alchemist has when it goes to your void. If you have Justice Influence, top unit or weapon of your deck gets +2/+2. So could be dangerous here. We'll see. All right. Next up, it was the Safety Bird. So yeah, that was the real downside of that whole sequence there.
It's still just you're playing against a deck with so many fast pieces of interaction and ways to kill attackers and stuff, and the 5/5 left over is so strong. Like, look at the board. You know, I liked Roshi's play last turn.
Everything's coming in. So where is the blocks going to go? And then we've got this copy of Beyond Fear, give a unit +4 strength this turn. Contract 3, give it Lifesteal this turn as well. So it looks like the Snow Peak Eagle has gotten big enough. It's going to trade off with that Canary as it was double blocked down. A lot of things traded off here. We did clean up the board pretty well, I gotta say, for Roshi. Now we're getting to the point of the game with Moltavio the Mage at 10. Thudrock's Ruse as an attacker is looking pretty juicy.
Potentially, yes.
Direwood Rampager can come down, though. Don't worry. Don't worry. The Mod Ready Drone's coming in. So now you just play down the Ruse. Oh.
Play down the Ruse in a space. It's like...
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Because if they hold back the Moderator Drone, then they have an extra chump blocker, but... At that point, I don't know. Maybe it's not actually that straightforward.
No, games are easy. All right, Inseparable. Drawing that Destiny Gorehorn. Picking up some copies of Snow Peak Eagle. One from the Inseparable. The other one from the top of the deck. Yeah, the 5/5 is going to come in and trade off with that Rampager. Now, see. Yeah, these units, the units in the Void got buffed up thanks to the Xenon Cultist. That's pretty nifty.
Yeah.
It's not every day you see that text come up from that 3-cost 2/4. Finally, we got the second Shadow Influence opening the way up for the Rat King. But yeah, this is, I mean, we're going to, oh, can we afford to do that and not have up Disarm this turn?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's going to make it a lot harder to deal with this 11/5 if we can't just disarm it. I mean, I suppose you could double block it.
It'll be hard to double block against the sizes coming across here.
Oh my goodness. An Eavesdrop is a nasty one. Give me them cards. They're going to your void and then they're coming to mine. Is this going to get gross again? Because we got like, the Racketeers is over there, right? And the Inquisitive Alchemist, though we don't have Justice Influence. Jeez. Eavesdrop has been nasty.
I know. A lot of things have been coming up with that one.
Yeah. That was a tough attack. All right, so bunch of things traded off. Inseparable.
Bad news.
Yeah. It's been better. I mean, you could play Rune Sword, but that's going to be it for your tournament then. Moltavio the Mage is going to fall to Roshi here. They can pick off the Bouncer.
Get that rat in.
The Rat can attack. It's true facts. And yeah, Roshi takes it down. 3-0's their draft. Advances to the top 8. That was a heck of a match.
That was. Moldavio's deck looked a little unwieldy in a lot of spots, but those 3 faction decks, once your power is online, even if it's not the most coherent collection of cards, just do powerful stuff there. So a lot of pressure on Roshi to kind of like come out firing, because if the game slows down a little bit, it can look like it did in game number 2. But instead, just waited too long on sigil requirements, and then the cards in Moldavio's hand weren't really that good at playing defense. So there you go.
All right, so we're going to check out Sir Win and TheBoxer up ahead here in game number 3 of their match. As we are wrapping up the first draft here, we got a second draft coming up after this one. And Sir Winnin is a little light on power, though they picked one up there with that draw. TheBoxer is just completely out of gas, but Feral Serpent is a beautiful pickup. Meanwhile, all them units are crashing in for TheBoxer. Looks like maybe the cat's done some work on the hand.
Oh yeah, that cat has been licking the saucer. No way about it. No two ways about it.
That sounded so dirty.
It's not though. It's the thing that cats do.
And now no blocks on the other two on the stealth units there, so they're getting in. Genius Combatant, and now Feral Serpent. Sir Winnin's gonna have to come up with some help. Oh, Roland Merciless is turn away or two from being the thing.
Yeah.
Does pick off the Thorn Crawler. What's our plan against this Air Force, Patrick?
Not much, and some more debt coming here.
That's just it, right?
I believe so.
Wow. So TheBoxer takes it down. They were just on nothing in hand. They drew that Feral Serpent. Maybe if it wasn't for that, Sir Winnin has enough time to establish their own air threats with Huru Fledgling and Midnight Hunter, but that 3-cost 4/3 flyer is no joke.
No, it is not. Yeah, and you look at that hand, a lot of ways to stabilize the game there, even against flying units, but just not enough time to get everything out of the hand.
All right, so back in the booth here. Do we have any matches still outstanding? Oh, well, all right. So it sounds like we got a top 8. So we're going to get to work here. We're going to go to a break. We're going to get our draft set up to stream as soon as that's ready to go. We're going to be firing off the draft, and it'll be exciting to catch another one of these players. Who knows? Well, maybe it'll be TheBoxer. Maybe it'll be Roshi. We'll see who else is in the top 8. But we'll be back soon with another live covered draft, so stay tuned. right, welcome to Top 8 coverage of the Cold Hunt 5K Draft Open. So we've gotten our field of 64 down to 8 players, and those 8 players are ready to go and draft. We're going to be watching our content creator, Roshi, do their draft here in the top 8. As a reminder, all these players are playing for cash prizes today. There's a $5,000 prize pool. Once you're in that top 8, you're getting a share of it. And if you win this event, you go straight to the World Championships. In addition, this round, Popotito is playing at his May top 8. They've already made a top 4 this season, and during this year's of competitive play, if you get 2 top 4s in any of our opens, that also qualifies you for Worlds. So their next match is going to be super important. But we're going to start things off by watching Roshi's draft, and they're ready to go, so we're going to get right into it. All right, so look at that lovely screen. Begin draft. Let's go. Boy, Feral Serpent did big work in the earlier drafts. Seems like a great place to start, Patrick.
Yeah, some reticence about it being double pit, but just easily the best card in the pack. And Roshi made the top 8 here, drafting Feln, so already familiar with the archetype.
All right. Next up, we've got Stoke Ambition as a primal card, but that's not the kind of card I like to start a draft with. I'm looking to apply some pressure and pick it up. A second 3-cost flyer, moving right on into Feln here. Let's see if that sticks. Is now this pack's got a Feln Tome, so if you want to have good fixing for your 3PP 3-drop and your 3SS 3-drop, that's a way to go, and they go for it.
Great pick, and not the most intuitive one there. There were a couple playable primal cards in there, but types of cards you get a lot of opportunities to take, and the fixing always at a premium, especially as you mentioned, opening up with a little bit of a dubious pip requirement in double primal into double shadow.
All right, now the Arachnoid Terror over Trick Throw. That was an interesting pick. I like old reliable Trick Throw a lot, but you know the Arachnoid Terror, it's got a lot of bang for its buck as a 3-drop. Going right on into a Yeti Intellectual, now maybe a Caustic Rain, so just really solidifying very quickly here their factions.
I really love Arachnoid Terror in Feln. If you're going to be attacking in the air, it plays really well. Your units are going to be small enough where it's going to be the biggest thing, and your opponent has no choice to attack. Where I've seen Arachnoid Terror struggle is with decks that are largely on the ground, but this opening here from Roshi is so heavy on flyers that I think Arachnoid Terror is a great pick.
All right, so now picking up a Ritual Dagger. Now we're not going to be able to take a Primal or Shadow card here. Well, I guess the Unseen Marksman is part Shadow at least. Now, do you go for that or do you take the Rune Sword? Because the Rune Sword's interesting. Getting Inscribe cards in your third faction opens up a door for splashing. But with 2 Ritual Daggers now to end off pack 1, it's interesting. We could be going for a more aggressive version of Feln and try to use that with things like Toctic to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, I think abstractly I would have just taken the Inscribe card, but if you think there's a chance that you could actually play the card you're taking and do something a little bit different, put a premium on that. I think the best heuristic is to take the fixing there, but if you think you actually have a plan in mind potentially, then take the card you want.
All right, so Windshaper is the pickup. 4 cost 2/4. Your units with flying have +1/+1, and now taking a Leatherhide, that 3 cost 3/2 stealth unit. When it hits the enemy player, gets +1/+1. So moving quickly, finding things they like. Still a little light on the early part of the curve. Just a Lethrite Pathfinder is their only Feln card that costs less than 3. I'd love to see them start getting some 1s and 2s at some point. Now picking up a Cyber Hyena. If you want an early blocker to go with these flyers, may I interest you in the Scaliest of Grons?
I kind of like a Rooted Observer here.
All
Usually
right.
my Feln decks are loud enough with stealth that it plays pretty well. And Scaly Gron is so replacement level that even if you don't end up playing the
No.
Rooted Observer, what's the odds you would have played the Gron?
Wow, so they went for a spell here with a Sabotage. Now maybe picking up a Yeti Spy?
These are some different pick values than I have. So that
We'll see how it works out. Getting 1 Yeti Spy, do they come in pairs?
I mean, if you like the first one, it stands to reason you'd like the second one.
Oh, they're going to go for a Hired Cutthroat now. Now a choice between Feln Stealth units between Leatherhide and Shockwave Elemental. That 4/2 just is super tough to deal with because whenever an enemy unit blocks it, it stuns that unit. So it won't kill it, but now it won't be usable for a few turns.
I think Shockwave Elemental is correct.
It's pretty good.
You hit with a Leatherhide, your opponent's like, oh, okay, that kind of sucks. Next turn trade. You have that thing, and it's like some problems a lot of the time.
All right, first Frost Shaman. And now we see a Bomb. Give a unit +1 strength and Reckless, draw a card. Always a fun time. All right, more Yetis. Wow, we're that.
No, come
Come
on.
on.
Come on. Come on.
All right, we took the second Yeti spy now. Now here we are in pack 3. Choice of Permafrost and Rindra's Choice. Rindra's Choice, 2 cost, kill a multi-faction enemy unit or negate a multi-faction enemy spell. Wow, another Permafrost here. So really solid interaction. Now potentially following it up with a Blood of Makar. That cursed relic says whenever one of your units hits the enemy player, it gets +2 strength. That's pretty solid with flyers. And so we're actually going to go with that over the surprise raid.
It's a tough pick. I think my instinct was surprise raid, but it's possible I underrate the relic.
All right, Toxic Cloud, 5 cost, 2/3 deadly. Whenever it hits the enemy player, they discard a card. Cut Ties is the 6-drop choice. Now another first Frost Shaman. Do you think that during the draft we should change it so that it keeps incrementing? Like,
What do you mean?
well, if you've taken one, you could draft a second Frost Shaman.
Oh, yeah. No, I think we should have those rules all over the place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. All right, next up. Roshi has been very tunneled. Not not saying wrongly, but never come close to not taking a Felon card this draft, it's felt like.
Yeah. Yep.
Giving themselves all of the options with all of their playables. There's really little chance we're going to splash, and then they're going to open up some ridiculous bomb in pack 3 that's going to show me wrong, but we'll see. Or in pack 4, rather. Here we are. They all fall the inseparable Teriak's Mount. A couple of nice-looking cards here. They all fall as a pretty hilarious one. Kill an enemy unit if it has 1 strength or less, steal it instead, and that was the pick.
I think I would have taken the mount there just as more as a function of the pip requirements in this deck than a commentary on what's the more powerful card.
Yep, that makes sense to me. Now another choice here, taking the Scale Hide. So a nice little combat trick with Inscribe there for Roshi. And now a Jotun Spellhammer. I mean, these packs, you got to give credit to Roshi. They know what they want.
Yes.
Now Shurgant's Breath or Collude, or even Beyond Fear. Wow, straight on to the Beyond Fear. I love me a Shurgant's Breath. Really catches you up in some spots.
Yep.
Now Stormblast or Trick Throw. Where's the love for Trick Throw? It takes a really good thrower like me, I guess.
I think it's just a sort of commentary on the strategy of hit with some flyers, leave your power up.
Right.
Again, I think that I would have preferred Trick Throw. They're just as trying to manage the pip requirements of the deck a little bit.
All right, well, no doubt about it. Roshi had a plan in place when they started drafting these flyers, and that was to go pretty hard on just picking up as many, I would say, powerful effects to go with them as possible. Sometimes during these drafts, it's a real range in terms of how much are you trying to construct a game plan, a smooth curve, a balance of effects versus games and draft get messy. They don't always play out the way you expect, and one way to approach that is to make sure you just have the best cards that you see throughout the draft in your hand.
Yeah, I think that's, cards like Rune Sword, if you're a relatively new player, look pretty modest, and there's a lot of spots that it is, but it's sometimes the games come down to just who has the last thing of substance, and cards like that often qualify. Some really interesting picks there. There's places where Roshi and I would have deviated by quite a bit. Not that I would have not drafted Feln, but just some of the pick evaluations. And Roshi drafted Feln in the previous draft, having 3-0'd. So showing a lot of experience with the archetype and a lot of very particular preferences. To the extent that I have sort of a macro criticism, it's the pip requirements are going to be arduous. We have double primal, double shadow, triple shadow. And I think there was a couple of spots that the downside risk of that could have been hemmed in. There's a couple spots where I would have erred towards just taking a single pip card over the second pip card. That said, it's a really cohesive deck, and the 2 Permafrosts really stand out to me. One, it's just, arguably, I think the best non-rare in the draft pack you could make a case for. And second, particularly in this archetype, because you are going to be inundated with 3-cost units a lot of time. There's just a lot of quality 3s on top of all the stealth units, and your Felon deck are often going to be allowed on stealth. So it sets you up for these plays of turn 3, 3-drop, turn 4, Permafrost 3-drop. And those are kind of the exchanges that push you really far ahead. So really nice to pick up a couple of those cards, both just because they're powerful, but because the construction of Roshi's deck is going to be really, really amenable towards 1 cost removal.
All right, so for these players, we are going to take a little bit of a break as they finish up building their decks. This guy and I filmed a Q&A the other day. It was the day of the Sixers-Nuggets game. Well, it gets mentioned in the video, but
yeah. We're dressed to remind you. It was on Thursday.
Spoiler alert, the Sixers crushed. It was awesome.
It was awesome.
Yeah. So we're going to watch that Q&A where we talk about some of the things going on in the game, catch you all up. It'll be a good time. Hopefully every one of your burning questions about Eternal will be answered now and forever. So that's exciting to look forward to when we get back from the break, and we'll get to, be in a brand new era with that in place, and then we'll get to watch some more draft games.
Can't wait.
Yeah. Welcome to the developer Q&A section of our broadcast. We're in the middle of the draft open here, Patrick. It's a few days earlier for us. You and I are going to Sixers Nuggets tonight, so we're a little decked out for that. But we're going to take some time now to answer some questions from the community that we got on Discord earlier this week. So if you want to be able to ask questions for a future segment like this, make sure you're on the Direwolf Digital Discord and check out the Ask the Dev section underneath the Eternal part. All right, so Patrick, we very exciting time for Eternal. We just put out Cold Hunt, of course, and now we're going to be answering some questions. So the first question is from TheBoxer, aka TheBoxer, and that's, why does the Vault only give players one copy of each rare? So they're talking about the new feature that we launched, the Expedition Vault, which granted players a selection of cards that will be legal in Expedition for the next year. Common question we also got about this feature was, can you dust these cards that you already owned all the copies? And the answer is yes. You can't dust the Vault copies, but if you have additional copies beyond that, feel free to dust them, and these cards will remain in Expedition for next year. So let's talk a little bit about that with the Expedition Vault. There's 151 unique cards. For the commons and uncommons, we granted players a full play set. And then in each faction, there was 6 rares, and we gave their players their first copy of those rares. So what sort of went into that?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we would only want to give one rare. To begin with, we're talking about a product or a feature that's supposed to be helping new players get onboarded onto Expedition. Now, I think that it's also valuable for lapsed players and even experienced players for a variety of reasons. But part of the goal here is, you've logged on, you've just downloaded the game, you played the tutorial, you enjoyed it, maybe you've done a draft, you enjoyed that. The process of going from no collection to playing constructed is really daunting. And so hopefully what we're giving here is a stepping stone into being able to build decks that are a little bit more coherent maybe, or really encourage you to explore cross-faction synergies and build 2-faction decks. Something that you and I realized when we were going through the starter decks that we give you at the end of the tutorial is that's a good stepping stone for, you have some cards, there's a deck that you can play.
Yeah.
But in terms of building 2-faction decks, there aren't a whole lot of incentives there. Most of the build around cards that we give you initially, or previously gave you initially, speak to mono-faction decks. And we're not giving you a lot of fixing either, like sigils that can play 2 factions. And that felt like a pretty big gap that we had to address. But 160 cards is a ton. That is so much to provide.
And that's the number of unique cards.
Right,
With
exactly.
A lot of them, you did get a full play set.
So we wanted to be mindful about, we want to give people material improvement to their initial experience and help them get on-ramp to Expedition. Are we giving too much stuff? Are we at risk of overwhelming someone who is new with this vault? That was a concern that we had while we were working on this. The rares happen to be among the most complicated designs. And so those, not only the deck building, but your initial games, having too many rares is really a risk that we felt was there of just inundating people with too much complexity initially in their experience. I also think that there is an attitude that can kind of come up from more competitive players or more experienced players is like, well, the point is to own everything and just build the deck that you want to build.
Yeah.
And actually, the process of accruing cards for your collection, deciding what to craft, not having everything out the gate, that's really, really fun. That's the reason that a lot of people find the trading card game experience to be so sticky, is like it's fun opening packs and being excited about the thing that you opened, or having enough shift stone to get your second or third copy of something. So we didn't want to dampen the collection experience, but to me that was secondary to just, we have to be mindful of the sheer amount of complexity we're introducing to people's deck building experience and to their initial games, and the rares are the most likely cards to create that sort of issue.
Yeah, and giving people, if you start off with a full play set of some rares, which cards are we sort of suggesting like you should be playing with?
Mm-hmm.
Instead, the approach a little bit more, let's give you a sampling of rares in these factions, get to explore different strategies, different synergies, and then also, there's no doubt that we have a firm commitment to making it a generous, free-to-play game where if you want to just collect from playing, you can do that. And part of that means is that we're not necessarily going to unlock everything when you just log in for the first time when you start playing, but make it so that there's a lot of rewards and ways that you can get more cards just from playing the game, even for free. And that was a big focus of ensuring that there still is, the rewards are centered on playing, not just, hey, did you make an account? And that's something that we really believe in, that it's a lot of fun to join draft that informed making the new draft rewards as a way to get cards. We talked about maybe, do we want to explore phantom draft, things like that, but it's like, you know what? It's actually just really fun to open up a pack, get a sweet card, play with it, and then now you own that card and you can build constructed decks with it.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with the Expedition Ball was we're trying to balance everything can kind of be summed up in terms of fun. Like, what is the thing that optimizes for the most fun for the most users? And giving people a really coherent stepping stone, a lot of cards, things that incentivize exploring synergistic decks or multi-faction decks. That's a big part of fun. But also what's a big part of fun is not overwhelming people with needless complexity and allowing the collection and accruing experience to remain fun. So this is where we landed. Like, is the right number like 0.75 rares or 1.25? Like, I don't know, but we can only.
We started off with the Expedition Vault as 6 rares per faction, and it's a feature that's going to be around for the next year with this set of cards. We've committed to that. Those cards all being an expedition, and we'll be paying attention to what the response is like, what the experience is like for the players who join the game in the interim, and I think everybody at home gets a sense like there's a real focus and energy and commitment to making the game as accessible as possible for people who are just joining now, and that's something that we work on every day, and this was sort of one of our first big steps since you've been back in this step, but there's more to come for sure.
Yep.
All right, what's up with Duel Imbalance? This is from Ilya K. I believe they are a user from Discord. 5 of the factions have paintings, tomes, and vows. The other ones have nerfed Silexes. Can we at least unnerf Silexes to at least even things out a little bit? So Ilya is coming out with a strong opening salvo and then negotiating us down to at least unnerfing the Silexes. So one of the things that Ilya did notice is that right now there is a bit of an imbalance between the dual faction cycles in the game. Some, whether there's things like the blueprints, the seats, the banners, their crests. There's some where everyone has one, and then there's others where some people have the Silexes and the other people have some of these new ones. I want to hear all of your thoughts on this. The one thing I did want to throw out was that we did look at bringing back and finishing off both the paintings and vows cycles in Cold Hunt. It mostly just came down to it didn't fit in with what we were going for with Contract and Inscribe, and that's a whole other complicated maybe ball of wax to get into a whole other question, but that's more or less why that idea, we didn't go down that path.
I just don't. All right, so there's imbalance, right? There's imbalance all over the game. I will assure you that if you go and look at, let's say, the 3 cost units that are available to 2 faction pairings, that some of them will be more powerful than others. I bet that if you go and try to find which faction pairings have the best harsh rules, you're going to find an imbalance there too. The point isn't just to smooth out everything to make it the same sort of like blurry, numbing experience.
Yeah.
Now, you could argue that the imbalance with dual faction power is sort of creating definition for definition's sake. I think there's a little bit of an argument there, like it is kind of making something up. but also we have an opportunity to finish out those cycles whenever we want to, and then it's all available in Throne. And the releasing that sort of stuff, I think a little bit at the time, it creates a more novel experience than doing it all at once. Like if you go back to set 1, yeah, we put in the 20 seats and banners out the jump because the game engine had a need for that amount to make building 2 and 3 faction decks coherent out the gate. That was a goal. We're now at a point with Throne in particular where there's no end of credible fixing to build a 2-faction deck. So the idea that we need to have these cycles all fed out for the sake of like gameplay, for being able to actually build 2-faction decks, it's not the case anymore. We don't need to do that. And so we can kind of put the stuff out at a time that makes sense, when it fits the set's architecture, when it's the appropriate thing for Expedition, when we just need a cycle for whatever reason. We have no compelling reason to do it for the sake of doing it at this point. And making a little bit of definition or differentiation in the power bases, it's not like the most dramatic thing, but it matters, something.
Yeah.
And like, why take that off the table?
Well, people really like it when we finish off cycles.
Right, but they like it better when we do it like a year later when their expectations are like it's...
Yeah. We don't, I'm sure with all of these cycles, I'm sure we will get to them someday, and there's always going to be, we're always trying to balance different types of players, different types of concerns. You better believe we get feedback from some people looking for us to continue to develop new things, come up with new cards, new designs. Certainly would make our jobs a lot easier if all we ever did was like, you know what, we did this thing once, let's do it 4 more times so we have a 5-card cycle, or we did it on 5 of the pairs, let's just not, we don't need to come up with the tomes, we could just do the vows or the paintings or the silexes again, and then we'll finish off a cycle. But we know we're both trying to finish off things, but also give you all a lot of new experiences.
We could crank out a set in 6 hours doing that. Like, it would be so fast to make a set that way, but I just don't think it's the right way.
Yeah. Cold Hunt took a little bit more work and time.
Yeah.
But we're pretty happy with how it turned out. What's the reasoning for weighting of cards in the draft pack? So Maple Violet's referring to the fact that with commons and uncommons in particular, some of the cards in the draft pack just appear more frequently than others. We're transparent about this. You can go on to the Expedition draft pack website, and it shows you what's an Expedition. It shows you what cards are in the draft pack right now and how they're being weighted. The long and short of it is that it allows us to add more depth to the formats. We like the idea that Expedition and Draft are interconnected, that the cards you play with in Draft you can play with an Expedition. But to curate the Draft experience, to make it more fun and more replayable, one of the things we like to do is have cards that might show up occasionally but aren't always showing up. And so by weighting cards, we allow it to have more of a concrete feel. A good example of this is we brought back Infiltrate in the draft pack in Primal and Shadow, and those are weighted higher. We think it plays well with some of the cards and themes going on in Cold Hunt with some of the other cards in the draft pack, and we still want to have a ton of cards as in the range of showing up, but make it still have a cohesive feel to it when you're drafting a draft pack set.
Right. So the twofold thing is there's some things that we want for Expedition that we don't necessarily want to be that prevalent in Draft. So we can tone that stuff down and have it be legal in Expedition, but not have it be a big part of the draft experience. That's one motivation. And the other is because the draft pack ties to Expedition, we have to have a lot of cards in the draft pack. That's just to make the Expedition card pool large enough and robust enough to make the constructed format what we want. We have to have a lot of cards. Minus weighting, if we just flatten that all out, I think that we would get kind of a rudderless and incoherent experience in Draft, where you're just sort of looking at a soup of disparate cards a lot of the time. By having the ability to, like you said, with Infiltrate, like with Stealth, to turn up the knobs on certain things, we can be a lot more precise in how the draft pack relates to Cold Hunt and vice versa. And if we flattened out the weighting, I think it would cause material harm to how cohesive Draft felt, how much your decks felt built around particular mechanics or play patterns or synergies, and not just a collection of the best cards on rate.
And this is something that took a lot of time and iteration, not just within this set, but the course of the game. When we first introduced the idea of doing a draft pack to surround the new set from the draft format to round out the experience, we didn't have waiting at all. And then when we brought in waiting, it was like very little waiting. And it was like, it would make a difference, but not that much. And over time, we've made the waiting a little bit heavier in the sense of we really do want it to feel like there are commons and uncommons that you reliably will see and will show up in the draft pack experience. But you still get the fun of like having the uncommon from the last set showing up maybe 1 in 100 drafts, because it does offer that additional depth. And we think that kind of like cards showing up very rarely, they're not warping the format anymore. Like Barricade Basher is a good example of this.
Right.
That 3-cost 5/5 reckless summon discard a card. When we were done with it in its draft format, it got weighted pretty low in the next draft pack. And just because it's like, I think people had enough of that card smashing their face in.
Sure, and there's also times where it's like the set we're working on has particular mechanical needs, or we identify wants, where again that dialing up is really useful. For example, with Cold Hunt, the core mechanics are the core new mechanics rather are Inscribe and Contract. Those are really stimulating and interesting decisions to have in your hand. They don't necessarily provide a lot of stimulation on the table once you decided to play them.
Yep.
They do their thing, and with a contract design, typically they do their thing, and then now they're just a unit like any other. And with Inscribe, certainly once you've played it as a depleted sigil, well, now it's gone, it's a depleted sigil, you're not really even thinking about it anymore. So we felt we had an increased need for cards that had context while they were on the table, but weren't modal in your hand. Like you're not making a decision while you're deciding how to play it. It only has one way to play it, and then there's a lot of decisions on how to use it once it's actually on the table to sort of balance out Cold Hunt being in the other direction, which certainly Stealth speaks to, Infiltrate speaks to, Empower speaks to, and Empower also speaks to Inscribe in a way that's satisfying. Yeah. And so if we said, okay, we really want to have this stuff, and we didn't use the weighting, it wouldn't necessarily come through. But being able to make those cards more common, more prevalent, more reliable, we can really get that counterweight to the Cold Hunt mechanics that we felt we needed.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't take long when we were play testing to the idea of pairing Inscribe with Empower in the draft pack. It was like, wow, it's pretty dope to just turn whatever you need into the Empower to get you that key boost to finish, stun the key thing with a Civic Peacekeeper. Maybe we'll be seeing that this weekend in the tournament. A question for Patrick Sullivan in particular. Yeah, let's just skip this one. No. How was your recent experience? And sorry, that last question was from Maple Violet. Thanks for the question. But this one for you. How was your recent experience playing as a free-to-play only account? Any fun behind-the-scenes stuff you can share? This is from Witchy Diana. So you came back to Direwolf this past summer, and where do we go from there?
Well, I had my account that had been idle for a little while, and that was like really my best on-ramping tool. One, to get caught up with the sets that I did not pay too much attention to, and then also to just sort of reorient myself with the client and the economy and all of that. And additionally, like a lot of our designers play on live. Some have paid for their accounts, some have free to play, some have both. But
it's not my fault I like premium sigils.
No, it is. It's not your. It's fine. It's not where I'm at. It's fine. But because the designers are typically kind of just like working in continuity, we rarely get that lapsed player experience. You've been gone for a year or two. You come back. How do things feel? And it was really illuminating having that experience in ways that were both positive and areas for improvement. And I think that a lot of things like that changed the draft economy, the Expedition Ball, it wasn't entirely informed by that experience, but a lot of the idea a lot of things sprung up from me coming in the office and just being like, I played for an hour last night, here were things that were going on.
Yeah.
In terms of funny behind the scenes stories, I guess stealth is a big one for me because you have some options when you are coming back and there's a mechanic that assumes a certain level of fluency or information or whatever. One is to look it up. Like, you go to a number of websites, you look it all up, you start sort of guessing what could be down there based on rarity and the way that your opponents played. or you could just run your head into things. I elected to do the second.
Yeah.
So that was rough from sort of a golden draft sort of experience, but it was really good for sort of getting my head around the stealth experience. So that part was particularly fun. I was also, it was really heartening to come back and like I wasn't working on the game at the time, wasn't paying too much attention, and coming back and being like, oh, this is fun. Like these files are sweet. They did a good job in my absence. There's like very few cards that I was like, what's the deal with this or whatever.
And I was a couple of them.
And we nerfed a couple of them, right? And I was expecting, you come back in a spot like that, if the roles were reversed, it would be the same thing. I bet you would come back expecting to see a lot of stuff that you would have comments on or questions about how it went out the door a particular way, and it was like, I was really light on that kind of stuff. Like it was fun and well crafted. So I was really heartened coming back and playing online and being like, no, they got a good thing going. Like it is the last couple sets that I wasn't involved with were like really fun, really well executed. So that part was cool.
Well, and it was definitely you could feel your impact all over Cold Hunt. That's for sure. I mean, it was obviously super exciting for me getting to have this guy come back, because when I started here, I was not new to the playing competitive card games and playing collectible card games, but I was new to making them and working on them. This guy's been doing it for 20 years, and it was, I was pretty green when I came in the door, and it was fun getting to share with you everything that I thought that we as a team and we as a group had learned, and we really put a lot of effort on applying that into Cold Hunt, and so far so good. So, the fun thing for you all is you guys have had the set now for what? Like they've had it for about 2 weeks, a week and a half, something like that, and it's full steam ahead on the future. So it's been a lot of fun meetings the last couple of weeks as we're talking about what's coming up for next year.
No, that was kind of the best part from my perspective. Is like it comes out, there's excitement, round of high fives, and it's like, all right, on to the next thing. What's the next set we're working on? What are the next wave of updates? What do we see as areas of improvement? And it was like we had a very brief victory lap, and now it's just like right back to what are the things we can do better for next time? What are the next sets we want to work on? What are mechanics that we've been having sort of percolating in our heads for a while? Like all of it. So we had our like moment of fun with it, and now it's just like right back to it.
Oh, we're still having fun. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun when you get to the transition moment between sets, when we sort of have signed off on our work for a set, and now it's starting the next one. It's like we get to, one of the things we get to do is pick up some of the stuff from the cutting room floor. Right. Like, I mean, if you've ever seen like any great movie, there's oftentimes really awesome deleted scenes, but maybe they just don't make exact sense in the context of this work. And it's fun. Like, all right, maybe you'll get your chance next time, little guy.
Well, then I mean, that's a really something I really appreciate about this game and this project. It's certainly in contrast to other places that I've worked. Is like there is an appreciation for, we have a lot of good ideas. Not everything has to go into this. We can wait for the right time. And it's easy to get caught up in like wanting to see your ideas materialize as quickly as possible and hear people talk about it. But the sort of the confidence and discipline that the team has of like, yes, this is a good idea, but it's better 6 months from now for this reason than doing it now. Let's put it on the back burner. We'll come back to it. Is something that I think everyone appreciates and believes in. And so there's very little like ego or energy around the like, no, this is my thing and I want it in there as soon as possible. It's not that kind of environment, which I think just leads to a better product. Like we can be judicious about when is the right time and place for certain things.
And that kind of work takes trust, because I mean, it's a very convenient excuse. It's like, oh no, I like this. We're just not going to do this
right,
now. We're
exactly.
going to do this a couple months from now. And it's like, do you actually like it, or is this a stall technique? But people here trust each other. All right, let's go out on a fun one here from Jed the Homerid. Which is the better breakfast food, pancakes or waffles? Where are we at?
If we're talking about them at their ceiling, a waffle. If we're talking about a 50th percentile execution, pancake.
Yeah. I think that's true. One thing I really like is the variety that you get with pancakes. I like them as a canvas. You can get a lot of different kinds, a lot of into the batter, a lot of different ingredients on top. You go to different places, it feels like you can get a lot of different cool, unique pancake experiences. There was a place in Chicago, I can't remember the name. They did a pancake flight and that's just really awesome. And the French toast people were excluded from this question on purpose. All right, so thanks, Jed the Homrid, for that question, and thanks to everyone. We'll probably do another one of these in a couple weeks, but for now, we're going to get back to the action, to the draft open. Welcome back. Players have gotten their decks in. We're buckled up and ready to go. We got 3 rounds of action. It's going to go pretty fast. When we're down to just 8 players, Patrick, it's, we're always sort of waiting for the last match to finish before we get on to the next one, but with just 8 players, this could go real fast. So we're going to be starting things off here in our top 8. As a reminder, the stakes are single elimination, best of 3 matches with these draft decks they just drafted, and the winner's going to be going to the World Championships. But there's one other player in our field who's got a slightly easier path, and that's Popotito, because Popotito already has a top 4 finish this year. And Popotito is going to be up against the Boxer, and if Popotito gets a second top 4 finish, aka wins this round, guaranteed for the World Championships. We're going to be starting off and watching their games. When that match finishes, we'll head over and check out Roshi, whose draft we watched, and they drafted a nice little Feln deck.
Yeah, typically we try to just follow the person that we watch draft to the best of our abilities. But when we have a match this high stakes, which is Popotito securing a slot in the World Championships with a win here, we'd rather go there first, make sure we catch all that action, and then we'll have an opportunity to go over to Roshi's match after this one concludes.
All right, so up against them is going to be the Boxer. So we've got the deck list or the deck pools for these players. For the Boxer, got a nice looking little Stone Scar deck. 3 copies of Call to Hit, so going to be good against aggressive starts. Gilded Flames. We going all the way up the curve. The big top end is Vara Limitless. So if we can slow the game down enough with all this Fire Shadow removal here, that's going to be fantastic. Got a Searing Fist and a Shara Ruthless Assassin. A lot of nice stuff going on over here. What's going to be the plan for Popotito?
Popotito looks like they're going to be playing an Argenport deck. Nothing really stands out here with the exception of a Brigade Hall. A lot of just, a solid curve, a lot of, kind of replacement level common and uncommon units. Deck does not look great to me, but we'll see how it plays.
All right, so the round is going to begin in a moment here, and as soon as these players have joined, we'll head down and check out their match. It's going to be a best of 3 affair, of course, as always, and for these players, it's for Popotito in particular, there's a ton on the line.
Yeah, I mean, this is setting aside advancing in the tournament and all the cash prizes that go along with it. This is an opportunity to qualify for the World Championships. We didn't know really ahead of time how many players were going to be in a position to contend for 2 top 4s in one season. It's challenging enough to top 4 once, much less twice. But Popotito is now in that spot, and this is a win in for the World Championships right here.
So going to be a very exciting match, and yeah, this the idea of 2 top 4s getting you is a new feature to our competitive play this year. It's response to player feedback. People were asking for a little bit more routes to get there with if you had a couple of good finishes, but maybe hadn't had the luck or the breaks go your way with the finals. And I mean, the Boxer is going to be qualified for Worlds as well. They actually won a tournament earlier this year, have multiple finishes. They're still playing for a bunch of cash prizes right now, of course, in our top 8. And then Kolakoma is sort of the other player to shout out because they also have their ticket to Worlds sort of booked with multiple top 4 finishes. And so a new feature, and it's cool to see a couple of players taking advantage of it in the first year of it.
Yeah, and I mean, we're always trying to balance. We like the winner to be the biggest story of the tournament. We want the feature of the World Championships to be players that you're familiar with. But also, as you mentioned, it's hard to win 6 single elimination matches in a row, even if you're very skilled. You can get tripped up a lot of ways along the way. In my opinion, 2 top 4s is harder than winning one event. If we're just talking about what's the more challenging accomplishment. So I'm glad these players have an opportunity to qualify for the World Championships that way, because banking 2 top 4s in a single elimination field, a tournament in a month or so, that's really, really hard to do. And so we want to make sure that gets rewarded along with the people who are both skilled and fortunate enough to win these events.
All right, so where are we looking, Tom? Have the round gotten started? All right, so as soon as both Popotito and the Boxer join, we'll be heading down to their match. It's been exciting getting to see everybody, the new takes on the Cold Hunt draft format. We've seen aggressive strategies, thinking about some of those Rakano decks we saw earlier. We've seen these sort of Feln mid-range. Those decks, they're a little slippery. It's interesting, there's no real... This draft format isn't as defined in terms of like archetypes. It's not like when you draft Feln, you need to be doing this thing or that thing. you got to kind of let the cards guide you. And when you got a bunch of Yeti intellectuals, you probably want to be picking up more Terry X mounts, ghost forms, things like that, things that'll get your unit through. And then other times we're seeing Fel decks that are much more based around the removal, like Chloric Mix and Thudrock's Ruse, which are good at stopping attackers, but don't help the intellectual get through.
Yeah, and I think the sort of the evasive versus non-evasive shell of your deck informs a lot of that stuff. Yeti Intellectual has a habit of mucking up the ground because your opponent's going to probably play pretty conservative in the face of that card. And so if you have a bunch of cards that only work when your opponent's attacking, you're likely to get hands that are kind of there's no real way to go. There's no way to punch through the intellectual, and your opponent's not going to be attacking you until their advantage is overwhelming. If you orient your deck a lot more around flyers, then you can make those kind of tricks work, but cards like Cabal Embezzler or the Mount go down in value. So you kind of have to toggle your... I don't think you can just draft by spreadsheet. I don't think you can just rank all of the cards in a faction and just draft by numbers. I think you actually have to be looking at sort of the individual pieces of your deck, the way that they all interlock, and have your picks be informed by that, rather than just saying, this is the thing I'm doing, and so there's a cheat sheet for how to do the thing.
All right, so up against the Popotito, standing in their way to the World Championships is the Boxer. They're going to be on the bottom of your screen. They've got a solid-looking draw with a couple of copies of Grenadin Rescue. 2 costs, play 2 1/1 Grenadins and deal 1 damage to the enemy player. It's the newest sort of token maker in Grenadin. And yeah, gets you a lot of value. You get to go face, you get to play some Grenadin. What's not to love?
Just the 2/2 lifestealer. It's not great.
Well, we're going to get to trade off here. Popotito is going to follow up with either Brigade Hull or a Leatherhide. It's going to be Leatherhide. Now the Boxer will be able to tell that they can't play their call to hit on an enemy unit right now. And so as a result, I think we're going to see, could be one of these 3 cost units. Perhaps.
Last line defender makes sense to me as a way to kind of open up the...
Yeah.
You had a couple plays available next turn with the additional power, but it looks like the Boxer going in a different direction.
Wow, and just snapping off the block is the Boxer. I think Popotito might have been hoping for a little bit more cowardice on the side of on the Boxer, and they're going to trade nicely with the Leatherhide. Follow up here, is it going to be Brigade Hall time, Thorncrawler, Curfew Patrol? They're all at your disposal.
I kind of like playing the Thorncrawler. Your opponent's already played 2 Grenadin makers. There's a pretty good chance they have no way to really profitably trade with the card anymore.
It's going to be the old Curfew Patrol. The Boxer is going to play out one of these 3-cost stealth units. It's going to be Rampaging Commando. Ultimate at the start of your turn, play Rampage. Now Brigade Hall is the follow-up. And I imagine we're going to see Popotito not necessarily attack in here. Waiting to attack with the Curfew Patrol until you have the Brigade Hall pumping, it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, there's no reason to trade off piecemeal when you're getting to a spot that feels like we're going to trade off a little bit. You're kind of running out of stuff to do, and then I can start really leveraging the Brigade Hall to make racing very, very challenging.
I think I'm pretty fine here with not blocking if I'm Popotito. The Rampage got played on the Commando, so it's a 6-2 overwhelm for this turn. And Boxer's not sure if they even want to attack. Maybe they just want to try to trade with one of these units.
Tough way to do it.
Oh, it definitely. All right, now for Popotito, picking up power number 6, but they're just going to go to the Brigade Hall. Pumping up the Bear first. That's going to crunch in for 6.
Yeah, if the Boxer has signaled a willingness to double block there, which the no attacks on the Rampage would suggest, then open up with the Bear and try to leave your lifesteal unit on the way back.
Makes sense. Playing out the Shadow Sigil, the Boxer picks up Thorncrawler. They get to play Power Burst. Not going to be doing too much here. Now we'll see the Rampaging Commando come in. It's going to trade off with the Bear. So this is going to be a tricky game for the Boxer. Brigade Hall plus Curfew Patrol is just a lot to work through. It's Gonna be gaining them like 6 health a turn for the next couple of turns. I don't really see a reason to play Thorncrawler while I could keep jamming on this. What do you think?
I think you're better served.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it makes some sense. It's sort of not the worst spot to kind of like take a time out here. The issue is if you use the Brigade Hall over and over again, you can hit a point where if Popotito goes, if the Boxer kind of like goes wide on you, or there's just a lot of ways where you can potentially get jammed up, and then your Thorncrawler is not worth that much in the aftermath. It's kind of your one shot to do it.
Now, one thing the Boxer really does have going for him right now is Popotito doesn't have a good way on the ground to block Thorncrawler. They don't want to give up the Curfew Patrol, and the Thorncrawler on the other side can't block. Now, this copy of Rune Sword, the 7-cost 4/4 relic weapon, could just trade with the Thorncrawler if they want. But Popotito's going to go back to Brigade Hauling. They're going to attack with both of these units, and it's going to be interesting to see, does Recogulator jump in front of that stealth unit? Well, it's actually not going to attack, so it won't get the chance. 6 is going to come back across, and now we're in an interesting spot where both of these players are kind of just gaining health back and forth here.
Yep, and the Boxer just needs to sort of find some action to force Popotito to do something other than just activate Brigade Hall turn after turn.
The last line defender attacks, and now Popotito picks up Toxic Cloud. 5-cost 2/3 stealth, deadly. When it hits the enemy player, they discard a card of their choice from their hand. It's a pretty nice one to pump up with the Brigade Hall. It is kind of funny though, even despite the fact that it's a giant stealth unit, that call to hit can kill it.
Yep, and might be pretty obvious looking at the deck list that that's the one here.
True. So we'll see if Boxer just snaps it off here. Just making sure there's no shenanigans going on. But yeah, call the hit there. And I think at this point, if I had to guess, I would say the Boxer is pretty sure that's a Thorncrawler on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of no attacks, no blocks. It would be hard to imagine it being anything else at this point.
Yeah, like why wouldn't you just? It's the only stealth unit I can imagine not trading with the Thorncrawler on the other side. They don't trade with each other. Oh wow! So the Boxer picks up a pair of Star-Kissed Wings. Do you want to go onto your Aegis lifesteal or just your 4/1 lifesteal that can't currently attack into the Recogulator?
I kind of like putting it on the 3/3 because it's so secure with Aegis on it, and then you can pivot back to just activating Brigade Hall, and what's the race from there?
Yeah. All right, well, an exciting draw for the Boxer here. If we just go hoof stomping onto the Thorncrawler, we could just attack in here. But the thing you might want to be thinking about long term is that if we could draw a way to pop Aegis now on that Curfew Patrol, we can get through. But the Boxer's going for the short term. They're happy to get a big ol' attack in. 4 damage overwhelms through. Another 9 comes across through the attack, dropping Popotito down to 11. Now the Brigade Hall is going to start giving vigilance, or rather endurance, to the Curfew Patrol. So it's going to be doing a nice job of blocking. And my concern now is, like, how are we beating this card?
Yeah, I think as painful as it is, I think you just gotta sort of tread water for as long as you can and save the hoof stomp to set up a spot where you can knock off the Aegis and kill it. Because once you're there, the big problem is not the Brigade Hall necessarily, it's the lifesteal unit. You manage that and it becomes a lot easier. Now, it's possible that the Boxer's logic is, well, even if I answer the 5/4, then my opponent can pivot to the 4/1 and using Brigade Hall on that, and can race just as effectively.
The Sony Battle Driver is dope. It's 4 costs 3/3, pay 2, give one of your units plus strength and overwhelm equal to the number of units you have. A nice turn there, using it with the Recogulator, got in a giant 6-point attack with it. Then it sacrifices to make 2 1/1 Grenons, which work even better with it. Now, Popotito does have that Rune Sword, which could just kill the Battle Driver this turn. It does come at the expense of using Brigade Hall, so that would make things a little bit trickier here, as you wouldn't necessarily be able to attack and then have endurance on the way back.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. I mean, even if you just use Brigade Hall, you're still looking at a 3-turn clock with the Boxer at 17. 16 is not lethal. So I think it's not a bad time to just like take a turn off and get rid of the driver, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would take care of the driver. It's going to be so annoying. It's not going to get better. Well, it does because it sacrifices the unit it pumps each turn. So, but I think you'll be dead before that happens, before it runs out of good fuel to work with. Like it's just going to make if you don't kill it, it's going to make maybe one of the Grenadin. Wow, this is a cool play. All right, so they're going to crash in for 8. Oh my god. All right, that's going to buff up the Thorn Crawler here. Far Limitless. Holy moly. So this is 7 cost, 6/6 lifesteal. When it attacks, play a shadow unit from your void and your shadow units have +1/+1. Just a great draw from the Boxer, drawing the best card in their deck at a time when they really needed it.
Yeah, it's like perfect for this spot. It's the recursion, it's the fact that it's bigger than the 5/4, it's bigger than the Rune Sword. And I mean, this can be the awkwardness with Brigade Hall. I'm not saying Popotito had a different line necessarily, but
No.
there are a lot of ways to overpower someone who's just dumping power into that every turn. And now you've sort of made your bed to some extent, like taking a turn off and let's say playing Rune Sword. Now you're way behind in the race. Can you even afford to attack with your 5/4? It's tough.
Personally, I try not to make my bed. I just sleep in it that night anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we are certainly laying in the bed right now.
All right, so for Popotito, this is tough. They do not know which direction to go, and it looking like Rune Sword to just take care of the battle driver now. Do you even have good enough blocks to sit back here with the Curfew Patrol? Dicey. Are you going to trade off with that Thorn Crawler? I mean, this is getting all kinds of ugly fast here for Popotito. It looked like they were in a great spot. All right, Var Limitless is going to do her thing now, bringing back the Oni battle driver. Right, she can bring back units of any faction. And wow, dropping them all the way down to 2. Popotito up against it now. The battle driver is going to be a big issue next turn. I mean, it feels like that entire relic weapon got undone with just one Vara attack. And I mean, you could do a play like play Muck Driver, use the Ritual Dagger to make the Curfew Patrol. Okay, we could do this and Endurance. Brings us up to 12. Now we have a 7/6.
And that's a huge draw. Huge draw.
Yeah, it is. Silverblade Reaper. 1/1 Flying Deadly, buffed up to a 2/2 thanks to that Vara Limitless. And do we have lethal here? I mean, you would have to hit for 19. You've got 11, 13, 16, and then another +7. I don't think it's lethal, but it's close if it's not.
I mean, even trading Vara right now would be fantastic.
Right. Like, the block might have to be on Vara to survive. We have 16, 17, 18, 23, 26 coming through. Whew. So we're going to stop 5 of it. Gain 7. I think we're still dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. -2. Wow. Popotito, Brigade Hall, Star-Kissed Wings, and Curfew Patrol. It seemed like a real Voltron setup where we just had a flying Endurance, Aegis, Lifesteal unit every turn, and it was big. And then Boxer managed to piece together something, and then Vara came together to really push it over.
And just the Boxer's own Lifesteal unit to prevent lethal from coming was a big part of that too. And you can see, Brigade Hall obviously fantastic. No shade to that card. But you can kind of see in that game the difference between playing in a deck with a bunch of cheap cards and playing in a deck with a bunch of expensive cards. When it's the top of your curve, it's a lot easier to activate it and play a card in the same turn. When your deck is filled with a bunch of 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s, it's usually that or the other thing. And it was just a little bit awkward there. Not to say that Popotito necessarily had a different play, but things would have been a lot easier if they could have played some cheap cards on the turns where they were activating the Brigade Hall as well. Instead, it was just a binary of do this or the other thing. And that sort of inefficiency led to the Boxer being able to kind of go wide, do enough stuff to overpower that setup.
And the key point of health in that game was that the curfew patrol was just a 5/4. And what that meant was that even though it had endurance and it had Aegis and it was back to block every turn, the Brigade Hull pumps were only on its turn, and the Star Kiss Wings only got up to 5/4. And why do I keep emphasizing 4? It could never block the Thorn Crawler. And the Thorn Crawler was what kept the Boxer in that game. Just every turn, attack with Thorn Crawler, gain 4, gain 4, gain 4. And they got really low, but they were still alive when Vara Limitless showed up, and that was enough to go from basically being in the game to winning the game.
Yeah, and in addition, it's not just about the health itself being important, but how that contorts Popotito's playing a bunch of spots, because the difference between I have lethal in 2 turns versus I have lethal in 3 turns changes. How much can I just be leaning into Brigade Hall versus how much do I need to take a turn off, play another card in my hand, and sort of pivot back to that somewhere down the line. So all of it mattered.
All right, so for Popotito, who is playing a win-in for the World Championships this round, they already have a top 4 finish. Their second one gets them there. They're going to need to win 2 games in a row against one of the best players in the field, the Boxer, and we're going to be checking that out as soon as they're rejoined the match here. It is best 2 out of 3, and you could certainly understand if either player wanted to take a moment. We give them a few minutes to rejoin the match in between each game. I mean, that was an intense one. It felt like every little decision in that game really added up.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite are the games where if you asked me sort of at a snapshot who's favored, it's going back and forth. And I think there was a couple spots there where I thought Popotito had it pretty much cemented, barring a top deck, something like a Magma Javelin to answer something very specific, but was able to get over the line with some pretty innocuous cards. I mean, the Vara was a big part of it too.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but the game was competitive even before that part of it showed up.
Yeah, and one of the big turning points in the game was the Boxer's decision to use Hoof Stomp on Thorncrawler and decide that they were going to try to play a racing game, because they had the option to try to sandbag the Hoof Stomp, use it to interact with the Curfew Patrol. If they could just pop Aegis, the Hoof Stomp kills the Curfew Patrol, and instead going for the tempo play, and they were rewarded. They put the faith in the top of the deck, and it came through. All right, getting started here with game number 2. We've got Popotito at the top of your screen without Shadow Influence on their redrawn hand, and they're on the play. Patrick, I mean, if they drop deck Shadow Sigil on the second turn, they get to potentially go Switchblade Deadeye into Blackguard Sidearm, and they would be attacking with a 6-attack unseen unit on turn 3 with Quick Draw.
Yeah, it's tough to win on 6. I mean, it's a risky hand, but Shadow Influence off the top, and you could potentially really be rolling.
All right, so drawing a Muck Devourer for the turn on turn number 2. They didn't get what they needed that turn. They're going to need a, you don't want to let the Boxer get too far ahead. There we go. Shadow Influence is going to start unlocking some things here for Popotito. Well, really just the Deadeye. I mean, they're not even out of the woods yet, to be honest.
No, not even close.
So now this turn could just be a Gilded Flames. 3 cost, deal 2 damage to an enemy unit. If it dies this turn, transform it into a treasure trove. But instead, we're going to see a Shara Ruthless Assassin show up. 3 cost, 3/3 deadly. And we'll get to her text if she gets an attack in this game. Meanwhile, Eavesdrop is the pickup for Popotito. Could definitely use that potentially to inscribe here. Card of note in Popotito's hand, Summary Judgment. 4 cost fast spell with inscribe. Kill each unit with 5 strength or more. And that could definitely come up. You get a Cabal Embezzler buffing something. You get a Shara pumping herself up. And there's ways that this could materialize. Even something like a Valor, enough units blocking a Valor unit could get that up to 5 strength.
Right.
We're going to see a Shiftstone Sniper here. 2 cost weapon, draw a card, picking up a 2/3 Oran Brute. No attacks.
Very strongly dislike playing the power before drawing a card.
Oh. Yep. Now, a Shara Ruthless Assassin has, when she attacks, if she attacks with exactly one other unit, she gets +4 strength and quick draw this turn. And so if Ashara had attacked with the Blood Spear Foot Soldier, would have eaten it, but would have gotten a ton of damage in.
The original tandem attacker.
That's true. Ashara is a very selfish tandem attacker, though. She wants all the credit.
Right.
All right, so Aura and Brute comes down. This 2-3 could block and trade with the Foot Soldier. We're going to see Last Line Defender and a Toxic Wisp. Toxic Wisp going to go on to there, and combined with Valor is going to mean that Aura and Brute can't block here. I would be pretty into, like, moving in with the Ashara. I mean, I guess you might get, like, a chump block.
No,
Yeah, that would be
because the
bad.
Boxer is just so well set up to attack 1, attack 1, attack 1, attack 4. Like, you don't need to play into that disadvantage right now.
So a passing of the turn here. It looks like Popotito's going to try to set up the Summary Judgment, but if a block doesn't happen, it's not going to work. Okay. And a lot of things are coming in. And Popotito's just going to go for the trade with the Last Line Defender. I would be pretty into that play of using the Valor against Popotito. And now I think, or against the Boxer. Look at this. So a block, that makes the Valor get it up to 5 strength, and then Summary Judgment kills it. That's pretty clever.
I mean, once you have not played anything on your turn, you're committed to this line.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's good, there's no flexibility left.
Yeah. Detonation Cannon getting ready to charge up. Hoof Stomp is going to push some damage through. This is a dangerous spot here for Popotito. We got a Thorn Crawler down now. But if Boxer sniffs it and just hoof stomps that Thorn Crawler, this is going to be ugly. Okay, so we're going to get to see Detonation Cannon, Amplify 3, play a Detonate. That deals 4 damage to the enemy player. Then it takes out the Thorn Crawler. Ashara going to attack by herself. Going to attack with the Toxic Wisp. Attacking with the Last Line Defender. Okay. I anticipate here, if this is the attack, we will see a jump block on the Ashara to stop 7 from coming through.
Yeah, I mean, I would be... There's no setup in Popotito's hand to do anything with the unit next turn anyway.
There's no point in trading with the Last Line Defender. It's going to get eaten by Ashara anyway. All right, we picked up another Thorn Crawler here, but this is getting risky, Patrick. I mean, it's just a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's no...
If Hoof Stomp gets played next turn, it's going to be game over. Even if you play the Sky Crew. Because it's a 2-4.
Right.
1 will overwhelm. Ashara will get up to 7 if you attack with it in the Toxic Wisp. And then plus the Toxic Wisp, that's 8. 8 plus 1 is 9. I think the math's right.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Say nothing of, you know, the leftovers in the Boxer's hand.
I
Sure.
think you just have to play Thorn Crawler and hope that plus the sidearm gets you somewhere next turn.
Well, there's not even
what is the point of playing any of these other units?
There's not even a mistake to make if you play the Thorn Crawler, though, because it can't block.
That's true. If you're playing the other ones, you're almost priced into chumping the Ashara.
Right. It's one of those. Try to find the line that even allows the Boxer to make a mistake. That's how dire it has gotten.
So it's Scribe plus play the Thorn Crawler. If the Boxer's going to do a check here, and if, yeah, they didn't even need to. They're like, I'm pretty sure Hoof Stomp's going to kill you. And it is. And now Ashara's going to pump herself up to 7. Toxic Wisp is going to come through. And would get sacrificed at the end of the turn if there was one. But there won't be, as the Boxer's going to win this one. A heartbreaking loss there for Popotito. We're going to be talking about some of the LCQ plans that we have a little bit later on in the show. But for Popotito, that's the route that they're going to need to go, as the Boxers gotten themselves once again into the top 4. I believe that's now their 3rd top 4 this year.
Unbelievable.
And that was the end of the round. Tom, do we know if Roshi got there? All right, we'll check on that during the break, and we'll be back. And you know, if we're watching Roshi next round, it means Roshi won, and if we're not, it means we probably didn't. So
Right.
we'll be back in a few minutes here. We're going to be watching the top 4. we're going to be running them consecutive at the same time this week. It's these draft opens. We got a lot of action to cover, and then we'll be watching the semifinals and then the finals, and only a couple more matches to go, Patrick, before we find out who's the draft open champion, and it might be the Boxer.
I wouldn't be surprised. The play's been tight. The deck looks good, and just got through one of the toughest opponents in the field.
All right, so we'll be back in a few minutes.
The praise of your deck aside, what was the like play testing like? I mean, you said you sort of threw this together, I believe was your comment earlier. How much sort of work went into iterating this list prior to the open?
So I had used a similar list that was even much less refined for the last open. Before, when Sandstorm Titan was not in the meta, or was not in Expedition rather. So I felt like, well, that's an increase in power level. Actually, after that Expedition, what I did was I moved to I was playing Xenon for a while, having a lot of success at Xenon with Xenon, and then the nerf for what's the 5/5, whatever the legendary is that got moved to 6 cost, really hurt that deck. Or at least the way I played it. I know that certain people, and in fact, my first round opponent adjusted by just instead of using 4 copies of that, he went to the slug instead, which I was trying out, but I just didn't think it was working as well as Praxis. And I don't know, for some reason, I'm very I like the Praxis blueprint a lot in that deck. I don't know why, but I think it's very you can get it's a huge threat at the end to refill.
Oh, I think it's one of the sickest cards in the deck that which my deck is like, I do not think optimized by any stretch, but you just get into the spot where you have all these extraneous things floating around that don't really do anything, and even just go like sack my blueprints, a space bar, and they're kind of priced into blocking the 1/1s because they don't want you to draw, and just being able to punch through,
Yeah.
6-7 damage with your stuff that really can't break the stalemate. I have found to be really, really strong. And then also sometimes you play against people that are just all on removal, and you just rip 3 cards and your 1/1s are still left over. So I found the blueprints to be a really powerful incentive to be playing Praxis. How did your Friday run go? I don't know your record leading up to the top 64, but do you have a recollection of your record, or were you like kind of on the bubble to making the open, or did you sort of cruise through your placement matches?
I think I was 19-9, and I might have lost 1 or 2 toward the end. So I felt like I may have even been 19-7 before losing the last 2. So at 19, I felt pretty secure. The first when I had played the first tournament that I had mentioned, the last open, I was 18-10 right on the bubble. And I think I got in as number 60 or something like that to day 2. So I felt a little bit, better not, knowing with a couple of games left that it seems like I was safe.
Cool. So you have a story that's a little bit different in terms of your arc as a competitive player, which is you have been playing Eternal for a relatively long time. You said 2017, the game was live essentially in 2016, so pretty close to the beginning. But that this was only the second tournament that you've played in. So how has your process been for like, do you play on the ladder a lot? What's been your sort of progress in terms of feeling like you've improved as a player? If you, I guess, if you feel that way at all, like what's been your process for leveling
Hmm.
up, checking back in to see if you're more or less successful than you were in the previous season or the previous month? What's your um, sort of process looking like, and absent playing in a bunch of tournaments?
And that's a good question. I feel like the first moment that I can remember where I was like, well, I might be decent at this was making masters. I guess, one of the first months I had played, because when I played Hearthstone, I only made legend rank there a few times. And I still remember the first deck I made masters with an Eternal was mono red. It's a mono aggressive, so I still have some fond feelings for that deck. And so I guess that was a level up moment. It's sort of not noticeable. If maybe I have improved, but it doesn't. There's nothing that stands out as a noticeable moment for when it happened. Maybe I could have had similar results if I'd played in tournaments before. I don't know.
I mean, something that really stood out to me while I was covering the event was, often you can sort of basket players into sort of two camps, which is strategic or tactical. People who have like a really good top level approach to a particular matchup, but maybe the details on the table get a little bit lost. And then the other way, which is maybe their philosophy for a matchup is not ideal, but their play on the table is really strong. And you seem to me to have a blend of both of those things going at the same time. Of the deck and sort of your approach in the matchup seem very strategically strong, and also your play on the table, particularly with Shoal Custodian, because that's like a tricky card to set up. Whether you're just like put on the front foot or trying to set up a spot where you're getting a little bit more out of it. Um, do you sort of look at your Hearthstone playing as sort of a, I mean, I think that's a game that puts a lot of pressure on you to be good at both. Or is that something that I mean, this might be a hard question to answer, but is that just a natural thing for you in games? Or is that something that you maybe built up with your Hearthstone playing or something else?
Um, I'm not. That is a difficult question. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I feel like what's improved the on the table tactical game has improved from playing more. Obviously, I did have sort of a sense of what I was looking for in each matchup since the deck lists are known here. I was definitely aware going into each matchup what I wanted to hit, what I was afraid of, what I was looking for. What would it look like in a long game? Could I potentially win a longer game or not? For example, in the semifinal, I think I was playing a boss, and he was on a very aggressive Sky Crag,
Mhm.
and so I felt like my chances in the longer game there were better than in other matchups.
No, I think that was, I mean, that really summed up the tournament from my perspective was the top four and top two, because you played against a Skycry deck in the top four that was very aggressive, and you had tools, Sandstorm Titan, and some bigger plays. If you could sort of make your way out of the early turns, that you would be advantaged because you just have stronger individual cards. And then in the finals, you were definitely the aggressive deck. You were playing against something that was much better set up to play a deeper game, in my opinion, than you were.
Mm.
And so that's something that's going to put a premium on, your acceleration, things like League Explorer, just getting on top of the game, and then maybe having like one powerful card to finish the game off before it pivots. And so getting to see that like in real time with the highest stakes available was really cool, because when I look at your list, what I see is like, oh, I'm trying to thread the needle here. I want to be flexible. I want to have a different way to play against different opponents who are kind of at the polar ends, and then watching it sort of manifest in the semifinals and finals was really cool. Sort of proof of concept, like right in front of my eyes, at least.
Right. Hidden Crusader is actually an extremely difficult card for my deck to deal with. Um, and so I think as I recall, I had played my opponent in the finals during the initial round robin, and I think I beat him, but I think it was close. I got another one of those aggressive starts against him, which is what what's necessary to win in that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, my own experience is playing Praxis. I found Hidden Crusader to be one of the tougher cards, because if you're playing a long game, the card matters, but you have enough like small units that the 2/2 matters as well. So your opponent's just got like a lot of like good. There's a variety of bad options. There's no good one. And as you mentioned, yeah, Shoal Custodian's not the thing you want there.
Welcome back. Semifinal time here at the Cold Hunt 5K Draft Open. Myself and Patrick Sullivan back for one of our last 2 rounds of action. This round, we're going to get to see Roshi and see if they can do what Popotito couldn't, which is defeat the Boxer. We got to watch Roshi's draft earlier. To say that they were drafting a Feln deck would be underselling how fast they went in on Feln.
I mean, if you open up on a double primal card into a double shadow card, you mean business.
Yeah.
Roshi was able to make the top 8 with a Feln deck that we captured the last round of before the top 8, and now has dispatched of their top 8 opponent and is on to the top 4.
Yep, and the first couple picks, Feral Serpent, awesome. Left-Right Kidnapper, great. Arachnoid Terror, really weird card.
Very weird.
So we'll see how that one plays out for them. They're going to be going up against the Boxer. They've got their Stone Scar deck. Looked good up against Popotito. Does a good job of answering threats, applying pressure, all the kinds of things you want to get out of a draft deck. But yeah, I mean, Roshi's deck is just pretty lean and mean, I would say. It starts off potentially with some Yeti Spies. We saw that. They got Permafrost, so they got some cheap cards. They got some good flyers. They've got some removal. They got Ritual Daggers to sacrifice those Yeti Spies when either they've done their job or we've given up on their job, right? So we'll be seeing that, and then we got 2 other players in the other semifinal. The winner of that will be meeting in the finals of this draft open, and then we will be finding out 1 more player in our World Championships. And yeah, it's going to be a fun couple of rounds here. You know, just looking through everything that Roshi drafted, yeah, a lot of Feln cards. Blood of Makar is a nice one if you can get some of the flyers. Connecting early, that one pumps up your units +2 strength whenever they hit the enemy player. It's a nice 4-cost Cursed Relic. Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm just excited to see who's going to win this one. These are 2 players who've been playing at a high level for a while now, and we're going to get to see them square off.
Yeah, I mean, typically this kind of matchup, I like to be on the fire side of things. I think the Grandins are going to line up pretty well in this sort of matchup against a deck with, 1 health units and individual pieces of spot removal. And, size matters a lot. Like the Boxer's deck can play a little bit bigger here, but it should be interesting. I think the big thing that concerns me about Roshi's deck is just the faction requirements. For a 2-faction deck, this deck is straining quite a bit on its influence. And I think Roshi's going to have to be pretty judicious about mulliganing hands that seem fine, but maybe are biased in one direction or the other, because that sort of inconsistency is not going to fly against the Boxer.
Yeah, we saw them draft a Feln Tome. It'll be fine.
That's all you need is 1 Feln Tome.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what inscribed cards are for. I'm trying to think. Do we have any of those? Yeah, I mean, one of the greedier cards that we saw Roshi pick up was They All Fall. 4 SSS. Kill an enemy unit. If it's 1 strength or less, you get to steal it instead. And pretty nice when you get to steal something like a Graviturgist. Less good if you're trying to go after a Grenadin. But part of it is you don't want to get too wrapped up on the I want to steal a unit with it. It's also just it's a Death Strike. It's something that kills a unit for 4. Any unit.
It's a hard to cast Death Strike though. Fingers crossed that one shows up.
You just drag it out.
No, it won't. If you don't have the influence, it's like soft. You can't.
Oh, that in that way it's hard.
Right. Are we ready to go? What's going on?
Are you
Tom?
accusing me of filling air? The players, they're getting started.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's fun. So looking ahead for the next couple of weeks, we got a promo coming out next week. We're gonna talk about the next tournament y'all can play, and we are getting towards the end of the 2021 season. Yeah, that'd be great to pull that up, Tom. So for everyone at home, who's looking for their opportunity to qualify for the World Championships, we're going to be running an LCQ for Worlds in December. It is open invitation. The structure is going to be a little bit different. We're not going to announce that today, though, but look for that. But we do wanted to get y'all aware of when the next time you can compete is. In addition, there's going to be an LCQ just for the top competitors this year. There will be details about that coming soon, and then the World Championships will be early in 2022. And so we'll have the dates for you. Obviously, getting all this stuff scheduled takes a little bit of time and work, and we were pretty hard focused on the task at hand of getting Cold Hunt out the door But we're certainly working on getting all of the details out to all the competitors about all the competitive offerings we have out as soon as we can get them.
Should be soon. We're close to landing the plane. Just need to just tie up some loose ends, and an announcement will be forthcoming with a little bit more detail. But at least you have the dates now.
Yep, and the big news is that there will be a constructed expedition tournament with Cold Hunt. This new expedition format is pretty wild. It'll be fun over the next couple of weeks to see how that format develops. A lot of different directions you can go, whether you're up to getting out big praxis things like Ramba, Solux from the new set, or grinding people out with the cat.
Or, writing up some usury. If you've happened to run into me on live in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, you love that Heartstopper, don't you?
I do. I'm actually kind of close to cutting it. It never happens.
What are you? Well, I'll show you how to make it happen. All right, let's watch some Eternal. Expedition is next up on the slate for competitive play, but for now, we got a draft open to see to the end here. The Boxer keeping a hand with only firepower, the bottom of the screen, and then Roshi. Nice that we got that left-right Pathfinder in turn 1 to smooth out this draw, which we don't need that third Primal Sigil, right?
Or we might not need the double Shadow card, depending on how it goes.
I guarantee you it's a Primal Sigil that goes away. Well, it got a lot more likely when the second one got drawn.
Yeah.
Send him a warning? What do you think? What are you thinking, Boxer? Yeah, send him a warning shot. Left-right Pathfinder in the void, but we're still going to be paying off its contract this turn. Play a Shadow Sigil, use up that power to finish paying off the contract of the left-right Pathfinder. Now moving it back over to Boxer's turn, and do you want to play the Rampaging Commando you drew this turn, or the Rampaging Commando from your opening hand?
Yeah, the Rampaging Commando from the opening hand, because it conceals what card was drawn if you don't hover on it. Now, I know that's actually not true.
Yeah, that's not the way it works.
But that's in my mind how it works.
Oh, okay. Well, you did your own research.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. All right, so now up for Roshi. Can't play that Arachnoid Terror. Doesn't have the second Shadow, but could get out the Spy, could get out the Sabotage, could get out the Shockwave Elemental. And we're going to start things off with Sabotage. It could take Hoof Stomp or a Detonation Cannon. It's going to get rid of the Cannon. Now it's going to open things up for the Yeti Spy. Rampaging Commando going to rampage onto itself. Packing on in for 6. Then he's throwing down another Commando, and we're just going to be riding these 3-1s for a while, it looks like, for Roshi.
Yeah, hand pretty well set up to race, But the Boxer kind of in a vulnerable spot here as all Shadow cards are dead draws, and the Embezzler is looking pretty far away, too.
We going in the hole? We going in the hole. Arachnoid Terror. Contract 5. Kill an exhausted enemy unit. Roshi's going to be paying this one off for a minute.
And now no blocks with the Arachnoid Terror.
Ooh, too little. Well, just for now. Hey, Arachnoid Terror. Can attack, can block. Yeti Spy getting in. Old school. Yeti Spy drawing Yeti Spy. Name a more iconic duo.
Can't.
No.
Yeti Spy is a great draw there, too, because now there's really no profit to be gained in using the Hoof Stomp on anything.
Yeah, it is interesting. Roshi has an Ice Over, which will give them an Aegis. I haven't played it yet, though. By trading with the Rampaging Commando. So the Arachnoid Terror is not going to be able to attack or block, so Roshi's going to know that there's when a unit's hidden, it still, counts.
Right.
It's still there.
There are degrees of stealth.
Yeah. All right. Drawing a Grenadin Rescue. We're going to Hoof Stomp anything this turn?
Nah, because it doesn't really free up an attack. I would probably just make some Grenadins with the intent of trading off with 2/2 and then just sort of taking things from there. Also, if you draw a Shadow Sigil, now the Embezzler's on, and that's a huge hit, and the Hoof Stomp can finish off from there on pretty much anything.
Storm Blast. Now we're going to see Yeti Snowslinger and the Shockwave Elemental come in. The Grenadin are going to trade off with the Snow Slinger. The Ice Over is going to break up the double block. So a real nice turn there for Roshi. Still getting to hold up that copy of Stormblast too.
Right, now it gets a little dangerous here because if you play the Foot Soldier with the intent of blocking, well, the Blast's going to take care of that, then you can't block, Snowball is unlocked, and your whole House of Cards collapses.
I mean,
here.
if the Yeti Snowslinger gets through, it's going to snowball the Thorncrawler. This is going to be a very good turn for Roshi. Yeah, they know what's what. Goodbye, Thorncrawler.
I mean, Boxer still got a shot here with Shadow this turn. Play the Embezzler.
Ooh, Metal Fang would be so good. 6 cost, 5/4. Summon, play a Ticking Grandadin and a Grenamender. Now we can Hoof Stomp something, but if you Hoof Stomp the Shockwave Elemental, it just unlocks the Arachnoid Terror, funny enough. Roshi didn't draw anything, though. And now Grenadin maybe trades with Yeti Spy. Huge turn for the Boxer here. Undepleted power is enormous. And it's called a hit, which can kill the Snow Slinger. All right.
Still not the end of the world. Another look at it. Now, if you play this depleted, you fall to 1. But in theory, if Roshi's on nothing, you crawl back in.
Tricky, tricky, tricky.
I think you gotta inscribe it here, because you're still looking at 2 turns, even if you kill the 2/2.
It'll just be a gutty play by the Boxer to just inscribe this, and they do.
I think that's right.
Oh no, they don't.
Oh.
So Arachnoid Terror. Now you can play the Spellhammer. It shuts off the Arachnoid Terror. Now they do not draw undepleted power. The Yods, well, they're gonna get to chump. Terror can attack.
Yep, that's still a chump.
All right, the Boxer's still in this. Come on, undepleted power for the Boxer. One time.
Oh.
Limitless.
Not quite.
That is a whammy. The Boxer loses game number 1. Roshi up a game in our semifinals here. Arachnoid Terror.
It was great. It was confusing too.
It had
but it
some
was
turns
great.
when it could attack, and it had some turns where it couldn't.
It was certainly present at all times. You can't deny that there was a lot of things that were informed by that card being part of the game.
Yeah. Should I tell them the thing that I told you about Arachnoid Terror?
Yeah.
I told him, like, a couple of times I would say, like, I'd open up the card file and I'd look at that card and I'd be like, there's no way I designed this card. It's too weird.
Right.
I feel like I need to get like a blood test or something. Something must be broken in my brain.
Yeah. No, that's not, the first wave of a file, the first skeleton, probably does not contain that design. That is something that requires a lot of work to get to the point where that's the design you fall on.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the way that it plays. Like, one of the things I like the most about Contract is the experience of, okay, you did something sweet, but now you're taking a turn off, and I can kind of recuperate from it. And Arachnoid Terror has a lot of both players recuperating, because not only does it have a large contract number, but whether or not it can attack or block is something that both players can kind of sculpt over the course of the game. So I like the way that it plays, but it is not a natural design.
I like the way that it has 8 legs, or a lot of legs, and it's a Nightmare Spider, and its contract plus its cost adds up to 8.
So does its strength and health. Yeah, you didn't even think of that at the time. None of these were. Nothing about this was informed by trying to get the number 8 on there.
Yeah.
Because again, without revealing too much, there was a swap that went on. That design wasn't always on a spider.
No.
But then it got moved around for reasons.
Yeah.
And it just happened to have 4+4 and also 5+3 on it.
Yeah.
Can't make that up.
Serendipitous.
Can't make that up.
Very
Once you
serendipitous.
realize these things, it's like, wow, there's got to be something rattling around my brain that just sort of guides me to these things when it's like, oh, you got to pick a number. Oh, yeah, we'll pick these numbers.
But why can't that part just take over and I could just like watch like YouTube videos or something?
I mean, what part? That part of your brain?
Yeah.
Because you just end up with a file full of Arachnoid Terrors. You need to be there to make sure that there's only one of them.
That's true.
Otherwise,
That's true. You got to have some restraint with this stuff. All right,
Right.
so we're letting you get a little peek behind the curtain here of how this stuff comes together. It's part art, part science, and part whatever the heck an arachnoid terror is.
Yeah, that's art.
Yeah.
Art. Art.
There is a plane. There is a place called Myria.
Yeah. And in this place, this is a thing. This is a spider you got to look out for, unless you have a lot of strength or endurance, in which case you probably
Yeah, it
don't.
preys on the weak.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Anywho,
Tom,
where we at?
all right.
Come on.
That is true. Tom does get us down as soon as he makes a good point. Yeah, you can't hear it, but our producer Tom is wondering why we bother asking where we're at. When the game's ready is when we go down, and when it's not ready, it stays on us as we expose the
I'm expressing
the fragile remnants of our intellect still intact.
It's expressing frustration,
Mm.
and also there's something in spots like the humor of breaking the fourth wall is, and now this is like even more fourth. This is like fifth wall breaking basically.
Oh yeah.
It's called it's broadcasting. It's also an art, much like designing arachnoid terrors, and I'm a master of my craft. What can I say?
All right, Roshi, the boxer, semifinals here of this cash prize 5K draft open. Somehow we're the ones tasked with breaking it down. All right, Roshi, I've never seen a better draw in my entire life. 2 Yeti spies and a Yeti intellectual. Are you kidding me?
We'll be going to game 3 in a moment.
What?
These
the
Grenadin, yes,
rescue.
these Grenadins are just.
Oh.
This is just not the card this hand wants to see.
Oh no. Oh no. Roshi, Yeti spy.
And tales all this time.
Sometimes we describe the game in terms of exchanges of cards and resources.
Yes.
Not a good one for Roshi so far.
You know, hope springs eternal.
Sure. Game is called Eternal. All right, so what are we going to do for the boxer? You could throw out the Rampaging Commando. Could be Foot Soldier. Like the Foot Soldier. Love the way that Valor lines up. Ooh, all right. Now we got a little stew cooking. We could Ritual Dagger, make one of these Yeti spies a 5/5. Dude, are we going to shove them all in to block?
Well, they're not getting better.
I'm in for shoving them all into block. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Love it. What a play by the boxer. So this ended up being a 3-for-2. Grenadin Rescue and the Foot Soldier for 2 Yeti spies and a Ritual Dagger.
Could do worse. It was I was not that ambitious at the time.
No. Intellectual. Call the hit plus Rampaging Commando is going to be a good turn.
I think so too.
Yeah. I don't want to call it, but
It's never bothered me.
yeah. Rampage from the Commando.
Mm-hmm.
Start of your turn. Play a Rampage. When I was a kid, I played Rampage. Now, Rampage Commando is playing a Rampage. Not enough out of material to the game, but neither is
Saying
Roshi's
it's-
chances.
Talking about it anyway.
All right. I'll get back into the action. Sabotage here, going to take away that hoof stomp, and then a cyber hyena. It was never explained to me by the lore folks why the people of Bastion were building cybernetic hyenas out of Grenadin parts.
No, that was for whatever reason not really clearly articulated.
But it's cool that they did.
Yeah, as the way that it worked out. Yeah.
All right. That 4/3's got Reckless and Valor.
The boxer just in the classic state of your the opponent's cards are too bad to engage with. So you're just trying to figure out what's the thing that allows me to not engage with their card.
Yeah, and they were double checking if they wanted to throw that +1/+1 and Deadly, I'm guessing from the Toxic List spawn, but they really don't have to.
Doesn't change anything.
Yeah, the Cyber Hyena is going to do a nice job of chumping here to just draw cards. Because really, Roshi doesn't need a 2/1 attacking.
Oh.
What they needed was an Arachnoid Terror.
That's the one right there.
It's going to put it... Oh, the Terror's going to...
Oh, yeah.
And the Feral Serpent?
This is sick. This
All
is
right,
sick for the terror.
All right. Roshi. Yes. back.
Yeah,
And it's online. Ooh, I love a good Vermin's Feast. Vermin's Feast, 6 cost fast spell, swap the stats at 2 units. And you
Yeah.
can get some big blowouts with that one.
Yes, you can.
Alright, Toxic Wisp and Arachnoid Terror trade off. Unfortunately, the Vermin's Feast was just inscribed. Roshi's paying off that Arachnoid Terror now.
Turn that Blood of Makar into anything.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Though it is a quick clock with the Feral Serpent, but like you're not gonna play it for a million turns.
No, it's not. Come on.
All right.
Yeah, come on. There we go.
Goodbye, Blood of Makar. Cabal Embezzler. This is, yeah, I mean, this is gonna do really good work here for the Boxer. Got him down to 4. Caustic Rain is not gonna do it.
That's not true. You just send it in, just see where it happens. If they block anything, you clear out.
It's true.
It's a shot. No, you gotta get the 2/1 in too. Yeah, now we're cooking.
No chance of blocking.
Yeah, but you gotta try. You gotta shoot your shot.
Yeah, you say that all the time.
Right. No, there's a chance.
All right. So now, next turn we're gonna be at Amplify with Detonate. If Roshi can find an Ice Over, it would be really great because you would be able to both lock down the Embezzler and give yourself an Aegis to protect from the detonates from the detonation cannon. But it was a permafrost. Yeah, I'm not seeing a way out of this for Roshi. They're gonna attack in here. But yeah, detonation cannon gonna get it done. Detonate twice. What if they have a negate effect?
Yeah, you gotta do it twice. You also gotta let them know
that you could. And you did. The Boxer ties it up here. Yeah, send them both in.
Okay, game 3.
And this is for
a
lot.
A lot. Spot in the finals.
Yep.
A lot of money. A lot more for Roshi than the Boxer, but still a ton on the line.
Yeah, so, you know, that game for that was an interesting one. It just felt like Roshi could never, despite drawing the Arachnoid Terror and the Feral Serpent, the Grenadier Rescue was just devastating.
Yeah, a lot of that hand was built around those Yeti spies, both for the sort of the short term and then sort of the long term cash in, chump blocking, sort of damage racing stuff, and just the 2 Grenadiers was. I mean, we played a long game from there, and Roshi was kind of able to grind through the worst of it, but was set so far behind that eventually Cabal Embezzler just sort of mopped things up after other cards had pushed through an advantage.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, I think that's a big thing with this format is there's a lot of cards which can get you over the finish line. And whether it's fire, things like Hoof Stomp and Detonation Cannon and Rampaging Commando to give a big burst of overwhelm, you can get burned out. And then even when we're talking about in other factions, Cabal Embezzler is a big one. I mean, a 3/4 unblockable that gives one of your other units +3 strength and unblockable. It's like you might have the game locked up and be at like 5, 6, even 9 health, and it's like not going to take many turns with that setup.
Yeah, no, I mean we've watched the Embezzler just steal I shouldn't say steal necessarily, but be able to win a game for a person who had gotten ahead initially and then had gotten locked out. So you had to be sort of, I think, kind of like ambiently aware of your health total in this format. There's I think a sense that you can get burned out or otherwise locked out of, or lose in spite of having your opponent ostensibly locked out of combat. And so all these little hits add up. You can ask this question of like, well, what does it matter if I go from 16 to 13 and instead just make a slightly more advantageous block on the table or whatever? Not to say that's always wrong, but going from 16 to 13 does matter in a generalized sense. There's a lot of cards that can close out games for a player who's gotten to push and then hit a brick wall.
All right. So we're going to be going to game number 3 here in a moment with Roshi on the Boxer. And for the Boxer, you know, it's all what is it? It's all cake. They've already locked up their spot in Worlds, but they're playing it out for more cash prizes, and which is, you know, can't blame them. And for Roshi, they need this one.
Yeah, that's a potential spot at the World Championships, more money. Would still have to advance through the finals, but a lot on the line. For the Boxer, yeah, the World's invite is nice, but you still want to win these things. It's a lot of money. You know, no free lunches out here. No free lunches.
Nope. So You know, this is we'll check in on the other semifinal when this match is done in case that one's still in progress. All right, and Galeth beat Phoenix, so take a quick. Oh, okay. And for Galeth 88, they are going to be in the finals. And just to give you a little sneak preview, looking like we're going to get a deck with some Searing Fist, Stonebreaker bows. Looks like an FJS deck. It looks like they might be going into 3 factions here, so that'll be a fun one to check out when this one is done. But as soon as Roshi and Boxer are ready, you know, not that they're keeping any of us waiting, but I want to know who's going to win this one.
Right.
It's been a fun weekend. It's been, this draft format. We've gotten some good reception from players on it. The new draft rewards have been out for a week and a half now. Players have been enjoying the fact that you're getting more gold with each of your draft runs, makes it easier to keep going. My favorite aspect of the new draft rewards is that when you get to 7 wins, included in your rewards is a guaranteed legendary. I love it when people share those on the Discord, the pics of what legendary they got.
Yeah, me too. Big fan.
All right, here we go. Roshi and the Boxer, semifinal. Let's see what we got here. Bottom of your screen, Boxer's got Detonation Cannon and Grenadin Rescue, keeping a 5 power. They picked up a call to hit. Meanwhile, Roshi's managed to draw no Yeti Spies in their opener, so kudos to them.
Well, this would have been a good spot for a turn 1 Yeti Spy.
It would have been.
Really good.
Sabotage, going to take out one of these cards. What's it looking like to you? Maybe Detonation Cannon, maybe call to hit?
Good question. I would probably just take the Grenadins.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Gonna be call to hit.
With Cyber Hyena, I'm just sort of interested in, like, all the other cards trade at loss against that. This is more ambiguous.
Well, the nice thing about this is that you play out the Cyber Hyena or the Leatherhide, and now they got to think about what it might be. So they got this Detonation Cannon, could go right after. They're going to play Last Line Defender instead. And now here's the question for Roshi is, do you want to send in and open yourself up to a trade here? I think you do. What?
Yeah, I mean, the threat of Cyber Hyena here is high enough that there's a really good chance you get a no block here. And then, that's a pretty big boon if it goes that way.
One thing you do want to think about in a spot like this is how quickly you attack. With Cyber Hyena, it's reckless, so it's just coming in immediately every time. But on the other hand, sometimes you might just wait around a bit before you attack with your reckless unit just to bluff that it's more valuable.
Oh yeah, of course you got to do the A spacebar.
Look at that. The Boxer just jumps, and they gave up one of their 2 Grenadin. Now we're going to get to see a Power Burst here. And I think that's going to let us pull off Detonation Cannon plus an Amplify. That's a nice bit of value. Phew, for the face. Go after the Leatherhide. And are we going to see an attack here? Nope.
Not a fan of it. Yeah, I think that's a very wise no attack.
All right, so here coming in is the Hyena. Going to trade off with the 1/1 Grenadin, draw a card for Roche. They get a Scale Hide. I love a Scale Hide with the Yeti Intellectual.
Yeah, that's your language for sure.
Oh, but a Toxic Wisp threatens to spoil all the fun, Patrick. Making itself a 2/3. Yeah, that's tough.
Oh well.
Shame we didn't have Stormblast up that turn, I'll tell you that.
Or this turn.
Yep. All right, for the Boxer, it's going to be Cabal Embezzler, maybe unblockable, that 3/2 on in.
And now Roshi's leftovers are just no good the way this game has gone. Losing to the table, the trick's no good here in the face of a deadly unit. This was looking like a very strong start here for Roshi. All credit to the Boxer for just navigating this.
Wow, so well. Roshi's just going to send in and just... I mean, you're going to have to Scale Hide and suck it up. I assume. You can't leave that 2/3 lying around. Yeah. But now this is pretty good. Roshi's actually winning again. Because you could Permafrost the Embezzler, and now you've got this 4/4 Aegis and a Stormblast up against a 3/2. Now the question is going to be, so Boxer's going to play this. I imagine you're going to Stormblast it. And do you want to just start trading 4 for 3 damage? We'll see what Roshi draws first. It's a Shadow Sigil.
I think any live card you attack, and otherwise you don't.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no. Bar limitless. Roshi's gonna need a good one. Shockwave Elemental. I mean, you're gonna have to double block here and then just. Oh my gosh, but a Toxic Wisp. Well, the double block would still work.
Yeah, but you can divest a little bit here, move the Toxic Wisp onto.
That's so cool. Yeah. In combat, contract onto that. I don't see a way around double blocking the VAR Limitless here.
I mean, if you have a removal spell in your deck that can kill the Vara.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a Permafrost, I guess.
Yeah, you might
This is a dangerous maneuver. Roshi is banking it all on their next draw, and it's a Shadow Sigil. That is not going to get it done here, and Roshi's going to pack it in. The Boxer into the finals.
Great run. That Vara right on time. And I've been watching the Boxer, and it's just been a lot of like, can I get a normal opening hand? Everything has been like right on the line, just been missing influences, whatever. But on the other hand, that Vara has showed up in some timely moments, and that was certainly one of them.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the finals here of this draft open. Stay tuned. We got one match to go.
So now that you're qualified for the World Championships, first of all, can you speak a little bit to what that means to you? And then secondly, what do you imagine your process is going to be like preparing for that event? Do you have a group of people you're going to be working with, or do you plan on keeping it solo, or what are your thoughts there?
That's a great question. It means a lot to me. I mean, it's really exciting. So I think I'm going to put a lot more time prepping for Worlds, I expect. And as far as who I will prepare with, I have, since I've been playing the game for several years, I have a decently sized friends list, some of whom I chat with. I don't do any, I don't have an official playtest group. I notice a lot of the other competitors are part of teams, and I'm not. So I'm not sure. I probably just have some one-on-one conversations there, thinking about ideas with some of my buddies in game. I guess more generally, what would you advise for a first-time player at a high-level world championship?
I think my answer to that would be it's a pretty small field, and it's probably going to people that you're familiar with, and the matchups are going to be like very high stakes. So I think I would approach it as a combination of what's the metagame sort of broadly? What do I anticipate in general things to look like? While also sort of honing in on the specific known tendencies of particular players in the field. Um, it's easy to go too far in either direction, I think, but I think you want to try to thread the needle there a little bit of um, it's sort of being sensitive to the metagame at large while also trying to do a little research on the particulars of the players in the field, because it's a narrow field, 16 people. A lot of them will be high profile streamers or regular top finishers in our events, and I
Right.
think you can start stringing together a little bit of a narrative about what they're likely to do or gravitate towards. And then sort of on the other side of that is, like, if you think that you have tendencies that are publicly identifiable,
Right.
you can pivot, deviate off of that a little bit. There could be equity there too. But I wouldn't
Right.
rabbit hole on any one angle. It's just trying to be aware of the sum of all of it, I guess, would be my advice.
Right. Well, one thing I learned between my first and second experience is you don't want to have. So in my first run with Praxis, I had, oh, what's the name of that card? The stealth 3 cost red that exhausts 2 enemies.
Oh, the Mind Fire stealth unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a couple copies of that, but I didn't have any other. So you don't want to play one stealth in an open deck list where they know what that's going to be exactly when you're playing it. You're losing the advantage of it. Whereas on ladder, a lot of people were playing that 2/1 at that time that draws a card. So it was sort of unexpected.
Yeah, the Sandy Scorcher is the one you're speaking to. The double damage reveal for Mindfire.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that
I'm
was one of the,
actually
yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
That was one of the amendments I made to get rid of that. That was not, with given that it was known what it was, that it wasn't helping me out in games.
I'm curious. The stealth units in particular, I think, are going to be really interesting for a Worlds format. And we saw one competitor do pretty well in the event last weekend with a combination of a Zindel and Subversion Slug. And I wonder how much, maybe you just play those two cards because you want to play them, but also the way you answer each of those cards is very different. And so with open deck lists, is something like playing one or two copies of Subversion Slug alongside your four Zindels more appealing because people will know. Whereas on the latter, maybe you just play your Zindels and call it a day or whatever. I'm curious to see if that actually manifests in practice, but it can only move the dial in that direction. It certainly doesn't. It certainly doesn't cause you to play only one stealth unit. So we'll see. I'm
Right.
interested.
Right.
All
I
right.
appreciate the advice.
Well, floor's open for another question if you want it.
I guess a more general question about Eternal is what are your this doesn't have to be on the record either. What are your general thoughts about the health of the game right now?
So I have an interesting, perspective on this because I was away from Direwolf for about 18 months and then returned to the company in July. So I've had the experience of almost like a lapsed player, because I wasn't playing Eternal very much during the time that I wasn't working on the project, but I still have my live account from back years ago, and so it's an interesting, like, I get to have that experience in real time. And I'm sure that experience isn't unique of, like, players hop in and out of games. You come back on, you've missed some sets. What does it look like? The thing that jumped out at me the most is, like, this game is so fun. And there's some amount of, like, uh, I, you know, I come back, I haven't worked on these sets, and I have these expectations of, like, oh, I'm going to see all this stuff that I wouldn't have approved or whatever. And I was playing these games, I'm like, oh, this is so fun. Like they've done, like, such a good job on all this stuff.
Right.
And there's also been some experiences I've had as a lapsed player where it's like, oh, we could probably modify a few things about various parts of the client to make, like, the hopping in experience, like, smoother and easier. So
Right.
paying some attention to that. My feeling on the health of the game and, like, the product in general is, like, the game is really fun. And if we can change a couple of things to make it a little bit easier to hop on if you're a new or returning player, we could see, like, tremendous growth. I very, very, very firmly believe that.
That's right. Since I've played continuously, so I'm completely lacking that perspective of what it's like to join as a new player. The thing that I think that you guys do great is your nimbleness about updating, nerfing, and buffing cards that are underplayed. You do a stellar job at that. So whoever's controlling that, my kudos to them.
My perspective is basically, like, there's a lot to be gained from information. So sometimes trying things that are a little bit different, where the downside risk is maybe we have to walk something back, or maybe things are a little disrupted in a way that's not great for a moment in time. Like, those are the costs. But we get information on how to do our jobs a lot better. Is like, that's like the secret sauce right there. So there are places where we are doing things a little bit differently in some spots, and I think we'll continue to do so compared to how we have historically. Some of that is because we have a sense of we've identified an area of improvement and we should drive on it, and some of it is there's some ambiguity here right now about what's the best path or what are the pros and cons. So just try something if the risk is low, get that information, and then apply that information to future decisions. So I'm trying to be in this mindset of, like, let's just sort of not, like, table flip the project. I think the game is really fun. I think, like, the core structure, the core loop is really, really good. But if there's some stuff on the periphery that maybe is an impediment to a new or returning player, or just places where we could be, like, a little bit cleaner, a little bit smoother, a little bit more efficient, whatever the things are, let's just see what it looks like. And if it turns out that the players don't respond well to it, that's really great information to have. And if it turns out the players really like it, that's also really great information to have. So I think there's we're trying. Experiment is too strong of a word, I would say, because the things we want to do are all anchored in philosophy and experience and whatever. But just trying to be more willing and open minded about seeing areas for potential improvement and seeing what it looks like. We have a really a tight, talented team composed of a lot of smart people, and the ability to move resources around, try things is just so different here than at some of the bigger studios I've worked with. And that we're having a lot of conversations in that space, and I we have a lot of things kind of slated for the short and medium term that I'm really excited about, and I think could specifically kind of speaking to the growth of the game. I think I very firmly believe our best years are in front of us.
Great. I'm wishing you all the success with that, because I'd like to be able to play when my son, when he starts to I mean, he plays a little bit now. He dabbles. He has his favorite decks, but he's when he really starts getting serious, I'd like for it to still exist, you know.
Yeah, me too. Maybe our kids could meet up in the ladder in a few years.
That'd be awesome, yeah.
All right. Well, again, congratulations. Really appreciate your time, and looking forward to watching you compete in the World Championships in a little bit.
Thanks, Patrick. Me too.
Take care.
All right, welcome back. Andrew Baeckstrom, Patrick Sullivan here. We got one match to go in this 5K draft open. Before we get started, though, do want to go over one more time what the plans are that we have nailed down for the rest of the 2021 competitive play season. So, in a couple of weeks, we're going to have an open expedition LCQ. This tournament will qualify a player for the World Championships. We're looking at doing a slightly different structure than our normal opens and ECQs from past years. When we have the final details for that event in the next week or two, we will be posting that and announcing it to you all. But we do know we're going to be having that tournament on this date. It's going to be open entry to anyone. And so we wanted you all to start playing and practicing Expedition to get ready for that event. There will be another LCQ coming up in January. We'll have that date and details announced soon. That LCQ will be closed entry. It'll be just for the players who met the requirements this year. And when we have the final details for that event, we will get that to you, as well as the date for the World Championships. So for everyone watching, if you want to qualify for Worlds and you're looking for your next chance to play competitive matches of Eternal, December 17th to 19th, we'll be broadcasting. It'll be a great time. We'll be checking out the new Cult Hunt Expedition format. You got the Expedition Vault, a bunch of free cards we gave you all. There's a lot of sweet cards in this set to build decks around, so we expect to see some cool brews, and excited to see what's going to come out on top in that event.
So, the quick summary there is we don't exactly have the details for the structure of the LCQ in December just yet. That will be coming down the pipeline very soon. But you have the most important information, which are the dates, the format, and whether or not you can play. And it's Expedition that weekend, and it's open entry. So the little minutia, that'll be coming shortly once we nail all that down. But broad strokes, you can play the event, and it's Expedition. And much like this one, the winner will receive a qualification to the World Championships.
And a few more pieces of just sort of news to go over. So Phoenix, also one of the top 8 players today, lost to Galeth 88. That was Phoenix's second top 4, so Phoenix is going to be in the World Championships, so congratulations to them. The other thing to note is that TheBoxer, as we've mentioned a couple of times, won an Open already this year, is qualified for the World Championships. Because they made it to the finals, that means if they were to win this match, it would pass down to their opponent in the finals, that is Galeth 88. Since Galeth 88 will either win or lose to TheBoxer, those are the only two outcomes here. Galeth 88, assuming they don't get disqualified in the next 20 minutes.
Right. Still playing for pride, still playing
Yeah.
for money, but congratulations.
They are
We've
qualified.
cinched up a few more invites to the World Championships this weekend, so congratulations to all of our competitors. But the finals, you still have the bragging rights. There's the extra money as well, so I'm sure these players will give it their best shot, even though the stress that is normally associated with the finals will not be present here.
I'm going to be stressed out. I stressed every match.
Mm.
But it's going to be fun, too.
Mm.
All right, so as soon as we've got the round kicked off and fired, as soon as Galeth and the Boxer join, we'll be heading down to that match. So we've seen the Boxer's deck a couple of times in action. For Galeth, it's going to be a question of, are they splashing Shadow into... Well, I would guess they are. They've got a lot of strong cards in Fire, Justice and Shadow, Brigade Hall, a couple of copies of the Argenport Invoke spell, Stolen Augmentation. They've got a couple of Rune Swords at the top end, a couple of Breach the Defenses, 2 copies of Collapse, Stonebreaker Bow, Victimless Crime, Voprex's Choice. These are just a lot of premium cards, and looks like by dipping potentially into 3 factions, Galeth was able to make it all work.
But not exactly the best suite of cards for handling Granite. You're looking at a lot of individual removal spells and some relic weapons, and again, the sort of beat down, go wide strategy, much maligned in some of the more competitive corners of the community here, but the Boxer has been making a good show of it now in the finals with a lot of cards and sort of an overarching strategy that a lot of players said they were going to eschew coming into this event.
Yep, and I do think, they do have 2 Searing Fists of Breach the Defenses. I do think it's possible Galeth's deck is straight Argenport, but that'll be one of the things to look for. And sometimes these players they don't know themselves when they're drafting the decks exactly where they're going to end up. You got to see the whole picture to know, is it going to be worth being that greedy or going for something consistent? You got to know how many playables you have, all that stuff. But Galeth 88 answering the question for us right off the bat here. All 3 factions of power looking lovely at the top of your screen, and at the bottom the Boxer. Could things get kicked off on turn 1 with an old Toxic Wisp, but they're going to sandbag it. And that's a play that not everyone makes in this format, is when you have those contract 1+2s, you just throw it out there.
I think with turn 2 already accounted for, there's a very good chance that +1/+1 and Deadly will be really valuable as a tactical play somewhere down the line. And so I like the play there from the Boxer of just no need to get out of the gates so super fast and potentially ruin your second turn play. Toxic Wisp will have a spot somewhere down the road.
All right, so for Galeth 88, we could see 2 plays this turn. It could be Voprex's Choice. The enemy player must sacrifice a unit. We could see a Breach the Defenses, and it's going to be Voprex's Choice. The enemy player sacrifices a unit of their choice, so making good use of that removal effect. And now for the Boxer, kicking it back to them is going to be Grenadin Rescue. It is, followed up with a Toxic Wisp. You betcha, and where's it going?
Nice turn to Toxic Wisp, because the Boxer has nothing lined up for next turn, but could potentially have turns 5 and 6 already accounted for. So it's a little bit awkward to see it done like this sort of preemptively, but I think this is more speaking to freeing up future turns.
All right, so the Boxer's going to be paying off some of that contract from the Toxic Wisp this turn. Leatherhide is the play from Galeth 88, and so the Boxer, could attack in with the Toxic Wisp, or could just leave it back in case they want to block. They're going to sit back, and Galeth picks up their 2nd copy of Stolen Augmentation. I would not be surprised to see the Toxic Wisp get involved here. Yep. They're going to see a little trade-off, and then maybe a Brigade Hall is the follow-up. Sure. At 3-cost relics, bringing along a bear. And maybe we're going to see an Inscribe of the Mithril Guardian. We are. So things progressing quite nicely for the Boxer, as well as they're going to get down a Blood Frenzy Warrior. They picked up an Ashar for their turn. So good plays at the ready for both players. This is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, I mean, Galeth has a lot of options as the game goes longer. The Boxer's got a pretty good curve lined up short here if they're able to draw some power.
Another Grenadin Rescue for the Boxer. It's going to pair quite nicely with Cold Aaron Captain when they get that down. This turn might just be Ashar, Ruthless Assassin. Hero, of course, showing off the lovely new hero frame new to the game with Cold Hunt. Cripple's going to bring Ashara down to a 0-1. No chumps, though. One of the things I like, though, is that Caldera Captain can get a shard back into attacking and blocking range with its +1 effect.
Yep, that could be a big swing here, but the Boxer missing power number 5 again. We'll probably just have to settle for some more Grenadins here in a moment.
Another Grenadin rescue along the way, finding 2 more Grenadin. The others poke in for 1. Last Light Refugee is the pickup, Patrick. Oh, that's looks pretty nice with that 3/5 endurance body against all these Grenadin.
But I think we're going to have a little swing here.
Yeah, Hoof Stomp?
I think so.
Sure.
Hoof Stomp hit for 4 looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I see nothing wrong with that.
I mean, you could play the Captain and hit, but it just seems like, okay. Interesting. Oh, playing it a little different.
Oh, were you just going to sacrifice a bunch to get in damage?
I thought if you were going to play the Captain this turn, that's how it was going to go.
Sure. So now the Boxer could make the block with a Shara here. I imagine we'll see a Stolen Augmentation here. Shrink, get rid of the Ashara, maybe pump up the Bear. I don't see much of a reason to to let this trade happen if I'm Galeth 88.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred a pre-combat Stolen Augmentation on the Ashara, and then however blocks you have the second one.
Sure.
Because this is just kind of awkward with this one.
Ooh. Saloon Massacre the pickup. 2 cost. Give each unit -1/-1. It's going to kill all the Grenadin. Wow. Not even going to contract it. Big turn.
Yeah, great card in this matchup, without question.
So now this is one of those spots where the threat of Brigade Hall is pretty big, because even if you do something like kill the Last Light Refugee and leave back the Captain, it's, the Brigade Hall just makes any block so bad.
I'm pretty sure that you just have to Hoof Stomp and then attack. I don't think you can hang back on D for the reason you mentioned. It doesn't look great, but, if Galeth spends their turn, using the Brigade Hall, I don't know. What if you chump? I guess your hope is that you just immediately trigger the Destiny, and now you're kind of back ahead.
If you get in this turn, next turn the Embezzler and the Captain would take it down through a Brigade Hall and wouldn't even. Oh, no, they would both trade. Well, we're gonna have a bit of a blowout here. The Stolen Augmentation is going to shrink down the Captain, and it's gonna buff up the Bear. It's gonna get hard fast for the Boxer. Ooh, Hevagraft that's a good pickup. Now I imagine we're going to see, yep. Well, the Caldera Captain came back right away. Alchemical Blast could take out that stealth unit.
You just got to play the Embezzler here and hope to get out of this turn, and then next turn have, you draw another card to go with your Alchemical Blast. Maybe you start making some traction that way.
Sure. This is going to be very good here. So Stalking Assassin's going to use its ultimate, reveal me, discard a card, pay 1, and then you get to hit the enemy player for 3 and gain 3. And then if you want, you could, oh wow, just Brigade Hall, because they don't even have good blocks. You can, and now you got a Rune Binder in hand.
Yeah.
Looking pretty good. Thorncrawler is going to be a little too late here. Wow, that would have been a nice draw earlier. And yep, the Boxer, I imagine we're going to see an Alchemical Blast on the 3/2. And then it'll just be Galeth's prerogative to play that Rune Binder and win.
Yep.
Yep, Alchemical Blast, deal 2 damage. By Stalking Assassin. Low Rune Binder, 3 cost, 1/1 deadly lifesteal, contract 2, deal 2 damage to the enemy player. That wins game number 1 for Galeth 88. Their 3-faction deck came together very nicely, and I mean, we talked about it. A lot of powerful cards. Breach the Defenses, Voprex's Choice, 2 Stolen Augmentations, Brigade Hall. One of the highest card quality decks we've seen all day.
I think that the Boxer has to be a lot more conservative about engaging in combat, sort of generally, against those augmentations. It's just too. The permutations of your blocks there are commonly so bad against that card, It's kind of the reason that, to go back earlier, I was thinking about the hoof stomp versus the captain. Part of that is, do you really want to start engaging inside of combat with your X1s against someone with two copies of augmentation? That's just a recipe for not having any good blocks and losing a bunch of stuff. So I think maybe try to pivot a little bit more towards making the game a pure damage race, make it more burdensome to use those augmentations and not just allow combat to sort of organically allow that card to come up. It's tough.
That's fair.
Really tough.
Yeah, I mean, stolen augment. It's funny when your opponent has two great copies of a card like stolen augmentation. It both makes your life easier and it makes it worse.
Yes.
Because it's worse because you have to know you're going to be playing against that card a lot. But it's easier in that you can assume a decent amount of the time when the game suggests they might have it, when it looks like it's a spot where they would have set it up to be really good here. It's like they probably have it.
Yeah. With two copies, certainly, it's very hard to play around it. Which is why I think, again, just trying to evade the game state materializing that way in the first place is like kind of the best way to play around it. Is like, don't let the game get gummed up to the point where I'm attacking with 3 things, you're blocking with 3 things, and now there's just no way for it to break bad for the person with augmentation.
Yeah, it's tricky. And one of the things it also opens up is for Galeth 88, it really offers up the possibility of being a bit more aggressive with your bluffs, because stolen augmentation is going to be so present in the boxer's mind that if you manage to make attacks and make them with confidence where it looks like this wouldn't be a great double block for you, but if you have augmentation, it's fantastic if they double block. If you can recognize those moments quickly and make the attack quickly, you could definitely catch the boxer not taking advantage of a good moment.
Definitely, especially with a card like augmentation where, because it invokes, there's such an incentive to just sort of get off the hook. It's not like you just necessarily hold it the whole game and hope for the spot to come up. So the boxer has a lot of incentive to just really not play into it as much as possible and hope that the game just sort of breaks in a certain way where it's just fired off for value to make the board a little bit better and invoke rather than just wreaking havoc inside of combat. And as you mentioned, because of that, there's a lot of possibilities for some judicious bluffing here, because the boxer has got to be really careful of ever playing into that card if it can be avoided otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that game. I mean, both spots where the augmentation was played, it was just really brutal. I mean,
really brutal.
I mean, with the first one, what were the 2 invoke cards we saw that game? It was Saloon Massacre,
Ava Graft, which never even got played, but
yeah.
would have been the cherry on top if it ever got there.
Sure, definitely. Yep, and it's fun seeing which cards pop out because it's never the same each time, and you might want a removal spell, you get a good threat, you might want a unit, and you get a combat trick, and you got to find ways to make use of them.
Mm-hmm.
You got selection, but sometimes the options aren't good, so you get a little more forced. Galeth 88 showing why they're in the finals. Look at that look at that hand. Just every faction of power, stolen augmentation, a couple of 3-drops. You love it.
Stuff early, stuff late, all the factions. Can't ask for much more.
And a Stonebreaker bow makes its first appearance. One of the things that's tricky for Galeth 88 is you got to make sure you play the right one. Like, I don't think they have any copies of Unseen Marksman, but if they did, you'd really want to play Shadow Sigil on turn 1, for instance.
Right.
So knowing your deck when you're playing these 3-faction power bases is important. Look at that. They don't play out the Stonebreaker bow. It would have been 4 if it got immediately granted and rescued.
Yes.
And for passing it back now to Galeth 88, going to start off with one of these 3-drops, or maybe the bow. Okay, it's going to be the mod-ready drone. And as a 3/3, that's going to be pretty nifty. It's going to save it from dying to call the hit or detonation cannon.
Yeah, 3/3, just a beautiful stat range here.
This is tough that the boxer can't kill it, because what it's going to mean is we're going to see, I would guess, another stolen augmentation here. And it's going to be pretty nice. Oh, no. Maybe the Bright Mace Paladin really makes them want to get it onto there, because then you're getting a lifesteal unit. I think if you're the boxer, you're fine with a trade here, and then you still might hoof stomp, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument for just playing the augmentation just because your hand's really powerful, but Galeth is at risk of missing power drops. And so do you optimize for the highest ceiling, which is the Paladin, or do you optimize for just keep my head above water, which would be playing a removal spell and avoiding a situation like this?
One thing that's funny about stolen augmentation in a spot like this, ooh, a Disgraced Cadet comes off the top. You might hit an Inscribe card. And that would be fantastic here. So it'll be interesting to see. Possibility, you usually can't get power off Invoke cards, but with Inscribe being on some of the unit spells and attachments, you might see the possibility. Not that they're, they might be missing power drops, but they're still making good progress on this game. They pick up an outmatch. That's going to kill a unit without the highest strength. Kind of the opposite of Topple. Metal Fang here, big game.
Yeah.
As always. All right. Whew. That was a fast attack in by the mod ready drone. Are we?
Yeah, you might want to ease up a little bit here. I think the Boxer might just say no blocks.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking you're going to end up Stonebreaker bowing the Metal Fang, but you're going to take a bunch of damage on the way back. And with a ticking Grenadin out, this is...
Yeah, this gives me some nerves.
I do not like how we're trading our health total here, but, maybe Galette's got a plan for us. We'll see shape up. I mean, the Runebinder can gain some health back potentially, but yeah, we're going to drop down to 10. As always, much easier. We know about the detonation cannon in hand. Grenadin Rescue deals 1. The other Grenadin are going to come in for 1. And yeah, this is... Galeth is dropping low. I mean,
we're just in double detonate range now, right?
Yeah, if you just inscribe call the hit, you can win next turn. But they're gonna not. They're gonna play it. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure why. Huh. I wonder what plan the Boxer has here.
Can you call the hit your own units?
I don't think so. I think that one's enemy unit only.
Because then you could
Tom,
do it
if
to
you could Moz the unit in Boxer's hand.
You could do it to the...
Yeah, it's enemy
okay.
unit
I was
only.
going to say, because if you could do it to the
Yeah.
Ticking Grenadin, that would explain it.
All right, so Runebinder gets to take it down. Oh, the captain.
Oh, that's game, right? Just call the hit on the...
Oh, yeah, it is. Yep. I mean, this was going to be a very hard game for Galette to win, regardless. But yeah. The Boxer's deck, like a lot of these fire aggro decks in this format, is good at continuing to get in damage, even when you maybe don't have the biggest unit in play anymore.
Yes. Yeah. Just went wide, got in there early bit, it hits, and went wide, able to close it out. And again, it's really complicated, right? That turn 4 of do you play Paladin or Augmentation, the way the Boxer's hand broke, you'd love to take that play back. Because the game wasn't, your Bright-Based Paladin was never going to be good there, but the extra 3 points of damage were huge when you're, a little bit behind on the back foot, when you're missing power drops, whatever. So games are hard even when it doesn't look like anyone necessarily had a particular decision to make that carried a lot of weight. That play was huge.
It feels like we've had almost an atypical amount of 3-game matches today.
Yes.
Very few matches have been resolved in just 2 games, which is, always fun to see because it's cool to know that these decks are matched up well enough that it could be anyone's, and then we get to see an exciting winner-take-all game.
Yep. Yeah, that was. Those 2 games were very cool, and Boxer was just much stronger against Augmentation that game in part because of just the missed power drops. There was never really a way to leverage like, all right, pick up an Invoke, and now here's 2 cards in 1 turn, or here's something unexpected. It was just kind of a modest removal spell as opposed to the first game where it was just very hard to ever attack or block while that card was looming.
Well, if you've been with us for the whole day or you're just joining us now, it's fantastic to have you along here. This is it for the Cold Hunt Draft Open, and we're going to find out after this game who is the champion, Goliath 88 and the Boxer, because of their strong performances this weekend. Well, for the Boxer, this is, their 3rd top 4. This potentially their 2nd open win of the season. For Goliath 88, they got into a primo position of making the finals when they were up against the returning champion. So they would still love to be the Draft Open champion. We will be seeing both of these players at Worlds, and now we're going to get to find out who's going to be the Draft Open champion and sort of conclude the first tournament with Cold Hunt. And, we got lots more fun stuff coming up, and it's going to be a good time.
A lot of cause for celebration here in the finals, but, there's still the matter of getting this one over with before we can start talking about the World Championships and, celebrating the open win and all that.
All right. So When both those players have joined, we'll be joining them down into their match. Any predictions for the last one here, Patrick?
I like the Boxer here. I think we've had 2 very close games, and Galeth has gotten the good end of the power distribution. I think the faction requirements here are a little bit sketchier than the first 2 games have sort of shown. And not that I would ever wish ill on anyone, but I think we're due for missing a faction or just kind of playing offbeat a little bit.
I do believe you are not wishing ill on Galeth 88.
No.
As a fellow, born and raised of New Jersey, the never wish ill on anyone is a little stretch. Come on.
Yeah. No, but I'm not. It's just we've sort of papered over it up until this point.
Okay.
But I just don't know if we're gonna see, Shadow, Fire, Justice, Sigil, and then a curve of stuff to do again for the 3rd straight game. We'll see.
Well, I say to those who believe, go the luck, and it seems like Galeth has been believing pretty well. I also like that they have 88 in their username. That's the year I was born, so I'm a fan. Good year.
Tom.
The Boxer is keeping us waiting. No, it's all good. We're ready to go. The Boxer versus Galeth 88. The finals here at the 5K Draft Open. The debut tournament for Cold Hunt. Who is going to be the winner? Patrick? It's hard to say if you were right or wrong. Galeth 88 doesn't have all 3 factions in their opening hand, but they've got all the factions of influence they need with a Justice Sigil and a Shadow Sigil. Meanwhile, the Boxer keeping it without a Shadow influence. These hands are, all right, fair enough. Kicking it off with the Toxic Wisp, getting in there. Now, how aggressive is Galeth 88 going to be? Because if you want, collapse it. But with a Pumpworks Engineer, that unit has, when it goes to your Void, you may pay 2 to draw the top unit or weapon of your deck, and so they're going to hang on for a sec. They're not going to trade it off just yet. Ooh, Stolen Augmentation. Back in action. Brigade Hall. Showing up, threatening to trade with that Toxic Wisp. The Boxer immediately sending in. No doubt, no fear.
No hesitation.
Nope.
None.
Galeth accepts the trade. So both players are rocking and rolling here. Last line defender, start of your turn, play a power burst. All right, there we go. There's a card Galeth 88 can't play for a change. Power burst from last line defender. Bar limitless to draw. That's a big one. Meanwhile, the Boxer can take advantage of this temporary spike in power to play the Calderon Captain, play the Gilded Flames and crack the Treasure Trove, play the Detonation Cannon and amplify for Detonate, and it's going to be Gilded Flames. Transform that Pumpworks Engineer into a Treasure Trove and ship it over.
Nice turn.
Very nice. We got a Rampaging Commando coming. Now we got a Leatherhide, Mod-Ready Drone. So if Boxer sniffs it out, Detonation Cannon can pick off that Leatherhide.
Well, the question is this: are there any units in the deck with 3 cost and stealth,
Right.
with 3 health? And if not, you're just in the clear.
Boxer seems to think they're in the clear. They are. Detonation Cannon trades with the Leatherhide. Last line defender's going to get in. Rampaging Commando has made its appearance. Second Stolen Augmentation. It's going to be good, but it's going to take a moment. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, these beatdowns are just pretty intense right now.
Oh, yeah. I like Galeth's chances a lot if they can draw undepleted power next turn. Collapse plus Stolen Augmentation, I think offers them a huge turn, but it's... Oh, and it was a Fire Sigil. Oh, baby. We're back in it. Now, the question is, if you go for Voprex's choice, you can't control what they get rid of. And
Yeah,
they're
you
going to
have-
Stolen Augmentation first. And this is going to make it so that... I mean, the collapse is going to be gross, right? Because if you collapse the Calderon captain during attacks, the last line defender's small again, and it's an eat.
I mean, but what if the Boxer sniffs it out and just only sends the 4-3?
Wow, what a play.
Yeah, I know.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that unbelievable. The Boxer's obviously really good. They've won a tournament already this year, and they've made it to now 3 top 4s. Just no hesitation.
Right.
They just knew on the spot what was going on. There you go, Calderon captain. We'll see you when we see you. Second stolen augmentation is going to be nice, though. Recogulator. And off-book officer, 4-cost, 2/1, double damage, and then summon. You can silence a unit, or you can play a 1/1 with Aegis. They're going to silence that Recogulator. No Grenadin popping out of that one. Cabal Embezzler threatens to end the game if it were to come down. And now a big moment for Galeth. Are they going to be able to stolen augmentation that Rampaging Commando before it flips up and plays a Rampage? The Rampage will be good here.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
I think the Embezzler is not really that much protection against anything that's happening right now. So, all other things being equal, I think the Invoke is more valuable as a roll of the dice versus the Embezzler. The fact that it has a chance of snagging the Commando before it gets the start of turn, I think is just icing.
There's a lot to think about here if you're Galeth, because it's what could the units be, what could the Invoke be. We're going to pump up that 2/1 double damage, kill the Rampaging Commando. Big time Invoke here for Galeth. What do they get?
Something with lifesteal or something that grants lifesteal would be the prize here.
Fast removal, maybe a victimless crime would also be nice.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
What is it? What's in the box? Timer's starting to tick down. Svetya's Bravery. Ooh. That did not feel like the one. Oh, the Boxer drew an inscribed card. That means Cabal Embezzler's coming next turn. Don't. Oh, man. I think the Boxer's got it, Patrick.
Yeah.
A huge attack from the off-book officer, but for the Boxer, Galeth is under debt. Cabal Embezzler, +3 strength, life are unblockable, crashing in, and they win the draft open. Their second open win of this year.
Unbelievable! Congratulations! What a performance! We thought that 2 top 4s was tough. 2 wins. Congratulations! Congratulations to Galeth as well. The finals plus the World's invite passing down. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah. An awesome weekend. Fantastic plays. I mean, the Boxer, well, that's their name on Discord, but the Boxer, I mean, it never really felt like they were winning with any one card. It was always just they had a plan for how to keep on applying pressure. They would get in early. They would go wide. They would get unblockable. They would send damage to the face, and it just kept working match after match after match. And we got to see all 3 of their matches, at least in part of it.
The play on the table was just super sharp. No other way to put it. I mean, there's not like one particular exchange or moment that stands out. It's just everything was.
I think the play against the collapse.
Oh, I mean, that's just like one of a half dozen plays of that level. I mean,
I think the thing that stood out to me that much was the speed at which that play was made. It was just like instant recognition. If they have a fast spell which kills the captain, then it's a blowout block on my 3/2. So I'm just going to attack with the captain. And it was in a spot where it's like, where Galeth was at 6.
Yes.
Like, it's, sometimes giving up that extra 4 points of damage that might be free is not a big deal. That was a spot where it was a huge deal.
Yeah, I think the read ultimately there, or like the guiding principle there from the Boxer is, if they have nothing, I am a huge favorite in this game anyway, even if I miss this one attack. If they have a collapse, they're right back in it. I mean, I lose everything, and if that revenge gets deferred for too long, and they're playing 3 factions, they've got a bunch of 2-for-1s, they got a better late game than you. That sort of swing, they could shut the door and it could never open back up. So that play was brilliant, but there was a lot of plays in that, just like the speed matching the really good principles, matching the really good tactical play. Not surprising to see the Boxer win this whole thing.
So congratulations to the Boxer, your Cold Hunt 5K Draft Open champion, second time this year. We had 2 other players qualify for Worlds this year. Phoenix on the back of 2 top 4 finishes. Galeth from that win passing down from the Boxer. So we'll be seeing both those players in Worlds. As a reminder, one more time, if you want to compete in Worlds, if you're looking for some matches, get playing Expedition December 17th to 19th. We've got an LCQ that will qualify you for the World Championships. For our top finishers, we'll be announcing the details of their LCQ that'll be going on in January, as well as the dates for the World Championship. We're going to have a new promo card, weekly promo card, available free for people to collect this week. So make sure you stop in for that. The draft rewards updated. Get them, get lots of gold, get lots of legendaries, get lots of cards. No better way to get into the game and just get Cold Hunt cards so you can play with them in Expedition. You see how this goes.
Yeah. We're just, it's all locks into the other stuff.
All right, but it was a great long show. We got a lot of fun action to see. Thanks to all the players who let us watch them draft. Thanks to all the players who participated this weekend. These tournaments wouldn't be possible without you, of course. And thanks to my co-casting partner, Patrick Sullivan, Tim Eller for coming on to help with support, Jessica for working the customer support angle, Tom, our producer. It's a whole team effort putting these shows together, and we love bringing them to you, to everyone at home. So we hope you're all staying safe out there. If you're in America, enjoy the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, and we'll see you at the next show.